not true though. I didn't experience any hate living on the African continent. You get what I'm saying?
And Doc, how long were you over there? Because I remember you were in Nigeria, right?
No. I lived in Senegal.
Yeah.
I briefly taught at the University of I didn't experience any hate. I left in the end of 2004, and I lived there for a year, and I taught at the University of Sheikh Anta Diop, which is previously Dakar University. And I really just came back to get my PhD, so I feel like I got trapped.
Got you.
You know, because I considered doing it there, but yeah. So you know, I didn't experience and then the level of violence that we experience in America is just unbelievable.
Absolutely.
At large and in our communities, and these are, you know, it's different on Senegal in particular. You know, Gambia in particular are very peaceful countries. Black press in the United States.
So we got Fly Lily in the building. I hope she was over there talking all that yang. So Fly Lily, peace to you. Welcome. Subscribe. We got Proper Perspective in the building. He's on a panel. His microphone is just inactive right now, so I think he's working on that.
He is the key negotiator of Liberia.
Stay tuned in for that. It's going to be a powerful dialogue.
In the Liberian crisis, where he is able to secure the future of the nation, and he is the person who organized the most effective debunking of a piece of racist U.S. legislation called the African Exclusion Measure in 1915, amongst many other things. So that's what's going on in the book. It tells all of those stories. It establishes what the Tuskegee model of sustainability is and was, and it gives you a different perspective of Booker T. Washington and his transformation from someone who was not as ignorant as Cameron, because he always loved Africa, because he loved his mother. His mother to him was the symbol of African people, of people who had produced her, had to have some good in him as far as he was in them, as far as he was concerned. So he always was facing Africa.
Hey, Proper Perspective, I do have a phone number. So if you're having technical difficulties with the Zoom link, I do have a phone number. Let me put that in the chat. Peace, FLA Trucker, Florida Trucker. I forgot about the other alternative. So if you're having issues with the Zoom link on your end, let me put the call-in phone number. Teresa Thompson, peace. Tiger Crane, peace. Yes. Yes, what do you want? Okay, right there. All right, so let me do this for Tiger Crane. I see you, brother. Let me do this for let me do that. So the bad peace. Hey, okay, so the Proper Perspective. He's in the building. He just I think his microphone is having an issue. So the Proper Perspective, I put the phone number. So there's a phone number you can call, and maybe that way works better. So the phone number option is in the chat. Okay. You can just click it. Matter of fact, I'll repost it. The chat's going fast. The chat be lit. They be really active in there. Peace, broad time. Peace. So let me put the phone number in there a few times so you can have a chance to call in. Okay. Let me get you. All right, there you go.
And ultimately, he gets to do something significant for Africa and African people, which was one of his early desires and dreams. So that's what it is.
And Doc, when I say that you changed my perspective on Booker T. Washington, You changed my perspective on him, because I never ever would have made him or classified him as a Pan-Africanist based on the limited knowledge that I had about him. And you caught hell, Doc, when you published this book and you said Booker T. Washington in Africa, and you said the making of a Pan-Africanist. All people were on your head. They were like, what? No, he was this, he was that. And they were, but you know what I can honestly say? No one came back and refuted anything that you said in the book.
Oh no.
Nothing. No one sort of talked about you. Oh.
I'm on mute. My God. I'm calling from the wrong device. Yeah, I heard me. I was watching the microphone activity for the other device. Yeah, so Booker T. Washington, like, come on. Now he's a Pan-Africanist. What is the definition? Because his works was not Pan-Africanist works, right? He never said he was. He said he was a proud American, and that his focus was in America, right? He felt like he was honoring his ancestors in America to build in America, right? He wasn't going nowhere. He wasn't looking nowhere else. But, you know, it's almost like how the LGBTQIA plus, no, not them, I'm sorry. It's almost like how the feminist movement could look back in history and start renaming people as, renaming Black women as just feminists. And Madam, she's feminist. Hey, she's, they just start renaming people stuff. All right, yeah, come on. Now, Booker T. Washington. Okay, I hear you now, proper perspective. I see your mic. Baker Boy, peace. See you in the chat. Okay, try to say something. The proper perspective. I just see your mic was active, then it just went out again. But I put the phone number in the chat. That's more easier. So again, the phone number is in the chat with the meeting number. If that's more easier to have a dialogue, you can click that. Yeah, but Booker T. Washington being a Pan-Africanist. Okay, well, let's hear her out. Let's give her a chance.
Oh, the sister don't know what she talking about. Booker T. Washington wasn't no daggone Pan-Africanist. And you said, well, read the book and then come back and have a conversation with me. And that's when you heard crickets.
And nobody's come back. It's years.
It's been years. When you put this out, what year did you put this out, Dr. Wright?
This one came out in 2015. You know?
Right, so 8 years. 8 years. Yeah. This book has been available.
Yeah, 2015. So when you say nobody came out, like, it's just all due respect. You gotta understand, you don't have a big name like Roland Martin, like DJ Academic, so it's like, can it be likely that your claim just went unnoticed? Is that possible? Like the folks who would, the folks who would actually give you criticism, pushback, how about they just didn't, they were unaware of your work? Is that possible? So it's not always nobody refuted it, nobody gave criticism, so therefore it's a fact. I'm sure there's some white supremacists in their white supremacist enclave. They're all white cities and towns that got books too that go unchallenged that nobody ever heard of, and now it's a fact. Nobody challenged this book about Black people, so we're right. Black people are just, primitive. All of them, and white folks are just heavily sent. Like, that's not how that works. What's a more
it's a good read
bragging right if scholars read the book and then couldn't find criticism, then that's more of like the beat your chest. Okay, scholars have peers have read this book, it's peer reviewed, or even if it's peer reviewed and no heavy criticism, then you can say, okay, look, it's peer reviewed, has no heavy criticism, so therefore it's a W by default. Something like that would be more genuine.
You know, it's not one of those reads where you put it down and you're like, I can't get through. You know, it's not the blueprint for Black Power, the 800.
On the panel, he's having microphone issues. Matter of fact, let me tag him because maybe he can't even hear me. Okay, so I just told him in the chat, hey, I tagged him, proper perspective. I called the phone number if your Zoom link isn't, responding. I got limited time. I'm trying to get my son dressed and fed and things like that. And we gotta head to my cousin's house. Hey, doing some food over, some brunch. We gotta catch the train, so limited time right now, brother. Proper perspective. So you're on the panel, your microphone had shown some activity, then it went away really quickly. But the phone number is there. You can call the phone number. You don't have to use a Zoom link if you're having issues with it.
68-page booklet. It's not that. Right. This is a really good read. So it's no excuse for them to have not read and analyzed your book, right? And they haven't challenged it yet. So people talked about it. But then went.
No, it's true.
And then some people talked about it and had to humble themselves. They had to eat a slice of humble pie and come back and say, Dr. Wright. But see, that's what intelligent, honest people do. That's what intellectually honest people do. You know, you may have a particular.
Matter of fact, should I? Because Dr. Mayat is going to be a guest on the panel as well. Should that be a question? Like, how is Booker T. Washington a Pan-Africanist? And I don't want people to say, you got to read the book. How about just tell me? How about what did the book conclude and why? So I got to read every book to get information out of it, especially when you bring it up. If you make the claim, you can't make a claim and say, hey, read this 600-page book, or you can't. If you make the claim, the burden of proof is on you to at least substantiate it, at least explain why you believe these things. Hold on, let me just change the name. 1 second. Do not see anything. My screen is sharing, so your number won't come up anyway. But let me just. But if I don't share, it will. If I unshare, it will come up. So let me. Proper. I think it's you. This could be anybody calling it.
If you can hear me,
okay.
Yeah, I called in.
Okay, I can hear you now. Okay, great. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing okay.
Great. Yeah, so, I watched your video. Your video came up on my feed because, we do a lot of FBA titles ourselves here, right? We go by that term, but just not that, right? So you got some FBAs who just say the FBA, nothing else. You got ADOS, nothing else. We are not that strict, okay? We understand what everybody's trying to do that gives a unique name. Everybody's trying to identify the lineage. So we just call it the lineage because we know what they're trying to do. They're trying to name the lineage. You got some say American freedmen or USA freedmen. So we don't get caught up in what you call yourself, even if it's African American, right? If you want to call yourself African American, but you're exclusively saying that folks that have a legacy of slavery, a lineage of slavery, are the African Americans, we don't have a problem with that. You can say Black, you can say Ninja Turtles, because we know what you're describing. You're describing the same people I'm describing or identifying. Okay, that's all. So we'll debate that later in time, like the best fitting term. But I watched your video. And you don't go with the whole acronym thing, but you are Black American, right?
Correct.
Okay. Do you believe your ancestors are foundational to this country? Like started the foundation, laid the foundation down?
Yeah, that's kind of obvious. Yeah.
So would you say your ancestors were foundational Black Americans?
As long as you're just sticking to that label to identify people who have been here because of the transatlantic slave trade, who were kidnapped from Africa, put in the chains, put on the boats, and brought over here, yes.
Okay, can I ask you that? Who kidnapped them from Africa?
Say it again. Who kidnapped Africans from Africa?
Yeah.
There were some continental Africans in a few kingdoms that participated in the kidnapping process, but everybody was thrown onto boats built by white people. Everybody was shipped overseas, boats manned by Europeans, sold on auction blocks, 99% of which were managed by the white people that came over here.
Yeah, so I agree with some things you said, brother. Are you familiar with the panelists on the video I was sharing? Are you familiar with some of them?
I'm familiar with some of them. I didn't catch your live like from the beginning. When I tuned in, I think I saw Dr. Mayat on screen. So I'm a little bit familiar with her.
Okay, yeah. So she's gonna come on sometime this next week on the panel, and we're gonna talk about some things that she's, some things she believes in and don't believe in. But I only said that to say this, brother. There is no credible research in this world that will remotely suggest that Europeans kidnapped a significant amount of Africans, brother. The research says this. The research says in the early 1400s, Europeans tried to do that, and they were utterly unsuccessful. They said diseases, native diseases themselves killed them all. Africans themselves killed them off. They didn't have the military power they have today or later, even when they did the Berlin Conference in 1894. They didn't have the military power to go to Africa and do anything significant. So they came back 200 years later with their checkbook. And it was like, hey, man, how much? So you have something called slave raiders and slave raids. So you got Queen Nzinga from Mali and Ghana. So Africans at a 90% rate largely were the kidnappers of Africans. And so everything you said after that was true. But the way we got on that ship was through the hands of Africans.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's why I asked you who kidnapped. Because I know some people like to believe that white folks were successful in snatching up Africans, and they were utterly. And you can do any source. I can read your sources. You can pull them up. I don't care where you go, brother. Anywhere. No credible historian can say the opposite.
Okay, hold on. Now, hold on.
Yeah.
You said in the beginning this was going to be a conversation and a discussion, not a debate.
Yeah, not a debate. No,
I'm not going to.
Okay,
so and I'm saying.
Yeah, it wasn't big.
Right.
I would give you a historian perspective. Like everywhere you research, nobody's going to say
no.
There was African white Europeans who kidnapped and they were successful. They're going to say they flopped, failed, and they had to come back and purchase from Africans. So that wasn't a big. I'll just give you a historical analysis on that.
Well, again, we can agree to disagree.
Okay.
And the reason I say that is because I understand your positioning, and you said there's no credible research. Now, one of the reasons I say I don't do debates is because I'm very familiar with how people play with debates. Now, we can say I disagree with the research. Okay. But when you say there's no credible when you say there's no credible research, that's always going to be up for interpretation. What you determine as credible, what I determine as credible, is going to always be at odds, or may always be at odds. Number two, when you say kidnap, when I say kidnap, unless we agree to exactly what that means, again, it's all up in the ether and it could go either way. Now, I don't necessarily mind if you wanted to give me a historian that I could research who says there's no credible evidence, and I had the time to go and look at that research and see why they're saying it, then I might come back and say, something, I agree with you. But I'm not going to just say, yeah, you're right, there's no credible research when I've researched it. I have read books from various historians, and I know that I have read about Europeans who did actively participate in the quote unquote kidnapping. And so like, that's why I tried to say it the way I said it. There were some Africans who participated in the kidnapping, but there also were Europeans who participated in the kidnapping. It depends on which geographical location you're talking about. Africans that were quote unquote kidnapped from, Africans that were kidnapped from the coast, it was about, and I may have my numbers wrong, but there was equal participation. There were whites, there were Europeans, and there were Africans that were actively kidnapping Africans from the coastal areas. If you go further, once you get further in, like, so for instance, let's say, for example, we're talking about Ghana. Any Africans that got kidnapped in the area of Kumasi, there wasn't that much white presence. They couldn't make it that far inland. So they relied on the Africans in the Kumasi area that would do the dirty work and then bring them down towards the coastal areas of Cape Coast. But in the Cape Coast area, there were Europeans who were taking participatory roles in the kidnapping. So I'll just say that. But again, you know, so I say how we characterize our terms has a lot to do with whether or not we say we agree or disagree, or you're right and I'm wrong, and I'm wrong, and I'm right and you're wrong. But go ahead.
Yeah, no. Yeah, so we can move on past that, but I just want to say what I said in general was, but I would love for you in the chat, you could list those scholars or books that said the opposite. But what I was saying was not just a scholar. I would love for you to do the same thing. Yeah, sure. Sure, no problem. I got videos where I don't mind doing it again. But what I was saying was any random, so I was saying like it's not about like choosing a scholar you like, right, as confirmation bias or that I like. I was saying any just random research, any random internet research, there will be nothing remotely close to that. That's all I was saying. Okay, but we can move on for that because I see what you said. You said what you said. We're not debating. We're just establishing, what we read in our education. We're just presenting it to each other in the public. Would you consider yourself a Pan-Africanist? Yes, I would. And how would you define it in your words, Pan-Africanism?
In my words, Pan-Africanism is the framework, mental perspective, maybe ideology that all Black populations on this planet essentially have the same common enemy and need to find ways to work together to advance ourselves and overcome the enemy.
Okay, so
the problems that foundational Black Americans have with the system that is set up under the dominion of Uncle Sam are extremely similar to the problems that Ghanaians have with the governance issues that they have with Uncle Sam.
So who would be
and so on and so forth. Say again?
So who would be the enemy in your opinion?
Who would be the enemy?
Yes.
The enemy, I mean, there are all kinds of terms. They're depending on if you want to look at it from a religious view or socioeconomic view. But I'm talking about the governing systems of Western civilization. So depending on how you look at it, that could range from America, the government, the US government, the administrations, all of them, no matter whether they're Democratic or Republican. Because while they all may have some differences in how they treat domestic affairs, they all have a lot more heavy-handed, unfair practices when it comes to their international affairs.
So would the enemy
be? The United States government will work hand in hand with the French government so that the French government can exploitatively extract resources from Haiti, and all of the like 13 or 13, I think it's 13 or 14, but I'm not sure, but the West African Francophone countries, Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso are like the three that has everybody's attention at the particular moment. But the US government will work with France to continue that exploitation. The US government will work with England to continue that exploitation, and so on and so forth.
So just for clarity, you say the government, because the government isn't like a person, isn't like one individual walking around like Thanos kicking over buildings. You mean like people within government, right?
I mean the systems that are in place.
Right, but systems are
no, I'm not talking about any
people, right?
Yeah, systems are ran by people.
So now, so is that anybody? Is that any person who's helping to run those systems, or are those people?
No.
System race-based?
I would probably sooner say that the systems themselves are race-based, but I will not discredit the notion and the idea that there are individuals who hold positions of power in various government agencies that will make decisions to keep, to maintain, to institute, to instigate exploitative problems and oppressive practices and strategies.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So now
you have president, you have vice president, you have the ambassador to this, that, and the other. You have people who lead various agencies, and so on and so forth.
Here's the next question. It's not in line with that. So did you ever do a DNA test, like an American?
Yes.
Okay. And what? When you read there, just the largest percentage, it was what and for what?
The largest percentage. Well, I did 3 DNA tests. They all placed me in West Africa. The African Ancestry, Black-owned company, placed me in with the Bisa ethnicity of Burkina Faso. And they also have a small presence in northern Ghana.
So what I mean was, you know how it says it would say Nigerian, Ivory Coast, and they give a percentage. So what was the largest percentage you had of an African region or country?
I mean, if I can pull it up, I'll pull it up. I don't remember the percentages.
Was it higher than
offhand?
20?
Was it higher than what? 15%?
Because like most people, when they do that, it'll say like 50% European country and maybe 20% African country, then 7%, and then it adds up to 100%. It'd be like in small percentages.
Mine was the majority of African countries, if that's what
I got that, but I'm saying the individual country, because they name them all individually, well, the percentage of each one.
Let me see. I'm trying to pull it up.
Yeah.
I'm pulling it up now, but I haven't looked at this in a while, so I'm having an issue trying to read how it's set up. It's just but for instance, off top, it's showing 30% Nigerian, 11% Western Bantu.
That's all. I expect you to give me a whole. Yeah, I just want to know the highest percentage in what country, because I was asking my chat to do the same thing. Like, what is the? Because some people they'll say Nigerian for some folks. Some people say something totally like Ivory Coast to be like 25%. It's like interesting. They all like West African, Central African, but it's interesting how people are from different percentages from different countries. It's not all the same country. That's all. I was just curious in yours. Now, do you consider yourself? So this might be a 2-part question. It's kind of easy. So, do you prefer? I'll say that. Do you prefer to call yourself African American over Black American, or you use them both interchangeably? One of doesn't matter.
I typically use them both interchangeably. It doesn't really matter to me.
All right.
I'll go so far as to say after reading certain people, I started to think we should move beyond that. But I know that's way far down the road for most people. So
right. So now, do you understand the argument? I'm not saying you agree with it, or the position of, let's say, Adolf Freeman, and that people call themselves those acronyms. Their position why they don't want to use the word African and self-identifying, and why they feel the need to self-identify, a term more exclusive to those who had the slave experience in America.
Do I understand?
Yeah, because you got people who represent it that sit in FBA, but they don't really do a good job representing the major talking points.
I would say, at least from the opening gate, I think I do understand why, and I would key up on what you said. A lot of them are not doing that great of a job in their articulation.
So now, do you believe that's necessary to self-identify in 2025?
Now, do I believe it's necessary? I would say it depends on what the topic and what the reason or the rationale behind the need. There are some things that I would say there are a couple of topics that I have heard, that I have looked into, where I'm like, okay, I can understand the need for a sharper identification. Again, when I do find those, I don't hear people moving on, working on, talking about that particular topic. I hear people moving on things that I'm like, yeah, that's not okay. I gotta go.
Yeah,
I've been in online conversations. I've been in real life, sitting down breaking bread with brothers, and I'm like, yeah, okay. At this point, I take my leave.
Yeah. So let me say this to that. So that, even with my chat, because some of them feel like we should talk about certain things over certain things, and they like prioritize it. So I'll share the same thing with you, brother. What's not your cup of tea, or what's not important to you, or what's important to you is not necessarily important to the next man and next sister. So now do we devalue? So because somebody want to talk about something because it's very dear to them, do we devalue them and say, no, you need to talk about what I feel is important for it? See, that's what we discourage over here. We feel like everybody truly have a voice. We feel like each person is an individual. Nobody owns them. Nobody leader of them. They can freely express whatever they want, and they can prioritize what's important in their life. We have no right to tell them what they want to talk about over anything else is less important than what I want to talk about. So we don't do that over here. We're not a cult. We don't have a leader. We let people freely determine what music they want to listen to, what books they want to read. We don't say, hey, man, you listen to this, the power perspective. You can't come over here. We don't do that. Like, even though, like, let's say if I hated your guts, I still wouldn't advise not one person to avoid your channel. What I would simply do is explain why I won't, patronize or visit. But I do not encourage folks to join Islam, to disjoin Islam. We don't do that over here. It's freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of everything over here. So I don't like when people prioritize like what's important. Like that's each individual own opinion, and they might have an agenda, because there's a lot to go into that. So let me explain why we delineate and self-identify, and you let me know what you agree with and disagree with, and I'll speak slow. So we want to delineate for something particular. So we understand that America never wanted to make right of how they wronged us, right? Jim Crow, slave legacy, peonage system, convict leasing, all that stuff. So, and we understood when it was time for them to so we knew that when it was time to face it, they will always just invite an influx of immigrants. Let me start off by saying this, not to pull rank anything, but I do study the history of immigration in the country. So when the Homestead Act came around, they gave all the white folks over 270 million acres of land, and then when we negotiated just simply 40 acres a mule to about I think they had 270 million, we only had like 300,000 total acres of land that was divvied up to 40 acres to each person that was doing it. Okay, so once they got their land, and by the way, they got their land, it was not owed to them. They didn't fight for it. It was just completely unearned income. It was a gift. It was welfare. It was just given to white folks freely that came from Britain and those places. As long as it just tilled land for 5 years, it was just free access to land, which was wealth, right? And as a matter of fact, Middle America, 1.6 million white folks right now benefit specifically and directly from that Homestead Act of 1862, that free land. But when it was our time, and when it was given to us, okay, Abraham Lincoln helped with the Emancipation Proclamation, 1868, 14th Amendment citizenship. When it was given to us, he was assassinated, and it was given right back to them. And what they did was they allowed another large influx of immigration. So what I'm saying is every time America is forced to look at the ills and harms they did to us, specifically the lineage, they will sidebar, deflect, and just do a mass influx of immigration. So now fast forward 100 years later, when the civil rights movement kicked off and was passed and approved, 1965, what they do, instead of acknowledging the wrong and affirmative action being exclusively for us, because now everybody's colored people, but when the sign said colored folks only, they weren't talking about Hispanics, anybody else. They're talking about people with slave lineage, right? So what they did was they passed the next year after the 64 Civil Rights Act was signed to guarantee protection and freedom of, to outlaw desegregation and discrimination. The next law, what they do, they passed the immigration law. Here go a bunch of influx of immigrants again. All right, so going back, this has been their strategy, is to just deflect but not neglect, and then do a mass influx of immigrants. So we want to be exclusive. We don't want it to be colored people, because those colored people, those signs weren't for them, and whites only, those signs were not for them. So we don't want to be grouped up with folks who haven't shared the same experience, because if we're grouped up with them, then they get to eat off what's exclusive for us, for what was the harm that was caused to us. So we want to delineate for that purpose. So we don't want anybody eating off our plate that's something for us, whether they're Black immigrants, okay, Latinos, Chinese people, because you had the Chinese Exclusion Act that was suspended in 1965. So you had so many folks that was barred from this country that was allowed to come here, and then they was allowed to eat at our table for things that were exclusively just for us. So that's the main reason why we're saying no. We reject the terms you gave us, because those are all inclusive terms, right? You say African American. Obama was the first African American president. He's from Kenya with a white mom. He has no slave ties, no slave experience, nothing. He's called African American. And like you said, it's used interchangeably. So they're also called Black Americans. So we say, okay, so both those terms were supposedly exclusive, but now they're inclusive. So now we're going to give language to these terms where nobody can be, grouped up with us. So we have ADOS, American descendant slaves. Obama could never be ADOS. He was never a descendant from American slave. And we have Foundation Black American. Obama can never be FBA because his lineage does not go back to the foundation of this country. So what you agree with that and what you disagree with?
Let me see. Can you still hear me? Can you still hear me? Hello? Can you still hear me?
Hey, brother, you breaking up? Go ahead.
Can you still hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. I can hear you better.
Okay. All right. I wish I should have just flowed you out. That's a whole lot.
I know. But
so I'm saying it's difficult for me to say what I agree with and disagree with, because it's like you drop 20 different points. But so I'll say I recognize, and I think that I would say I agree with the idea that they never try to honor the debt, and they always try to maneuver and figure out ways not to honor the debt. I think that's what I heard from you saying. So, right. So yes, I agree. I agree with that. They always do that, and they will use anything available to them to do that. Now, as far as yes, so they will deliberately say, let's not write the civil rights legislation, you know, so that it applies to just the descendants of the slaves. Let's write it so that it applies to everybody. I agree that that's what they did. I agree that that's what the civil rights leaders agreed to. We could have an argument as to whether or not they should have made that agreement, but they made that agreement. I don't have an issue so much with trying to say, look, let's go back and rewrite this. Let's go back and try to fix this, because you're clearly dancing around the board game so that you don't give me the money that you owe me and you can just pick and choose favors. Okay, I'll agree with that. The legislation needs to be addressed and fixed so that whatever it is that we're looking at, if we're looking at set asides, if we're looking at health, to some extent, that's what they were attempting theoretically to do with the DEI programs that they came up with after George Floyd was assassinated. Again, with every plan and program that we work on, they are going to try their best to loophole themselves back into not doing the right thing. I would agree with that. And I would agree that that should be addressed, fixed, corrected, managed, so that, like, you're never going to stop them from doing it, but so that you always have legitimate legal recourse to smack them every time that they do it.
Okay, so I'm just say this right here in response. We can move on. I'm sorry. Okay, so you said political leaders, activists signed on to it. So I took that as like you were trying to shift the blame. But let me say this.
No, how is that? Oh, no, hold on. How is that shifting the blame? The legislation was presented. The legislation was negotiated. It was presented by and for and through the civil rights leadership. So that would be like the MLKs and the Thurgood Marshalls and so on and so forth. They fought for that legislation.
I got it, but I thought we were not debating.
No, I'm saying, how am I shifting the blame?
Right, but you can ask that question on one side, because like you said some things I agree with. I didn't agree with, but I didn't cut you off because that's debating, right? So I was letting you finish, and I was going to respond, and you could, respond back. But I didn't want to debate where we cut each other off. So shifting the blame, because the way bills are written, okay, this is why there's a problem with Republicans and Democrats. So there's never going to be a bill passed in Republican favor that the Democrats didn't introduce some of their stuff that they want in there, and vice versa. There's never going to be a Democrat bill passed where Republicans don't slip in stuff they want. That's how bills work in American history. Okay, so when we wanted to end segregation, illegal segregation, legal discrimination, well, at that time you had the party shift. So the Republican Party was switching over to the Democratic Party. The Democrats switching over to the Republican Party. So during that party switch, the Republicans wanted some things not there. And this was the only way they were going to end legal Jim Crow. And so much of us were dying and being harmed and being marginalized and deprived and denied the legal Jim Crow. We just wanted that just to end. Yes, we couldn't get it. So basically, you're not going to get a perfect bill when you got an opposing side not totally agreeing with everything. That's just how bills work. And this is why they assassinated Dr. King, to make sure other things. It wasn't like we were all intact, sitting there like, well, okay, cool. Our leaders got assassinated during the final bills, the most important bills, which was the FHA of the civil rights movement. Okay, so during the FHA writing, Dr. King was coincidentally assassinated before the FHA bill was written in blue. So I don't think he signed off to that one. And that's like the most important one of the whole civil rights era of 1960s. So and I don't believe A. Philip Randolph was at the table either. So you got those at the table just by default because other folks couldn't be there. Either they were dead or assassinated or jailed. But anyway, that's how bills work though. There's a give and take. It'll never be completely for you. There's going to be some dirt in there. But the overall thing is, hey, the main talking points should be addressed, and the main talking points were to end legal Jim Crow, which it did, and add federal protection, which it did later, better later, but it did that. So now I gotta ask, this is unfair,
Okay.
right? You said every cult leaders, and I probably don't believe that now. Talking with me, and you believe Tariq that she's the cult leader. I don't have a leader. Tariq Nasheed is not my leader. It's my brother. That's it. He can never lead me, right? He can only, be a peer or brother to me. Matter of fact, nobody can be my leader. No, nobody can be my leader. Not even Dr. King. Nobody can be my leader. You're just gonna be a brother to me, or a big brother to me, little brother to me, little sister, big sister. That's it. Okay, and I may consider your experience and advice and consultations, but nobody is my leader. So with that being said, and a lot of us here believe that, and a lot of FBAs believe we're all cult members, or you think that maybe blindly following Tariq Nasheed, but other folks are not. Other folks got their own mind.
Okay, well, I would say that clearly I don't know you. I don't know you. I've never had any interactions with you until you came up on my page.
Yeah.
So I can't say that I know nothing that I said would literally be directed towards you personally. Do I believe so? No, I don't think I have no way of knowing, are you a cultist or a cult believer or a cult follower or anything like that.
Okay, because you made a blanket statement, or I watched your video over before you hopped on, because I didn't want to misrepresent you, misquote
Mm-hmm.
you. I wanted to be responsible, right? I wanted to maintain integrity.
Mm-hmm.
I watched the video over, and you made the blanket statement that FBAs are cult members. So, and I'm FBA. I consider myself.
Mm-hmm.
So I consider you, even though you said you don't know me, never met me until I came on your channel, you still blanketed me. In
Mm-hmm.
spite of all that, you still blanketed me with the title cult member. That's all. All right.
Okay. Well, I believe that I even saw in your comment in the comment section on one of your videos that
Mm-hmm.
there were FBAs saying we need to stop caring about when people say that's not all of us. We need to stop explaining ourselves when people say that's not all of us. And I said, okay, yeah, you're right. Blanket statements are going to always be thrown out. I do believe you make blanket statements about Pan-Africanists.
No, I speak to
so there will be.
I speak to what I've always consistently. So what I do patterns. So, like, for example,
I do patterns too.
Okay. How about this? How do you end up calling CIA members? Now, what do they got to do?
How do I wait a second? Hold on. How do I end up calling what?
CIA informants or members, like FBI. You alluded. You basically said that.
Oh, because I do patterns. I look at patterns.
Oh, like me.
And patterns.
Right, like me.
Patterns. Are you yourself a pattern?
No, I know what I'm saying. I look at patterns like myself. That's what I meant. Like myself. You look at patterns.
Oh, okay. So okay. Yeah, you look at patterns, and I look at patterns. And we move with our we study, we observe patterns.
Yeah, but just for the sake of time,
we use our perspective to identify patterns and say, boom, that's what it got to be. Now, I know beyond a shadow of a doubt, I will never convince you that I'm quote unquote right about my assessment.
Yes, you will. Yes, you will.
Okay.
I'm not religious. My name is actually Unbiased Ron. So I like to exercise and express and show and prove I'm unbiased. I had people come on here, brother, that I called a tether. And guess what? When we did research and we argued, he was right, I was wrong. I said on the live, hey, he's right, I'm wrong. On the live. I'm talking about, okay. We're debating. And I don't like this guy. I think he's disrespectful. But on the live, I admit, so yeah, he was right, I was wrong. And I bring it up when he hopped on after that. I reminded folks, hey, he was right, I was wrong one time. So don't take what I say hook, line, and sinker. There's some things you just gotta follow up on.
Okay, cool.
So now you said, I'm almost done with the question. You said I got two more. You said Yvette Carnell's divisive. Brother, what do you mean by that?
I mean, she's divisive. Like, she says things, she says things in a polarizing way. She says things that are designed, what I say is it's designed for the algorithm. It's designed for the clicks. It's designed to get sound bites. It's like shock jock. Just like Star and Buck Wild used to do shock jock radio. It's like Howard Stern used to do shock jock. I can't give anything off the top of my head right now. I have discussed it in particular on various platforms. I did when I was doing a little bit more focus on Yvette Carnell. I was doing it mostly on Instagram, and then once I got my feel of okay, now I fully understand. I just like one of the other videos I did was agree to disagree and agree to disengage. Once I realized I am talking to nothing but a brick wall, and I'm like, well, yeah, I'm out. I'm done. Yeah, but I noticed patterns in the stuff that she said, and I'm like I said, I can't pull it up right now.
Yeah.
It was one of the reasons why I asked you in the comment section on the video, if you tell me what the things are that we have a disagreement with, then I could prepare something.
Oh, you should.
But
you know what? You should have. Man, you should have. I thought about it later. So we're commenting on the damn video section. We should have been emailing because I would have emailed. I had it. I asked you most of the questions. I got like one left, but I could have easily emailed you these questions in advance, right? And I thought about that after. I said, why ain't just give him my email? He give me his. Because some guests, like for example, Dr. Maya, she emailed me. Like we didn't go in a comment section back and forth. She emailed me and she was able to get the talking points. And other folks who came on here, you had black conservatives, racist black conservatives, same thing, email, I gave them the talking points because I don't want to catch people off guard because I don't like being caught off guard. You know, if I could know in advance what I'm talking about, that makes people more comfortable with hopping on. Because you get to hold them to just that. No, you said this. Don't bring up something new and controversial to make me look crazy.
Right. Right. And that's why, like, even when I started, I was like, look, we said this was going to be a conversation.
Yeah.
You know.
So this is the last question. This is the last question for me, unless you have one for me or the chat had one for you. But have you researched? I'm sure you heard the name before, but have you ever researched Marcus Garvey?
Yeah.
So you would say he was a Pan-Africanist, right?
Would I say he's a Pan-Africanist? I would say, yeah, for the most part, he was a Pan-Africanist. I don't necessarily believe that he was infallible. I don't believe that he was always a Pan-Africanist.
Right. But when he came to America, he was like Pan-Africanist. Now, his views, see, a lot of people, especially non-Pan-Africans, a lot of people, when we think of Pan-Africanism, we usually regurgitate his views or think of his views. Okay, so he was all for we must return to Africa. Do you believe that, or in your Pan-Africanist ideology, or you believe we can stay where we're at and still be Pan-Africanists?
Okay, I believe that you can live wherever you want to on this planet and be a Pan-Africanist. I don't even necessarily believe, like, I was going to take issue with the way you framed the question. I don't believe that Marcus Garvey believes, I don't believe that Marcus Garvey espoused the idea that we should all go back to Africa. He clearly made statements against that. He has never said everybody should go back to Africa.
Okay, so when I say Marcus Garvey, he was liberating Black Americans from racism, right? When he wrote the letter to the Klan, his public letter to the Klan literally said, "You don't want us here, we don't want to be here." So he was discouraging, fighting for civil rights, fighting for things he felt like wasn't going to happen. So he was saying the alternative is to just leave the country and go to Liberia, and where we can, have self-determination, self-reliance, and do things for ourselves, where we can escape white supremacy, systemic racism. So that was his core message. That was the purpose for steamships. It was to do international trade, but it was to leave the country and seek residence in Liberia.
But he also addressed the idea as to whether or not he thought, believed, felt, or was trying to encourage all Black Americans to go back to Africa. And he clearly said, no, I'm not saying all Black Americans should go back.
So
he literally said, now I'm saying literally, I don't have the 100% verbatim exact quote, but he said, I want 10,000 well-able-bodied, mind, soul, spirit Black Americans to go with me. I do not want everybody to come. Some of you ain't no good over here. You'd be no good over there.
Now that number, 10,000. You don't think that number? That to me, that's not a coincidence. That's not a coincidental number. He chose, in my mind, because I know about the history of Liberia, like back and forth, top of my head, freestyling. Mm-hmm. That number, 10,000. I find that, I need that quote, because that's interesting that he said 10,000. Do you know how many free Blacks repatriated to Liberia during the 1800s?
No, I don't.
Proclamation, yeah. It was about 10 to 12,000. Okay. So do you know who were responsible for those folks going to Liberia? So what I'm saying is, did these free Blacks say, hey, let's go to Liberia? Or did white supremacists say, hey, we don't want you here being free, inspiring other folks to be free and maybe inspiring rebellions? We want you out the country, and we're going to force migrate you to Liberia in the 10s to 12,000. Which one you think was true? Free Blacks wanted to go there freely, or white racists forced the migration?
I think it was both. From what I read, there were definitely some free Blacks that said, yeah, I want out of here. And from what I read, there was, the American Colonization Society that said, we want to help. Now, depending on what historian you read, some historians write it up like the American Colonization Society helped those Negroes go home. And other historians dug deeper and said, no, they lied, they falsified, they played a game, they were trying to run game, and they tricked people into agreements that were either fraudulently made or weren't even in existence.
So brother, the ACS was established in 1816 organization. And
wait a minute. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so they were established in 1816, and they established Liberia in 1822. So brother, there was no free Black person that was talking about, I want to go to Liberia. The Liberia was literally a colony of white supremacists, right? So that was, if anything, foundation Black Americans might have said, or free Blacks might have said, I want to go somewhere else. But Liberia wasn't in their mind, because that was something that the ACS established themselves. So you got people like Martin Delaney Robinson, who did not go to, Martin Robinson Delaney did not go to Liberia. Because he knew that was a setup. He knew that was a white supremacist colony, and he is considered one of the first Pan-Africanists in America, and he went somewhere else. He went to Nigeria, somewhere else. Okay, Paul Cuff, who is considered the first Pan-Africanist that repatriated, and he was before the ACS, by the way. He built ships, and he brought 39 people with him. Brother, free Blacks that went through ACS. It was not a lie. It was no mismanagement of words, semantics. They literally said, you're going to Liberia or you're going back on the plantation. So a lot of them got Black. They are the ones. They are the reason why those Blacks were free. Okay, the Blacks were not free for themselves. They freed those Blacks by their own money, and terms the condition they worked out was the slave holders. A lot of those Blacks were considered troublesome on the plantation. So they literally told them, hey, you're going to Liberia or you're going back to the plantation, right? And that was 12,000 people the ACS is responsible for. Black folks themselves going to Africa, brother, it was not Liberia. They went everywhere. When they had their own choice, they went everywhere but Liberia. So the ACS were responsible for 10 to 12,000 people to Liberia, and it was under coercion and forced migration. They had really no choice. But the ones who left voluntarily, like Martin Robinson Delaney, Paul Cuff, Alexander Cromwell, Richard Allen was a Pan-Africanist, but he never went. They all came back. they all seen, oh wow, the grass isn't greener. It's actually worse in these African countries. And they all came back. They fought in the Civil War to gain their citizenship through the 14th Amendment, and they all died happy Americans.
Okay.
Yeah. So just to add to that, so when people say they're African American, that's hilarious because our ancestors all the way to Booker T. Washington rejected the term African because they knew that was a dog whistle for deportation. You know, it means you're not an American. So our ancestors largely never took on the term African. They call themselves Negro, they call themselves colored, and even in our organizations like the UNIA, the University of Negro, not the University of African. Marcus Garvey himself said Negro. All right, and most of our organizations had Negro color there, no African. Then we had Black, and Jesse Jackson made the term African American popular through liberal and Jewish media. So it wasn't like Tariq Nasheed and Adolph did it the right way. Tariq Nasheed and Yvette did it the right way. They pitched the term to the grassroots and had us choose. And a nice portion of us saying that's right. Jesse Jackson didn't do that. Jesse Jackson said, hey, this is what they're going to be called. And it was nothing legal. It was not in writing, no constitution, nothing, no voters, no politics, there's nothing like that. They literally just put on applications going forward, and they had the media start to rename everything African American away from Black. But Africa was the term, African in Africa was something we stayed away from as a collective because we knew that meant no citizenship and deportation. All we wanted was citizenship because we wanted to avoid a situation like Dred Scott.
Okay. I don't necessarily agree with all of what you said, but I'm not sure why you're pinpointing it.
Okay. So I'm pinpointing that to say.
So for instance, you made the distinction, and this may be like just a surface level disagreement, but you made the distinction of saying that the civil rights or the past ancestors pushed for these words, Negro, Black, or whatever, and they did not. No, you said Jesse Jackson made it popular through Jewish and white media, and you said Tariq and Yvette did not use Jewish and white media. Now, this may just be, okay, this is a surface difference, but I mean, did they make their movements popular on Black-owned social media, or did they make their movements popular on white and Jewish-owned social media? If they got popular on Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, TikTok, or whatever else has been around.
Hold on. Wait, brother. Wait. Hold on. Okay, so the whole conversation, we've been respectful. We've been quoting each other, literally. Okay, just now that you're misrepresenting me, I think on purpose. Okay, I didn't say a social. No, so I'm not saying when you Malcolm X. Look, wait, just hold on, because I'm gonna tell you anything wrong. I did not say when Malcolm X had a bullhorn, right, or yelling from the soapbox. That was like that early days media. I'm not saying that. Listen, when we're on YouTube right now speaking, we're on StreamYard, we're on TikTok. They're just allowing it as free speech. They're not backing it. So when I said, Tariq Nasheed's not being backed by YouTube or social media platform about FBAs. I'm saying Jesse Jackson literally was backed by New York Times, LA Times, all these papers and media outlets. They were literally pushing for the term African American, and they said because it sounded softer and more acceptable than Black. They felt like Black Power was too revolutionary. Black Panthers, Black Wall, they felt that was too aggressive. So they went with African American because it was softer and was more acceptable, more softer, safer, and acceptable to white America. So when I say media, I'm talking about literal media outlets were pushing it, and they put it on the application. And again, no laws were passed, no media, no Congress, no vote, nothing. They just deboed it on applications, with the power of literal media, so we can actually give you the names of the media service. It's not made, this ain't no freedom of speech and you're on a public platform. No, they actually backed it. They put their money in advertising. It was on TV, bro. It was on TV. African American culture. It was on TV. You don't see FBA on Fox, or Fox or MSNBC, bro, or Super Bowl commercials. You don't see that. So, but you can finish. But I didn't want you to misrepresent when I said media pushing. I'm not talking about freedom of speech. Where I'm talking about YouTube literally is backing. TikTok is literally backing. I'm talking about that type of push from liberals and Jewish media. But you can finish. But I want to be represented correctly.
Like I said, what I said at the beginning before I tried to break it down was, this may just be a surface or superficial disagreement, because I was keying up on the words that you use, and I would still key up on the words that you use. I think there is a difference between, you say TikTok is not backing them. Now, we all know, everybody on these social media apps, everybody is monetizing their pages or working towards monetizing their page. Everybody's trying to get that check. Everybody's chasing the algorithm. So whether Instagram or YouTube or TikTok is purposely pushing, once your channel is monetized, that check is coming. And it's coming from whoever you are monetized on. If you monetized on TikTok, TikTok's cutting the check. If you monetize on YouTube, YouTube's cutting the check. That's what I was saying. So if he's using YouTube, if any of us are using a social media to put forth our ideas, that the notion that social media is not backing that is a thin line, that's a hairline distinction, because social media is going to cut you a check. And I don't see that any different than the Times, the New York Times saying, okay, we're going to put it out there. And it's not as though these so-called leaders haven't been on other news networks. Yvette Carnell has been on Fox. I believe Tariq Nasheed has been either on Fox or some network that is at least adjacent to Fox.
Yeah.
So they're still getting promoted by legacy media in one way, shape, form, or another.
Yeah. Okay. No problem. Got your answer. But luckily for me, I got a smart chat. And brother, I understand your take on it, but my chat is not going to take that one. I trust it not.
Yeah.
But
like I said, like I'm not here to convince.
I
no, I'm not.
I'm not here to debate either. Right? Because you said no debating. Okay. So here's the last question. You can ask me a question after this. Then we'll close out. Because we don't want to debate. We just want to have a friendly conversation, and we could disagree to agree. Okay. So Marcus Garvey, how do you feel about him scamming Foundation Black Americans? How about that?
Why would I agree that? Why would I believe that? Why would I think that he scammed them? Can you show me the evidence?
Do you have a? Yes. So
can you show me the evidence?
Even back. Yes. Relax. You can't ask a question. I go to answer. You keep talking over me. Okay. So you're debating when you said we shouldn't debate. So now, and during the 1950s,
I just asked the question,
and I'm answering. Did Marcus Garvey have a license to sell stocks? Was he registered to sell stocks? Yes or no? Historically.
Honestly, I don't know. I haven't gone that. I haven't looked at that angle of the history. That's why I said, can you show me the evidence? Yeah. Okay. Asking me a question is not showing me the evidence.
Okay, just relax. You're being belligerent. We was cool all day. Now you're showing your
This is not belligerent, brother.
Okay, so
brother, this is not belligerent.
Question, I go to answer. You're talking over me, asking the same question. So you don't know. Cool. That's honesty. Okay, so Marcus Garvey, even in his court appearance representing himself, matter of fact, he got fined $100 because he was not a registered stock license guy. Now, secondly, did Marcus Garvey advertise a ship did he solicit sales of a ship that he did not yet own? Yes or no?
Brother, if I tell you I don't know that part of the history, and I specifically asked you to show me, and I specifically asked you to show me that history, and you simply say, I'm just going to fire off more questions, that's belligerence.
Okay, cool. Well, what you're doing is called ignorance. Now I got to show you a picture. I got to show you videotape.
I openly admitted that I am ignorant to the line of questioning that you are pursuing.
So
you want me to answer?
Wait. No,
you want me to answer a?
Don't start. Okay, look, you're debating now. Because when I did that to you earlier, when I cut in to get more clarity or give you pushback, you said I was debating you. So then I let after that, I continue to show professionalism. I let you finish your thought completely before I respond. After the first warning you gave me about debating, and you said we're not here to debate, I consistently show professionalism. You have since that time you have not. You've been cutting in, even you've been doing that lately. Okay, so now you said show you. You keep saying show you like I have a videotape for you. Okay, so we both are reading history, both of us. Everything we said today is something we read. How much show you? Okay, now, Marcus Garvey in his court transcript admitted that he solicited stocks through mail. He admitted that he was selling his shit, that those same solicitation for stocks through mail, that was mail fraud. He admitted that he did not own that shit. He had no records when they did a audit. He admitted, and there was no record showing he owed the shit, brother. This is okay. Stop. This is not a debate, brother Reggie. You don't know this, but brother Reggie is over here. Brother Reggie, this is common knowledge. That's why I asked you. Did you study Marcus Garvey? This is common knowledge, okay, that he sold stocks to a ship that he did not own. I think it was the Filey's Wheaton. That's common sense, bro. That's common read on Marcus Garvey. Dr. M. John Clark admits that. Okay, Dr. Mayama, when she come on here, she's going to admit that. This is when you read history and stop trying to revise history, which you've been doing all day. I've been letting that slide because I don't want to debate. Okay, you've been revising history now, tweeting that he's publicly speaking on platforms. They're trying to shit on him, Fox 5, and they're trying to prove him wrong like they did Dr. Khalid Muhammad. So was Dr. Khalid Muhammad promoting Islam when he was on Fox 5 and talking to Sean Hannity or Phil Donahue? Like, you sound crazy, bro. Like, but you sound like a normal Pan-Africanist. Okay, then you're being aggressive. I tell people, once you're calm on my platform, I match your energy, bro. You start to get a little excited, I'm gonna get excited too. All right, and I'm getting excited. All right, so I match energy here. So Marcus, it's not debate. It's not debatable, family. And then when I brought up, when he flat out lied to all of y'all and act like white people were successful with their slave raids in Africa, he's a complete bullshit fucking liar. I was disgusted. He got books and scholars. Dude, give us one. Well, see, credible to you, incredible to me. What are you talking about? I'm saying any simple search, white folks were unsuccessful with snatching up Africans from Africa, anywhere, the coast, midland, inland, unsuccessful. It had so these Pan-Africans are full of shit and they're liars, and he's no different. And he's called the proper perspective. He's the proper liar. They were unsuccessful. It took the slave trade would have never happened without African slave raids. White people needed Africans to go grab black folks to sell to them. He's acting like it was 50-50 or a significant number. Anywhere you read, family, just do any search from anywhere. Britannica, Wikipedia, ChatGPT, Google, any search. They're going to read. We have revenue on here. That's a frequent troll and frequent sheet. Even he was forced to. He was doing what proper perspective was doing. He's arguing perspective was doing arguing. Then when he pulled up his source to try to read slave raids from white Europeans, he read what I read, and he read his own source. He read that they were unsuccessful. They didn't go far. Majority, almost all of the Africans that was kidnapped, they used the term kidnap, were from other Africans. That's a fact. We don't go with Pan-Africanist lies over here, bro. I appreciate you calling in, dialoguing, but the lies, the deceit, the low key, shots are unappreciated. And I thank you for calling in. You're a man of your word, but you are not a man of integrity. Okay, at all. So, that's that. And what you need to do is What you need to do is look at history from an unbiased perspective, not from a Pan-Africanist perspective. I told you, chat, that Pan-Africanists, it's a religion, and they're religious. And in their religion, you cannot hold Africa accountable for nothing. They are trying to do the unthinkable. You know how bad they'll get cooked by Charlie Kirk, Jared Taylor? Like, they're setting themselves up for the worst type of embarrassment. You're gonna lie to white supremacists about white people going into Africa, snatching up black folks, and Africans were like played a minimal role in that. Like, you're going to die when you talk figuratively. They're going to cook the shit out of you. These white racists, Ben Shapiro, these guys, they're going to, well, allegedly, suspected white racists, right? Suspected, allegedly. They're going to cook the shit out of you. Yeah, one thing we're not going to do is lie. Okay, like we always say, like, the liars, they don't go far in this debate realm. Like, he didn't go far. White people was kidnapped. Like, they hate white folks so much. Who's the common enemy? Oh, the government. Yeah, but isn't the government ran by people? Yeah. Is it race based? Yeah, it was race based. But see, I told you, Pan-Africanists are like leftists when it comes to conservatives and leftists. Like, leftists will politically say the right things, even though they disagree with what they just said. Right wing folks or conservatives would just say it outright, no matter how bad it makes them seem. Okay, when it comes to Pan-Africanism or Blackology itself, the conscious community, the Nation of Islam and those groups, they're going to be loud and proud, right, with their hate and rhetoric. But Pan-Africanists, they're going to be leftists. They're going to be politically correct. They're going to say things in a way, oh yeah, the enemy. Who's the enemy? They want to say the white man, but the government. Yeah, but the government ran by people. So is it everybody who's in government, black, white, Hispanic, Chinese, or is it race-based? Or race-based. Okay, well, who's the majority of people in government? See, and then they'll filibuster and deflect from that. It's like, dude, you want to say white people like Black Panthers, like the Moors, and just like this Islam, but you won't. You wouldn't be politically correct. Can't respect that. Can't respect that. Yeah. So he came on. He didn't do good, obviously. He didn't have a proper perspective on nothing. He could not recall any talking points from Yvette Carnell being divisive. He could not recall any examples of us being cult members. He couldn't show any examples of these patterns that he recognized. Right. So this proper perspective was invisible today on this platform, and which I knew it would be with the right questions. All right. So family, I appreciate y'all. Let me do this. The super chat does work. Peace, Passport King, April Jews, proper perspective. Nah, bro, I don't hate you. I just we got to end the live at some point, and you start to be a little belligerent, got me out of character, and you're lying, and I got to call you out. I'm sorry about that, but I got to call you out. So I'm going to end this live shortly. Yeah, he's making shit up. White folks just came in. They hate white folks so much, and they act like they're so powerless. But they go to Africa. The white people family did not have a strong army in the 1400s. They just didn't in the 14th century. They just didn't. They tried to get their ass kicked, and disease kicked the other ass. The other side of it, they had two ass cheeks. One got kicked by Africans, and the other got kicked by disease. They were unsuccessful. What historian did he read that said that? Because he's not going to say Dr. Ben. He's not going to say John Henry Clark. He's going to make up some Sabir Bey or somebody. It's going to be his historian. And then we can't respect that. But anyway, so the Cash App for those who are into that is pinned to the top. Super chat does work, and just like the video. That is enough. Like the video. If you're new here, subscribe. I'll be going live a little later for maybe a recap, or maybe Dr. Mayat is later on. You dig? We'll talk to her. Maybe today, because Sunday people usually be free. All right, family. So I just want to leave you with that. And peace. Like the video so we can continue to get other folks over here as guests. But the proper perspective, I want you to figure out, how did you do good today? Like, what talking points you thought you did good on, that you were correct, I was wrong? Absolutely nothing, brother. You did a horrible job, bro. Which I know you would, because I watched your video twice another time today, and it was the most idiotic statements where cult members can't justify that, where CIA informants can't justify that. It did a whole bunch of bullshit. And then when I explained the delineation, why that's important and self-identifying, you didn't even disagree. I said, bro, what do you disagree with? Oh, you said a lot. Well, there should be a lot to disagree with. You said nothing. So you actually agree with it. You're just stuck in this religion of that we call Pan-Africanism.
Daddy.
Peace to the chat. Peace to the supporters. Peace to the lineage. We are out. Gotta get my son dressed.
Like I've studied Hebrew Israelites, not the dudes that be on the corner, but the people that went back to Jerusalem. So I did study the divine, just to know what they. I'm a 5%er, by the way, just for clarity. So, so I'm pretty familiar with a lot of these camps, but that shit don't matter when you in the alligator's mouth. You know what I mean? So
what's the alligator's mouth?
White supremacy, the devil, you know what I mean, the pressure, like, you know what I mean, the same people that's putting troops out here on the streets of D.C., right, the same people that's sending the whole thing, Project 25, just a new version of what we're dealing with. Right. So I don't. Like, how old are you, by the way?
I'm 47. You?
Okay, I'm 50. Right.
Okay.
So a lot of, like with the FBA, I'm not into that. I'm a Black American. I don't go by
Yeah,
that shit.
you might. Okay. Now, what's the difference between FBA and Black American?
Black American has always been. FBA is something that just started a few years ago. Foundation.
Okay.
You can't say foundational Black American. You Black American. Black speak to our journey over here. Like I'm not with all.
So
those
what's the
business
difference?
decisions.
No, it's not division. What's the difference between a Black American and a foundational Black American? It sounds the same to me.
I guess that's what you want to utilize, right? But I ain't from that era. Like that's like I'm not using slang from this day and time. That's not my and the whole concept of the delineation and all that.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. So wait.
Well,
So like I said, because there's a lot of videos and a lot of people misrepresenting, and that's why I wanted to talk to you. Like, because a lot of people put a bad smear, and they might consider themselves FBA, but they got like a different hatred within them. Like it's like personal, and they spew that on the internet, and folks, because it's controversial, folks take that as though that's the representation of FBA. So let me just
before
say
you say it, let me ask you, what is the need for it? Like, what's the need for it? Like,
okay.
You know what I mean? Like, that's
okay. So do you want to have all right? So let's have an honest conversation. Let me tell you the need for it. We're gonna have an honest conversation. Okay. So Jamaicans, right? They're from Jamaica, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's the difference between a Jamaican and a Bahamian? Are they both Jamaicans? Are they both Bahamians, or is one Jamaican and one Bahamian?
You talking about culturally? If you talking about
I'm saying by name.
Nothing.
Okay, look.
Nothing.
Okay. This is the question. Let me repackage it this way. If I call a Jamaican man Bahamian, is he gonna say, "Hey, same shit. What's up"?
No, he ain't gonna say same shit because that's the way we talk. But I'm saying, how can we be different when the same? It's just where people got dropped off at in the middle.
But you're kind of speaking over something. We got dropped off different places, and as a result, we're called different names. We embrace those different names. That's why I said the Bahamians they got dropped off over there. Jamaicans, the Haitians, and Dominican Republic, people accepted they embraced their names, their unique names that only tie to them. So yes, if you call a Jamaican a Bahamian, he'll correct you. If you call a Bahamian Jamaican, he'll correct you. I used to work in Jersey. I worked for Comcast, right, a subcontract of Comcast, and a lot of the employees were Latinos and Haitians. Okay, so that was the first time I was like 22 years old. That's the first time I ever met a Haitian. I thought they all were Jamaican, as you can imagine. I thought they all were Jamaican. I felt like they spoke funny, but guess what he did? They say, brother, it's all good. We're all black. It makes sense. They said, yo, I'm not Jamaican. I'm Haitian. They were proud. They didn't want me to divide. They wanted me to keep to what they embrace culturally, what they have pride for. They said, no. You know, I get you don't understand who we are. You're a young boy, but we're Haitians. Okay, then I asked some questions, what's a Haitian? And they pretty much, explained the difference. Like, hey, we don't even speak what they speak over there. We speak like Creole. That's a thing of French. So they was educating me about their culture and their difference from black people globally. So just to answer your question, when Haitians come over here and they want to seek employment, seek welfare, any type of assistance, the Haitian's not on the application. It's going to say Black American or African American. So as a result, we're the only, because of that, we're the only people on the planet that don't have an exclusive identity. People just could come over from a distance and take on our identity. So
that's not true. That's not the truth.
Okay,
this is America, yo. Just like when them whiteys was coming through Ellis Island, when they came to Ellis Island, they became white Americans. You don't see no Italian American, Russian American.
So there's no such thing.
Hold on.
There's a such thing as Italian American.
on the census, right? But they get looped in. They get looped in to whiteness, right?
Yeah, status-wise, but ethnicity-wise, he's still Italian.
Before America, right? You had whatever you had. Once America came, right? America is a different animal, right? In the game of politics, right? It's about numbers, right? So if you weaken in your numbers based off of somebody from Jamaica, somebody from Haitian, somebody from a Guyana, right? All that is to me is silly, right? As a 5%, our duty is we got people from all different nationalities under the 5%.
Yeah, different nationalities dividing, right? Got it.
But we're not divided. We don't, because I don't say, hey, that brother's Jamaican, that brother's this. I grew up with all these different nationalities being from Brooklyn.
Wait, so let me insert this.
I don't have the same feel that
right. So let me insert
you
this.
may have on that.
Yeah, okay. So that same Italian person, because I'm well aware, by the way, I studied the history of immigration in this country. All right, so I'm well aware of 1913. I'm well aware of the potato famine that happened in Ireland, and I'm aware of the starvation and the crop things that happened in Italy. I know when they got over here, and I know that there was, a matter of fact, do you know most Italians came, they're 4 million deep right now in America. And guess what? They came over here 4 million deep. And that population ain't grown since then in America. So like they came over here and like before Ellis Island, they came over here like 1880, 70, somewhere around there. They came 4 million deep, and they ain't grow really after that. So what I'm saying is when you wait, hold on. When you go to an Italian restaurant, bro, and it's called Italian pizza. It ain't called American pizza. So they're being divisive. They're letting you know, I go by white status wise, politically wise, but I'm Italian, and they got Italian names.
I don't agree with that, though. I don't agree with that.
So it's called American pizza?
It's called pizza now, right? But the Italians brought the pizza over. The whole thing about America is supposed to be a melting pot. Whether it lives up to the idea of that's we haven't seen that yet. But I'm saying as a black man, right, I'm not with all of that shit. I'm not with.
Yeah. You don't have to. Like you're an individual with an opinion, right? You don't have to be for nothing. You could be whatever. You could be whatever with you for. But
I'm with for the elevation of black people, and I put that.
Yeah, me too.
Out and really. So, but what I'm saying is, what I've seen, it's a bunch of division, right? So it's like I'm not. Hold on one second.
Division is mathematical. That's a good thing. Now look.
Nah.
Let me say this. A 5%er is dividing.
No.
Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. Brother, my email is cwisdom@yahoo.com. Okay. So I'm real cool with Wakil Allah. I'm real cool with brother.
Wakil Allah ain't none of them dudes is under the banner that I deal with.
Well, no, they okay.
Muslim God.
Wait. They hold on.
But
you
they not us.
Brother, to have a dialogue. We're on the phone. You can't just cut in. I disagree with you.
But I'm saying that, no, with the fathers, I'm saying you can't put people in the camp that doesn't belong in.
I'm not saying they're there now. I'm saying when I said 5% nation guys, I know what I'm talking about. All right. So now they divided themselves. Father Allah divided himself from the Nation of Islam FOI. He said, because he was part of them, and he said he challenged a lot of teaching. And I think Mosque number 7. And he got put out. And he came up with.
See, he didn't get put out for one.
Okay, well, he left.
No. And second, he didn't. Do you know why he left?
Okay. I thought it was because he was teaching his teachings in the mosque. That's what I read.
What teachers? The teachers did come from the mosque. Who was the original man? The original man is the Asiatic black man, right? That's the teachers. That's what. So he could not be teaching his teachings because that is the teaching.
All right.
What he was advocating. I'm
not trying to debate that. All I'm pointing out, so you could get where I'm going. I'm just pointing out the division. All right. He left the nation and came up with the nation of gods and earth, a whole different nation. And they didn't borrow the same practices of the Nation of Islam. They weren't bound to bow tie. They weren't bound to FOI class. So the FOIs at that time seen that as division. They seen the 5% as being divisive. So I feel like that's hypocritical to take that stance based on that.
See, what you talking, that's not accurate at all.
Okay.
That's not accurate at all. So
he didn't divide?
No, he didn't divide, right?
So he stayed with
Elijah Muhammad never had a problem. First and foremost, Allah wasn't the first one to even leave out there. It was mad other people out there teaching.
Yeah, but when he started a new camp, a new organization, that's division. When Salih Muhammad did his own thing,
not an organization.
Division.
Not an organization.
Marvin Muhammad, division.
So
the Nation of Islam.
The Nation of Islam, right? Elijah Muhammad never had a problem with Allah at all. Period. He left because they only seen the divinity of Allah and Master Fawad Muhammad, and he had an issue with that.
He's divisive. He was teaching something different than the Nation of Islam, and they got offended, like you said. They had a problem with that. So they felt like he was being divisive.
So the Nation of Islam, they didn't take. If you wasn't 18 years or older, you couldn't even be in the Nation of Islam.
Yeah, you can't join the race.
That means there was a lot of people not being even taught the truth, right? So that's how.
You can't join. Okay, brother, trust me. You can't join. My boy DJ Focus is Nation of Islam, bro. We got a lot of members. Again, this is a religious channel. We got a lot of Nation of Islam members here. So let me tell you.
That's not you talking about today's Nation of Islam. I'm talking about the first.
No, I'm not talking about today. I'm not talking today. I'm talking about brother. My boy DJ Focus is like third generation. His dad went to the University of Islam. So DJ Focus' dad was born in the Nation of Islam. And he went to the University of Islam. So I'm talking the same thing you talking. And his dad and DJ Focus' dad, his grandfather converted. But DJ Focus and his dad, they were born in the Nation of Islam. Very powerful men in New Jersey. They know Kareem Cathcart that just passed away, that was fingered out as being responsible. It's like allegedly being responsible for Malcolm X's assassination. But that was Norkmaz, right? So I'm well aware of all the history and everything. But I do know this. I do know Nation of Islam felt like the 5% was being divisive because they left the ranks and they went and did their own thing. And I'm not saying wrong or right. That's what Father Allah felt was best, but he was called divisive. So what we're doing, we feel like it's best. Okay, we feel like we have a identity that's taken over by any black immigrant that comes to the country. They are automatically one of us. Okay, without experiencing what we experienced, without a legacy of slavery, Jim Crow, convict leasing, sharecropping, and
yes, I understand all of that. But what I find funny, right? It's like soon as all these connections started with the continent and dual citizenship, then this divisiveness, then this FBA or all this come about, right? It's like, at the end of the day, to me, it's about respect, right? You know what I mean? It's the disrespect. Nobody, you respect by being who you are. Like if you can't.
Yeah, we're foundational Black America. That's exactly. We are American descendants of slaves. That's what we are, and we're the only American descendant of slaves. Nobody else is, and we don't want nobody tagging on.
So, all I can say, I wish you well with the ideology, right? That's not the ideology that I follow or focus.
Yeah, you don't have to.
You know what I mean? I don't even know if I respect or don't respect it. I don't have no opinion. But the only opinion I do have is I don't like how we coming at each other when it's bigger than all of that. Like, you know what I mean? The same person that colonized these persons, the same person that enslaved us, right? It's just like what you said. It was the same person. They might have been different writers. It was the same person.
The French did that to Haiti. The British did that to.
I'm talking about crackers, man. I don't think I had to.
Oh, nah, see.
He can't. Right? So if you talking about these are same people that sat at the Berlin Conference of 1863 or 1890, whatever one.
You mean 1894, somewhere around there?
Yeah, whenever they sat at that conference, right? So that's what I'm saying. That
they what's the only two countries that didn't participate? Wait, do you know the only two countries that didn't participate in the Berlin carving up Africa?
Who? Russia didn't have no Africans.
Russia and United States of America, brother. Russia and the United States are the only two countries that didn't carve up Africa.
So I'm saying that it's still
right. So we're not the same
people. It still was white people that it was white people that came from Europe that enslaved African people and brought them over here. It was European people that colonized Africa. It was European people that colonized the Caribbean. What's not the same? Like what's
not the same is this. Okay, let me answer your question. Okay, there's a reason why the Caribbean has a organization called CARICOM. Okay, they are suing because they understand all Europeans ain't the same. They are suing the British government and holding them responsible of the colonization, the drainage of resources, the dehumanization that they caused, all those horrible things they did over there. They're not suing the French government. They're not suing the Irish. They're not suing Russia. They're not suing the United States. They're suing the British government. So you have to be clear that Belgium is responsible for Rwanda. Okay, so yeah, they can't go, oh, y'all the same. I'm just going to sue the richest white country. No, you gotta go after who called you home. Hiroshima, Japan's will come after the United States. They ain't going to come after Russia.
You mixing oranges and apples, right? I wasn't even talking about on that level. I'm talking about the devil is the devil, son. I don't give a fuck. I don't care
so what's the devil?
I don't care what they. My understanding, I call the devil the white man. You might call him something else, and that's cool, right?
Is that in the teaching?
So, what's teaching?
The teaching, the 5% teaching. Is the devil only the white man, or there could be black devils too?
There's no such thing as a black devil. Somebody might deal with devilishment, but there's no such thing as a black devil.
Okay. So get down. So devil is also So devil is also an action.
I'm just saying the white man. That's what I'm just using the devil to this that you said. I'm not going into all of that. I'm just saying these Caucasians. I use Caucasians. I use Europeans. I use whatever. But what I'm saying is at the end of the day, right? At the end of the day, over here in America, right? Us.
Yeah.
Beefing with other people about something.
No, we're not beefing. But that's why I wanted to talk to you. But that's why I wanted to talk to you, right? Because I didn't want you to run with your narrative, whatever you thought it was. I want you to speak to somebody who represents FBA ideology. So I wanted to say that all we did was this. Because this all really started from Obama running for president. Okay, he was being called the first black president. So a lot of foundation Black Americans, or what you want to call Black Americans, a lot of people was like, nah, he's from Kenya. Like he's the first Kenya president, or he's the first mulatto president. His mother's white. But we rejected that term black for him. Okay, so that's when folks started to get confused. Like, well, what's black? So when Elijah Muhammad defined black, it wasn't a color, because obviously Elijah Muhammad was nowhere near dark, and neither was Malcolm X or even Masfar Muhammad. So black was an experience in America. It was a slave experience. So when you were black, that represented you, that could tie your lineage to slavery. You went through horrific things to the United States American government, all right? So black was just reserved for us in the 60s. When we were calling ourselves black in the 60s, the Nigerians were calling themselves Nigerians, Haitians, Jamaicans. Nobody was calling themselves black but us in America. So people start to adopt that term as they move to America in mass numbers in the 90s. They started to be cool with us. We called them black. They called themselves black. The same way they use the N-word, because we would speak to them, the Puerto Ricans, whatever, and they'll use it. But it was never for them. It's just by proxy, association, close demographics that they borrow some of the things we called ourselves. But it was an exclusive term for just Black Americans. Example, free blacks. So there's something called free blacks. Paul Cuff, Alexander Cromwell, and all those guys who were free. Dred Scott tried to be free. Biddy Mason got free, and they were called free blacks, not free Africans, not free Nigerians, not free something else.
So
they were called free blacks.
All that. I'm trying to follow, like, so what is the problem?
No, we don't have a problem. They have a problem with us.
Who was the they?
Okay, the they is the black immigrants. They got a problem with us claiming identity that's exclusive to just us. People just can't hijack it. Like I can't call myself a Haitian out of nowhere and be taken serious.
That's all. Like I said, yo, that's y'all thing. I don't have, like me, like I don't even see the relevancy or like, but I'm not against anybody doing what they need to do, whatever they feel.
That's what we ask. We just ask folks to stand down and let us do what we do. That's all we ask. We ask. The thing is, but guess what? Like you said, you said, all right, whatever, man. Y'all do what I want to do. But that's not what we got from them. They're stepping in saying you're not that. You're African or something else. So they're defining us by what they feel is comfortable for them. And we're like, hey, nah, that's not our identity. First of all, there's no African country. There's no African flag. So we were definitely not that. Like we're American and we're black. And we helped founded the country, and we definitely built this country. Like nobody could argue that. So that's why I said black American. We just putting the foundation there for respect. Hey man, don't forget, because folks come over here and don't know our history. They don't know what they don't know nothing about our ancestry at all, especially like Black Reconstruction and Black Wall Street and North Carolina, Durham. They don't know nothing about that. Okay, Maggie Lane Walker. They know nothing about us being millionaires and white folks coming and stripping it away, burning our cities down, or urban renewal, just putting highways through them. They don't know that history. They just see it screwed up today. And they look at us and look at themselves and think, wow, I just got here yesterday and I got a loan, I got a company, a business. And this guy been here his whole life and he's pretty much house to house. And then they judge us based on that.
That's not even accurate. Like black people got mad shit over here. I don't even like. So it's like it's a lot of inaccuracy. I think the conversation is y'all speaking past each other, not to each other.
No, we are definitely speaking plain English. So Obama kicked it off, but it really blew up when we started to ask for reparations in 2014, because a lot of black immigrants who were born here or just got here, they will include themselves. Like, hey, yeah, reparations, yeah, let's get it. And we'll be like, wait a minute, ain't nothing for you. What you mean? I'm black too. Yeah, you black, I guess. Yeah, I'm American too. I guess you're black American, right? Yeah, but you're not foundational. Your ancestors are not old. Your ancestors come from Nigeria, Jamaica, Haiti. Whatever they owed is from over there. You're not owed anything here. And you're not entitled to anything here. When we did the Civil Rights Movement, that was for, when they had colors only, whites only, that wasn't for Jamaicans. That wasn't for Spanish people, okay? That was the only colored folks was us. Now everybody's colored now. Now you got people of color, everybody colored now. But those signs were never for them. So we're not gonna let people hijack our lineage, and then if there's some set asides, because they still ain't made good with us. White folks still ain't made good with us. So we're trying to get them to make good of us in the form of reparation. That's not just money, that's land and maybe free college, or we could work something out. But that's only for us. It's not for blacks who are here and anchor the baby. No, we like you, we respect you, but this is our thing. This check got my name on it. That land got my name on it. And it got my name. It only got my name on it because it's really my ancestors. I'm receiving it on her behalf or his behalf because they were wrong and never compensated.
I don't think nobody should have a problem with that.
That's the problem we're having. They're having a problem with it. See, now you see. Yeah, and that's why I want to talk to you, because I feel like if I put it that way, I feel like you will be more on chord with us. Even you still could agree, you still could disagree, but I feel like you will be more understanding. What's his
No,
put
I
that?
didn't understand. I didn't understand. Like, you know what I mean? Like, listen, right? I'm not. I don't like using double negatives, but I am not understanding. Right? I'm saying I don't like the unnecessary bickering and beefing when I know that it's still a bigger picture out there, right? You know what I mean? It's still a bigger picture.
No, I don't know what you mean.
You know what I mean? You don't know what I mean. Like, you didn't just see, soon as this dude got ushered into this presidency, a lot of his tactics is the same tactics out of the Hitler playbook, out of the fascist playbook.
Well, not towards Foundation Black. So whatever he's doing, maybe other folks are feeling that, right?
It's towards the whole country.
Can you give me an example of something he did that's affecting?
300,000. When they did that bullshit push with DEI, which they don't even agree, they still 300,000 black women in the last quarter are out of work. Educated black women. Now, black women is single mothers, right? This is what.
No.
I said this is what they say. I say
no. That's not what it said. No, I know what you read. No, that's not what it said.
No. I'm saying.
No, but they're not though. Those women were married.
Black women. Those are okay. They was married, right? So
because they weren't foundation. They were immigrants.
All 300,000 of them wasn't immigrants.
Okay, bro. Okay, do me a favor. Go back to that report and show me that those people were native Black Americans. You go do that for me. You go show me that none of them were there's a small percentage of them that were immigrants or second gen or third gen. That DEI was not for us, bro. We don't benefit from welfare. We don't benefit from no government assistance. We don't benefit from affirmative action. That DEI stuff was for white women.
No, white women. I'm not even saying. I'm not saying the DEI per se. We got positions. I'm saying when they start pushing it, it gave everybody
but you caught up on black though, and but bro, that's the problem I'm trying to tell you. See, it's like you said, you can't at one side of your mouth say we against the beast, and then play the beast game. The beast purposely called Foundation Black Americans black, and they purposely called immigrants black. So now when they say black men, black women, we don't know who they talking about. So
I'm looking at the effect. You stuck on.
Yeah,
I'm looking at the effect.
That didn't affect us at all.
I'm looking at. So you think none of those hundreds of executive orders that he passed affected us? Didn't affect us? You don't think all these extra police that they putting on the street, all these raids and ICE in these neighborhoods?
That's all about immigration. Hell no, they got illegal immigrants running and shaking in the booth. We laugh and still rolling dice in the street.
We still rolling dice. They just was all up in Brooklyn turning people goddamn.
Yeah, because that whole but do you know it's 3 million? It's like 3. Yeah, do you know it's 1 million illegals, and I think it's over 1 million illegals just in New York itself.
No, I'm saying people. Listen. I'm saying people.
So I like ICE.
I'm saying people that customarily put the grills out in front of their buildings, chill, and talk to their men and their family while it's hot outside. They out there flipping shit over. That ain't no immigrant shit.
That's fake news.
That ain't no fake news.
You just made that up.
I saw it. What you talking about? What I made up?
Yeah, I don't deal with anecdotal information because I could say something too, but that don't mean my personal experience is the representation of what's going on. Remember, you're talking to me. Yeah, you're talking to me because you're trying to paint a bigger picture, but you can't minimize it to what you've seen. Because in that case, you probably seen Jesus too.
Maybe I did, right?
And the aliens. So I can't go with that.
You know what? It's peace, brother. It was good talking to you.
Oh yeah. I'm so glad we had it. Yeah, yes sir.
You know what I mean? Enjoy your evening and stay humble. Peace.
Yes, all right, man. Have a good one. Hey, put that down. Hey, no, bring it over here. Let me open it. Wait, don't open that. You wanna bring it over here. Okay. So he really hung up. Okay, so now let me put his name in there. in the chat. Yeah, so he made a video. So I want y'all to see who this dude is. He really hung up like a coward. Yeah, see, now he felt different, right? Oh, yeah, I don't, what did he say? He said, oh, I don't see why people would disagree with that. Exactly. I told you, family, I reach out to these folks. And I try to bring them over here and have a conversation, but I ain't gonna let him ramble. See, on his platform, he just rants and rambles. And I knew he would do that, so I said, that's why I was cutting in, because he's not going to stop. He's one of let me finish guys, and I ain't finished. So yeah, I'm going to cut in. I had to be aggressive on that guy. All right, so now let me show you who this guy is. Okay. Let me find this dude's video. I got some other folks I'm supposed to be linking up with. I told you, family, y'all keep liking the video. Keep pulling up in large numbers, large likes. I use that as leverage to get these guys on. They're clout chasers, okay? They just want to be seen. They don't care how wrong they are. They don't care how they get embarrassed. They just, because they believe all exposure is good exposure, okay? So, but y'all got to pull up, especially when I title it a debate. He just want to see himself out there. He think he did good, by the way. All right. So he's gonna watch it over like he did good. But hold on, let me show you who this guy is. I had it right here the whole time. Okay, here he is. As you can see, it's very, very scary. Just saying a whole bunch of stuff. Oh, you're divisive. Then I show how the 5% nation was divisive. And that's a fact, family. I didn't say anything wrong. Talk to any Nation of Islam member, especially like an older person. They'll tell you the 5% was 100% divisive. They cut themselves off from the ranks of the NOI and they started their own thing. The NOI respected them. Well, after a while, they hated them for a long time, and they wasn't going nowhere. So they just kept it, civil in the streets. But they never liked them. When I was a member, when I first seen them come into one of our meetings, they told me to stay away from them. All right. So they'll smile and kiki, but they never really liked the 5%. They felt like they were lawless, and which a lot of them are. They drink liquor, smoke everything under the sun, and a lot of them sell drugs. You dig? They in the streets fighting. They got gangs in Rikers Island, 5% gangs in there. You dig? The Nation of Islam felt like they are just a bad representation for the teachings of Elijah Muhammad. They say, look at these guys. They call them NIGGAS. Okay, that's a fact. And when I get DJ Focus there, he's gonna vouch. Like he might try to be a little political, but I'm gonna try to persuade him to be honest. Like, nah, speak truth to power, dude. All right, so this is the guy right here.
So on my way to work, I was looking at TikTok. A content creator popped up from Liberia, a Liberian American, and she was talking about Essence 2025. And it seemed to be like this year, Essence 2025 wasn't highlighting Black American culture. They had African elements.
Hold on. I'm sorry. It's freezing. I got you. Hold on.
The Essence Festival to a Liberian. The lady that organized the Essence Festival is Kenyan. So they brought Caribbean and African traditional elements into the festival. On surface value, I don't see nothing wrong with it, right? But here comes the problem, right? Definitely over the last 5, maybe 10 years, especially since I've been home, you've been having Africans, right, throw darts at black Americans. So hence you got a whole new movement that spring out, FBA. I'm a black American, both sides of my family. Like, so I don't go by the term FBA. I'm black American. Period. Black.
Now I asked him, what's the difference? Like he didn't understand the question because he's so belligerent. I said, what is the difference between a foundational black American and a black American? Yeah, it's like he got so much hate and disdain for us that went over his head. Hey, dude, there's no difference. They're just we just emphasizing the foundational part. It's the same thing. We just put an F there, and he didn't give me a chance to even ask him, are you Black American? Yeah. Are you foundational to this country? Were your ancestors? Yeah, foundation. I mean, I was trying to go there, but he just wouldn't stop talking. The dude, yeah, I hate when guys talk with no punctuation marks, no commas, semicolons, periods, exclamation marks, question marks. You just keep talking and talking. Just no. Can you imagine this dude writing a sentence? Like, God damn.
Black American is the only American people in this country. Black Americans come from a bunch of different African cultures, language, and traditions that had to make their way through some of the most brutal oppression during slavery and after slavery. But most of y'all don't know Black American history, and even Black Americans don't really know their true history.
Now, Dick, with him saying that, who is convinced by this phone call I had with him that he knows Black American history? Who's convinced? Yeah, who's convinced? You know, come on. I hate when people say that. They're the main ones that don't know it.
Over here in America. Cool. So you have factions within inside of the Black American feel like their accomplishments and their contributions to America.
I gotta stop it. It's freezing. Hold on.
Out or minimized. This is not a nutcracker. This is the juice. I've been juicing lately. This is like beet juice, pineapple juice, and kale. I'm trying to be on my health kick. But back to the topic. So,
all right, I gotta read new comments. So, peace to Kev, peace to Pinky, Spirit Within, Golden Brown, FLA Trucker, V4 Vengeance, SBA Ronnie, Claude in the chat, Muck. Okay. So Blue Line Footage says, why would Caribbeans leave their pretty island? Okay, then Blue Line, wait, who was that? Who was that? Oh, yeah, same guy. What up, LL? So Blue Line came back and said, my aunt is SBA, but is making a move to the Caribbean. She's obsessed with wanting to be Caribbean. Just like Caribbeans. Yeah, that's crazy, dude. So let me give you your lineage wrench. Welcome to the family. Welcome to the lineage and the cookout. All right, everybody liked the video. I know it's late. One Nation, I see you in there. But the more y'all pull up and like the video, I can use as leverage, and I'm going to keep getting folks on here that got a lot to say about us in dark. I'm going to bring that thing to the light.
When Kwame Nkrumah came to...
So Derek says, all of our mounds and architecture, buildings, and designing things, worthy foundational-based Black American straight ruling. Yeah, let me give Derek Gantz an FBA wrench. Right, lineage wrench. Like the video, subscribe, join us often. I'm here normally in the morning, and sometimes I come this hour, but I'm usually here in the morning. Continuing. Proper perspective says, so how do we force the government to end the non-neglect? Well, everything is in steps. Okay, I'm a chess teacher. I can tell you firsthand, you ain't checkmating nobody without necessary steps in advance. Okay, so you first got to push your pawns, right? And you know the pawns are the slowest moving piece on the board. So nothing is going to be an overnight solution, but you got to make steps. And our biggest step, our biggest jump, okay, was a night L jump. We delineated, all right? So that's the first part, okay? We stopped letting the American government be inclusive with our cultural identity. We said, nah, we ain't doing that game no more, all right? Just like you said, 300,000 black women. See, don't you got to watch that. That black meant absolutely nothing in today's time. That could have been 300,000 black immigrants. We'll never know because they didn't specify. So if you're going to act like the FBA, well, guess what? I'm going to act like they're immigrants. Who's right, who's wrong? Because it just say black. Yeah, so we ain't doing that. We ain't falling for that. East side of town, peace, the Watcher. No check without progress. Exactly. Dominicans hate Haitians for good reason.
America, he lived in Harlem for a while. He went to a HBCU, Lincoln University. When he became Prime Minister of Ghana, he been inviting Black Americans.
Yeah, before so that part took them up. And like I try to have now I'm human. Sometimes I be a little aggressive, sometimes I'd be too, not even little. Sometimes I'd be too aggressive unnecessarily. I do that. Especially in the morning, I don't really eat anything. I drink a lot of coffee. So I'm like hyped up, you dig? So my fault before I was a little hyped up and I could have been easier with the dialogue and communication. That's my fault. See, I could come back as a lineage relative and admit that. Like I could have been easier. I didn't have to be so aggressive and loud. So I was trying not to. So I seen that happen with this brother. So I did a woo-saw and I had checked myself and I started to like calm down, but meanwhile stay strong and stern, but not too much.
This is why Ghana have all those different programs for people in African diaspora to return back home. Caribbeans, mainly Jamaicans, Marcus Garvey, came to America looking.
Oh my God! See now, if he was too everywhere, and he was very belligerent. I would have loved to ask him about Marcus Garvey. Y'all know that's my favorite. And we got other brothers that's hating on this that's supposed to link up with me. Probably. Okay, he's free now. Okay. I gotta go. Oh my God! All right, family, he's free right now. Another dude that's hating on us. Let me finish playing this. I think we're going to Olive Garden. Let me see what's up. God damn. All right. Let me just see what it is. Hold on.
For Booker T. Washington.
So another hater is ready right now. Damn. Wait, let me at least respond. Let me respond. He's on free. He said he's just not saying it. Supposed to go. I'm writing the guy right now to the Olive Garden. If that's still the plan. If so, we'll hook up later about 10 p.m. I'm gonna say 10:30 p.m. If that's cool with you, Eastern time. Okay. Just let me know. All right. I'm getting all these guys on
here. Who passed away a year before he came. They didn't have internet back then, so he didn't know that, right? But he came to the South, Alabama, looking for a Black American, right? It shows you that our people that we look up to and respect are more wiser than some of you dumb people right now today, right? And so what y'all doing, y'all falling into the Willie Lynch curse. He said you keep introducing different concepts and they keep them divided for another 300 years, right? So Africans and a lot of Caribbeans, Black Americans paved the way for you technically to be in this country, right? Because we fought, we bled, we got lynched, raped, murdered, we fought back. We had to fight for what they call civil rights.
Yeah, family, the plan is Olive Garden, so I'm going to try to get this guy later, like 10:30 p.m. All right? The other guy.
which I find nonsense. You're human. It's only human.
Hey, who was that? Hey, move out the way. Okay. Chief Jones, you said he's slow. Chief Jones, you gotta rewind. So to top this off, we were debating, right? Did you think he's slow now? Just listen to our back and forth. Okay, you're gonna really think he's slow. Proper perspective is, how does that get us reparations from Uncle Sam, Muk? Well, why are you debating Muk? You're supposed to be willing to talk to me. I'm the host who's trying to have this conversation with as many Black people as possible. I'm trying to spread awareness.
Human rights.
Yes.
Right? So in a lot of what we did, y'all was able to ride the coattails of Black Americans. That's just a fact, right? Most of you people, whether you're a Black American, whether you are African from one of those countries in Africa or from one of those countries in Caribbean, y'all are silly people, man. When I was coming up, I didn't hear all this bickering. You might have had the Jamaicans didn't like the Haitians, the Dominicans didn't like the Puerto Ricans, and I didn't understand why. But hey, that wasn't for me to understand. But I've ate in Jamaican people houses. I've ate in Panamanian people houses. I've ate in Belize people houses. I've ate in Trinidadian people houses, right? I've ate in Puerto Rican people houses. I've ate in Dominican people houses. I'm talking about as a youth. So what I hear going on now, it doesn't make sense to me. Let me share this with you, right, if I may. When white people come from Russia, Ukraine, France, German, Italy, Romania, Sweden, Switzerland, right? They just don't abdicate their cultural heritage, but when they come over here, you know what they say? They white Americans, right? Because you don't see in the demographics, when you fill out the census, it doesn't have none of these things over here. But when Caribbeans come over here, when different ethnic Africans come over here, y'all go out y'all way to show separation, right? And all you doing is playing into the hands of the same mentality that colonized your country, right? Because the only people that are your natural allies over here in this country is Black Americans, right? And if you're going to continue to come over here, then you need to learn and understand the social, political, and cultural history of Black Americans. I know most of y'all just come to cities. Y'all haven't been into the deep South or certain spots out west or Midwest, right? That's not a city. But do not allow a false sense of reality to make you think that you are better than Black Americans, right? And Black Americans, stop being so reactionary, because there's somebody behind it all pulling the strings, being a puppet master. And y'all don't even see it, right? Y'all don't even see it. I've never heard the level of nonsense, because that's what it is. It's nonsense that I've been hearing, especially lately, right? I don't care if you call yourself an FBA. I don't care what type of African you are. I don't care what type of Caribbean you are. If you don't see yourself as one with us, you're not going to survive over here, right? Because in America, politics is a numbers game. Look at, it wasn't even no such thing as Latinos before I left in 1995. I heard the word Hispanic used. I've never heard the word Latino or Latinx. That's some new shit, right? At the end of the day, we have a sophisticated enemy, right? And it's called white supremacy. And if you can't see that what's going on right now today, then I don't know what to tell you, right? Because all we gonna do, whether you Black American, African, Caribbean, is we gonna keep fracturing. We gonna keep looking at each other like we competitors. We not competitors. We can't. Black Americans can't be y'all competitors, for one, right? We in our own country, so we can't be y'all competitors, right? That's just a fact, right? But what we are is your natural allies, right? Because I'm pretty sure when those police shot Amo Diablo, talking about he had a gun when he had his keys or his wallet in his hand, they ain't see no Senegalese person. They saw a nigga. When those police in Brooklyn shoved that plunger up Abner Luwama, if I'm saying his name wrong, pardon me, up his hind part, tore his rectum, knocked his teeth out, while all those other police held him down, and Johnny Cochran got him one of the biggest settlements in New York City history for police brutality. They didn't see no Haitian or no Caribbean person. They saw a nigga, right? They saw a nigga. We need to knock that stuff off because we don't have no issues, right? I love jollof rice. Senegalese, Nigerian, and Ghana. I don't know which one of y'all have the best rice yet. It depends on who actually cooking it, right? And I'm still searching. So I don't got no ruling on that. So when I see y'all, I don't see y'all as no competition to me. I don't see y'all as no competitors to me. I see family, yo. Because I grew up how I grew up, and that's probably the greatest thing about being from Brooklyn, yo. I don't see the hang-ups that a lot of people see or have, right? And I don't feel I needed to defend Black America, Black American. I am Black American. I'm the standard over here in America. So why would I need to defend that, yo? But what y'all need to do is upgrade your knowledge, upgrade your historical understanding, upgrade how we always help. When South Africa was under the apartheid regime, when that international boycott, it was people over here, Black Americans, leading the charge. I remember that in the 80s. I was in middle school helping to dismantle apartheid. You younger people, man, y'all some of the most ignorant people. I don't care if you Black American, I don't care if you African, I don't care if you Caribbean, yo. When I go check my bro that I knew since we was 10 years old, he from Trinity, right? He always think that Trinity got better sorrel than Jamaica. I don't know. They both taste good to me, right? When I go to the Jamaican spot and get curry goat or jerk chicken over rice and peas with that oxtail gravy and cabbage and plantains, I never had a bad experience in a Jamaican spot. I don't know. Like, I don't know where we at right now, yo.
Bro. It's the fact that, they call us black. Why they call us black? Because our people come from Africa. Our ancestors come from Africa. So if we got to connect on that.
That's not why they call us black.
Why do they call you black, bro? Why do they call our ancestors black, bro?
Okay, well, they never did. What they called it was Negro in color. We called ourselves black.
Negro. What is Negro? What is Negro?
Wait. Okay, hold on. Before I cook you there, just hold on. Just hold on. Okay. I'm gonna cook you there. because Negro comes from Greek, bro. It don't come from fucking Latin or Spanish. It comes from Greek. Okay, so so now I study and read Greek, so you need to relax because you're going somewhere you shouldn't go. Okay, so they did not call us so they called us Negro. They didn't call us black. We're talking about two separate words. We got Negro that comes from Greek, because Latin comes from a lot of Latin comes from Greek, and then you got Spanish that's way down the line later. Okay, but what they never called us was black. They called us Negro. They call us colored. What is color? Is color black too? No, it's not. It's different than black. I mean, it's different than Negro. But they call us Negro and they call us colored. They did not call us black. The word BLACK, that's what we called ourselves that, and it really stems from Elijah Muhammad. But continue.
All right. So what does the word Negro mean, bro, in English?
Are you asking me a question again?
The word Negro comes from the Spanish negro. Negro means what?
Are you asking me a question again?
Yes,
are you asking me a question?
Question mark. Question mark, yes.
Okay, so let me answer the question. So that was not your first question. You didn't say what Negro means. You said they called us Negro. I said yes, but they did not call us black. So that was the original conversation. It's what they called us, not what some things mean. Is what did they call us? They did not ever call us black. You were wrong about that.
No,
they called us Negro.
I said Negro, right?
Okay,
I said Negro, right?
Right.
I said black. You said I was wrong. You said they said Negro. Okay,
you're not listening to what I'm saying.
Negro, right?
Okay, cool. You're not listening to what I'm saying though. You said they called us black. I said they never called us black. Yes. Okay, I said they called us Negro and colored. You said what Negro mean? I don't get. Negro can mean alien. I don't care. The thing is, they didn't call us that. They called us Negro and color only. That's it. They never called us nothing else besides that. We called ourselves black through Elijah Muhammad.
Where do we get black from? Where did he get black from?
Okay.
Where did he get black from?
He got black.
Why
That's an English word. That's an English word. That's why you said black.
So what? Why? Why do you go from Negro to black, bro? Like, there's no correlation?
Okay.
Is there any correlation between the two words?
No. Okay. Now listen.
There's no correlation between the two words.
Okay. Let me. Wait. You asked a question. See, I want you to go, but you keep asking me questions, so I got to respond. So, brother, now I'm gonna cook you again. There's something called correlation does not equals causation. So just because I went to Walmart doesn't mean I robbed Walmart. So the correlation between me and Walmart isn't the cause why Walmart got robbed. So you're conflating correlation with causation, but you're talking to the right guy. You're talking to unbiased Ron. I'm too educated. That's not going to work. The fact is they called us Negro, they called us color, and that's it. We called ourselves black.
So the word Negro has no meaning. There's no root to that word.
Yeah, you ask another question?
Yes, that was a question, bro.
Okay, so let me answer. I don't know how this is missing you. The meaning is something. Okay, cool. Yeah. So let me answer. The meaning. Okay, brother, if I call you a leprechaun, right? The meaning of it, I did not call you. I just called you the word leprechaun. Now you don't know why I called you that. All you know is I called you leprechaun. Okay, look. Hispanics were called wetback. Like there was an operation called Operation Wetback. Now the average Mexican does not know that. They don't know why they're called wetback. They just know they were called wetback, and it's a racial slur. That's all they know. But they don't know there was an actual operation called. You don't even know that either. Neither does the chat. But they don't know because I studied the history of immigration. They don't know that there was an actual operation called Operation Wetback, and it wasn't supposed to be offensive. Okay, so now the meaning of it doesn't matter. What matters is that you're calling me wetback. You're not calling me the meaning. So we were called Negro. We were not called. Okay, so what's the meaning of color? They call us color too. What's the meaning of color, bro? Go ahead.
The meaning of color is mixed with Negro.
What?
The meaning of color is mixed with Negro.
No.
They would call a colored person somebody that's mulatto or somebody that's mixed with Native American. You know what I'm saying? What? Somebody that you got to see. You got some of those African features, but you got yo. You asked me a question, right? And I'm giving you the answer, and it's like my understanding is like If you don't have the same understanding as you, it's some kind of way disrespectful. You ask me a question and give you the answer, and you acting crazy.
But you were talking
bro.
when I was you was talking while I was talking too, though. And I didn't get offended.
Either way, I'm not getting offended. But what I'm saying is, okay.
But
so why did they call it the Negro?
No. That's not the question I asked you. I said what you asked me what's the meaning of Negro. I said what is the meaning of colored? It was the exact definition. To you
not
explain. I want to explain. Give me the definition. All right,
I gave you the definition. I gave you my understanding, bro. I'm not throwing up.
I don't want your personal anecdotal understanding. I want the actual definition. You didn't ask me my. Hey, bro, you didn't ask me my personal definition. Brother, you didn't ask me my personal definition of Negro. You asked me the definition. What's the definition? I'm asking you the definition of color. I'm not asking your personal anecdotal definition. I don't care about that. Hold on.
I'm about to look it up. Either I look it up or you look it up. If you want to be precise, you can look it up.
Okay.
Like we both want to computer.
I'll look it up. Okay. So you.
All right.
Okay. So you finished billing, right? And I'm gonna look up what was white people's definition of color. Go ahead.
Yeah. From what I started with is when I said there's a reason why they call our ancestors black. You disagree. You know what I'm saying? You said they didn't call him black. You said he was Negro. I said, it's the same. It's a translation of that word. You say, it don't matter. Blah blah blah. All right. So we just stay right there. Why did they start calling them Negro? So that's where I'm at. So when you come back on, that's my question. Why did they call the ancestors Negroes?
All right. So let's first address color. Right. So this is different than what you said. Like you just made some bullshit up on the fly, but let me get the real.
All right.
Okay.
Let's get it.
I said, okay. So what I'm never going to do is make up some bullshit on the fly. Okay, so the term colored people was used to refer to people of African descent, particularly in the United States, as a way to distinguish them from white people. So it had nothing to do with Negro. It just was a way that they came up with to say, hey, he's not white, he's colored. Okay, so now the historical context, the term color became commonly used in the U.S. during the 19th century. It was adopted, it was adopted by emancipated slaves. Okay, so it was adopted. So now the real definition, there was no real definition. They just called us that just to distinguish us from them. That's it. There was no real agenda behind the word. Just, hey, let's call them something different than what we are. So we could hold laws against them. But there was no true definition behind it. Like, there's no real thought process behind it.
Okay. So to you, right? What would you think would be the difference between a Negro and a colored person?
They ain't no different. It's the same shit. They called us both, Negro and colored.
Yeah, they called us both. But you know what I'm saying? But why is it two different words though? You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Oh, right. Okay, so one was politically. I think color was our political terminology, and Negroes more like when they went to sell slaves. You just sell enslaved people. They said Negro, but color was our more political term. Go.
Because even me, right? When I was young, my grandmother used to always say, she used to call people colored people. Like, I didn't understand what she was saying. You know what I'm saying? But I ain't that old, but I remember this, this the early 80s. You know what I mean? She used to be like the colored guy outside and all that. She's in Georgia and all that. So, but yeah, I understand that. Huh?
Yeah, she sounds racist.
That's how they talk. Like, how's she gonna be racist, bro?
So why didn't she say Negro then? Since if you're right, why didn't she say Negro?
Because I'm thinking it's an older word. I'm telling you, yo, Ron, I'm not trying to win, bro. I'm not, me and you, we talking, it's a damn holiday. I'm chilling right now, bro. I got, you know what I'm saying?
It sounds like you're trying to win, though. That's what it sounds like.
I'm not, though. But I'm telling you I'm not, though. So now you know I'm not.
All right, we'll see.
Like,
we'll see when I ask you another question. What do we win, bro?
No, what do we win in this? If me and you, like, oh, who's smarter? Like, yo, bro, I don't know you. I don't need to be smarter than you, bro.
Right. Hey, bro, for me, it's never about winning. Bro. Right, like for me, it's never about winning. My name is unbiased, meaning that whatever the fact is, whatever the evidence is,
why you always trying to cook somebody?
No.
Trying to cook somebody?
Okay, I'm not trying to cook you. I'm explaining why my name is unbiased, Ron. It's because I'm able to accept the truth, regardless if I disagree with it. If it hurts my feelings, it hurts my mood for the day. Whatever the truth is, I just accept it. Okay, so now Negro. so back to the original where we were. When they called us Negro, they called us Negro, did not call us black. Okay, now Negro does not have, when they call us Negro, they don't have a particular reason why they call us that other than to distinguish us from themselves. These were English people, they're not Spanish. So now if they were if these were Spanish folks calling us Negro, we can kind of get it. It means black. But these are English speaking people who does not speak Spanish. They have no Hispanic roots at all. They're English. They're from Britain. Okay, Spanish is from Spain. You dig? They don't speak Spanish at all. So when they use the term Negro, it was for a different reason, which they never really clarified. And he can't give you nothing documented. So, but what folks like to do is, well, hold on. Let me just finish 10 seconds. So what they like to do is they like to play with words, semantics. But Negro means black. It doesn't matter what it supposedly means. Is that they never called us. Okay, listen, chat. Does it make sense? The word black is in English, right? Is that a color in English? Okay, so why not just call us black? If what he's saying is right, why not just call us black? The English people from Britain, they speak English. They don't speak Spanish. So if why not just call us black? Why call us a Spanish word that does not resonate with them? They don't speak Spanish. So they had their own reason for calling us a Negro that had nothing to do with the word black. So I'm still right when I say they didn't call us black. They called us Negro. They called us color. And we called ourselves black, not them.
Okay. Now, the word in Spanish is negro, right? Now, that word, Negro and negro, is it the same word?
Who?
Negro and negro.
No.
The original word is negro.
No, it's not the same word. It's not the same word.
So where did English get that word from? It's spelled exactly the same, right? No?
Yeah, right.
They add the E. They add the E on it.
And guess
English
what? There's a lot
E.
of words. Okay, so it ain't the same thing, right? They add an E to it, so it ain't the same. There you go.
But that's how English spells it, bro. Like, come on, man.
Okay, but it ain't the same thing.
Those are Latin-based languages. Like, you can't reach me, bro,
they're not. What?
Yo, look up that word. Look up the word Negro. Look up the word Negro in that same dictionary. You just look at the other word. And let's see what it says.
Okay. Matter of fact, I'm gonna ask Google the same thing. Why do they call us Negro? And if it don't say black, you're done. Okay.
Right.
Okay. Cool.
All right.
Why did white people call enslaved black Negro? Okay, so now I'm gonna share my screen. Now, if what you saying is right, then fine. Okay. All right. Let me make it smaller. Okay. So it says the term Negro derives from the Spanish and Portuguese word Negro, meaning black. Europeans during the age of exploration and expansion used this term to describe people of African descent. In the context of enslavement, white people in colonial America and beyond used Negro to refer to enslaved Africans and people of African descent. This was the prevalent term used for centuries and for some time. It was even considered the appropriate and respectful term for African Americans. This is reflected in the early use of the capitalized Negro to demonstrate recognition and respect for the racial group. However, the term became increasingly associated with the painful history of slavery and discrimination as a civil right. Okay, so nothing. So all it did was tell us what the word derived from with the Spanish and Portuguese, but when it got to Americans, English people, they never used it in the word in the context of black. They had their own. I just read. They had their own reason for calling us Negro. It had nothing to do with black. They just called us Negro. They borrowed the term from Spanish, Portuguese, and they called us Negro, but it had nothing to do with the word black. In the context of enslavement, white people in colonial America and beyond used Negro to refer to, not black, used Negro to refer to enslaved Africans and people of African descent. This was the prevalent term used for centuries and for some time. It was even considered the appropriate and respectful term for African Americans. This is reflected in the early use of the capitalized Negro demonstrate recognition and respect for the racial group. So now the word Negro in Spanish is lowercase. It's lowercase Negro. It's not capitalized. Okay, black is not capitalized in Spanish or Portuguese, but it's capitalized from English-speaking people. So they took the word and they had their own definition for it. Just like we take black, we have our own definition for black. So somebody could come 200 years later and say, nah, foundation Black Americans, black means evil, spooky, all this dumb shit. It's like, no. You got to use black the way we used it during the time we used it. And we used it as a ethnicity, an ethnic group. You dig? Not the actual definition. So you have connotative definition, you got denotative definitions. We use the word black in a connotative sense, just like Europeans use Negro in a connotative sense, not a denotative sense. All right? So that's it. But what else you got?
So you remember why I even brought that up in the first place, bro?
And you were wrong when you brought it up in the first place.
Well, you just read it. I didn't say anything different than that definition right there. But anyway,
okay, right. See, but you, okay.
Anyway, we can move past that, bro.
Okay, but before, no, you can't get the last word. I hate when people do that. People are obsessed with having the last word. Okay. So you said something, I'm gonna respond. So what I read to you where the word derived from, so we all knew it's not an English word. So it told us that it derived from the Spanish and Portuguese. That's what it said. But then it said how your white English Europeans used it. They did not consider the Latin roots when they used it, like as a color. They called us that to give us respect for a racial group. And they capitalized it. The word Negro is not capitalized in Spanish or Portuguese. But anyway, go ahead. Move on.
Well, like I said, I brought it up just so I could say that there's a reason why I'm in it. I'm with the Pan-Africanism. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not, like I said, I ain't with the dressing up in the colors and super Marcus Barber this. I ain't with none of that. I ain't joining no organization. I ain't gonna say that, but I'm not in the organization. I'm just saying, like, I brought it up to say that we got a connection, bro. We gotta connect. We gotta reconnect so we can.
Connect with what?
With the people that we got roots that we share roots with, bro.
Who you share roots with?
To the man, bro. How do you don't remember where I brought the whole black and Negro thing up in the first place? You don't remember that?
I'm not really interested. I'm more interested in who we share roots with.
Dog, your ancestors are African, bro. They don't call you black. Why do they call you black for, bro? Why are you a black American, bro?
They don't call us black again. So it goes.
Why do they call you a black American, bro?
Okay. Let's go back to that. They never called us black. We just agreed. They used the word N, capital N, E.
Why do you call yourself a black American, bro?
Okay. I call myself that from Elijah Muhammad using the word black as a.
Where did he get that from? What is black? What is black mean, bro? What is black?
Okay. Cool. Wait. Okay, stop. Because you're asking too much now. You got to slow down. So now, I used to be a member of the Nation of Islam, my boy. I got my ex. So now you're asking the right guy about the Nation of Islam and black. So Elijah Muhammad was clearly fucking anti-African. Okay? Dr. John Henry Clark was mad at Elijah Muhammad because he was clearly anti-African. So you're talking to the wrong guy. There's no way, hey chat, Google this shit. Elijah Muhammad has never spoken highly of Africa ever. He don't even consider them to be Muslims. He considered Hispanics, Black, Caribbean, and Haitians as members of the Shabazz bullshit that is part of his doctrine. He don't look at Africans at all as a Nation of Islam or a true Muslim. But dude, you're talking to the right guy. So when Elijah Muhammad said black, he did not have African in mind at all. He had Hispanics, he had Haitians, Caribbean, and Black American. Dude, the message to the black man had nothing to do with Africa. You're talking to the right scholar, dude.
Okay. I'm asking you though. What is black?
Okay, cool. So now you got it. So when Elijah Muhammad said black, it was about an experience. So when Elijah Muhammad said black, it was an experience. It was people who experienced slavery or had ancestors who embraced or endured slavery. It was about that, and that's why you have it's called the black experience. This was Obama's criticism from whites and black, that he did not experience the black experience in America, which is slavery. I already showed clips of that in 2004 already. I could do it again right now. But Obama was heavily criticized by black Americans and white Americans because he did not have the black experience in America, which is i.e. slavery, my boy. So you could keep trying, and I'm gonna keep cooking, but go ahead.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say, bro. So what was the people that were enslaved? Why did they enslave them? Where were these people from?
Okay, so these people were from West and Central Africa.
Okay, so but these are people that they call black, right?
Yeah.
The people that had this experience are African people, but they call black. And you some kind of way telling me that you disassociate the two terms.
Wait,
two terms don't got nothing to do with each other.
Hold on. Okay, so when those Africans from West and Central Africa came to America, what date was that?
Starting in the 1500s, bro.
Okay, cool.
Starting in 1515, shit like that.
Cool. So now let me bring up the speed. Let me bring up to the 1800s. Okay. Yeah. So when people were being born in 1800s, were they American or African?
It was if you were born here, your ancestors were born here, they'd be American. You'd be American. Yeah.
Okay. So cool. That is the cutoff because now you said 1500s. So now we are 300 to 200 years removed from Africa. That means that nobody has no mother and father from Africa. Every parent, every elder, every ancestor they ever had spoke English. They have no African roots. They have no African dialect, no African culture, dress code, nothing. For 200 years, they've just been American. Okay? Okay, so this is why Paul Cuff, Alexander Cromwell, Frederick Douglass, these guys said, I'm American. I'm not African. And they adopted the terms Negro and color, but they rejected the term African because they seen Africans live in Africa or got some type of or got some immediate roots from Africa. So this goes back to how people felt in the 1800s, in the late 1700s. They felt like they have no ties or relationships with one African person from the continent. Everybody they ever known in their family lineage was speaking English and had American values.
Yes, that's
okay,
a fact.
Okay.
But
so cool.
That's what I'm trying to say to you, bro.
Wait. Let me add this.
I thought you were done. My bad. I thought you were done. Yeah.
So now, 200 years later, you dig? Because if they felt like that, so if they felt like that 200 years removed from Africa, and we're 200 years after them, 400 years, and we're saying we're not African, we're American, how are we at fault? We're 200 years removed from them who said they were not African.
Nobody said you're at fault, bro. I'm saying the black and the Negro part. What does that mean? What is that about? We know about the American part, but with the black part and the Negro part, why is that?
I thought I explained that, but it seems like you just don't accept it. So
no, you're trying to jump around it, bro. You're the one trying to jump around it.
Okay, so you
that's in reference to Africa, bro. That's in reference to Africa, bro. Right?
It is? I didn't know that.
You just said it.
No, I said people. I said our roots. We know about the African slave trade, right? It's not called the black, Negro, or colored slave trade. It's called the African slave trade.
Yes.
So Africans came over here, and they came over to Brazil. They came over to the islands and Haiti and everywhere else. Okay, it was Africans, right? Okay.
So, but when you talk about black, you referring to those people, though. Is what I'm saying.
No.
Why we can't just
no.
Who are you referring to?
Okay, we're referring. Okay, cool. So let me explain. We're experiencing. We're referring to people who experienced slavery in America.
Who are those people?
Okay, those people are called. Okay, you just said. Okay, descendants of America.
That's why they. So why do you call them black then? Why would you call them black?
Okay, so again, so we're talking. So now we're talking in circles. You're asking questions. I'm answering. You keep asking questions.
You're really not answering though, bro.
Okay,
You're
no,
not
I'm
answering.
answering. I'm answering you. It just don't fit your narrative.
You're not trying to be direct, though. You got a narrative, bro, because you're not trying to be direct. You're the one talking around the bush, bro. Clearly.
Nah.
Everything I said,
okay.
so I said something, you disagree with me, and then you pulled up the definition, and then said exactly what I said, and you act like you didn't read that.
Okay, so I'm gonna say something. Let me know if I'm wrong or right. Let me say something. So did black people, did people in America, black folks in America, call themselves black first, or did Africans call themselves black first from the continent of Africa?
I don't know, bro.
You don't know that?
No, I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, that's why you're confused at my answer. Okay, so now let me talk to the chat then. You don't know, let's just talk. The chat knows. So chat, is obvious and clear that the only time people of African descent, African roots, African DNA, the only time they ever called themselves black was right here in America. So, and guess what? When we said black, okay, well,
why would that even matter?
So now you're the person. Okay, so you're the person jumping in and not listening. See how you're emotional? You're not listening because they don't fit your narrative. It matters because when you say the word black, it has no African roots. It has American roots. That's what I was getting to. When we call ourselves black, we're talking about black Americans. Not when Elijah Muhammad wrote the book, The Message to the Black Man in America, was he talking about Africans in the continent, brother?
No, he was talking about the descendants of them. That's
okay,
in America. Simple as that. That's simple, bro. That was simple.
Yeah. But my question was this though, because we're using the word black though. So was he speaking to black people in America, or was he speaking to black people in Africa?
Yes. America.
Oh, okay, there you go.
The American ones, yeah.
Okay, cool. So that answers the question. So when we say black, we're talking about black Americans.
but you see why you're laughing? Because you like trying to be slick, bro.
Yeah, this guy is funny as hell, yo.
You older than me. You older than me, and you playing games.
I'm older and wiser. You dig?
Why you playing games then? Why you playing games on history?
He asking the same questions. I'm not playing games.
You jumping around the answer,
brother. I'm not jumping around. If you just sit back and appreciate the answers, I think you will appreciate the dialogue even better. You asked the question, when we say black, who do we refer to? And you kept alluding to Africa. We're like, no, we don't think of Africans. We think of black Americans. And you just agreed. The book was written for black Americans. It wasn't written for Africans.
But why do they call you black, bro? Why don't they call you anything else? Why don't they just call you
okay, you want my opinion? My opinion is because white people call themselves white, right? So we call ourselves black. We're darker than them.
But why do they call themselves white then?
Well, who call themselves white?
Who you just said?
Europeans?
You just said that. Yeah. Well, because European, right? Oh.
No.
Now you understand.
Wait. How you asked me a question? And did you ask me a question and answered it? I never answered it. You answered the question and then act like I answered it. Now you see, because you're trying to win. So white people call themselves white, in my opinion, because they're the closest color to white, and we're the closest color to black. Well, we're black.
That's your opinion. I get it. I can dig it.
And you asked my opinion. I gave it.
But where are these people? Where are these people from now? What is that in reference to?
They're from America. That's where they're from, bro. Are Nigerians from Nigeria?
Yes.
Are Haitians from Haiti?
Yes, bro.
All right. And we're from America. Okay, cool.
But you understand history, so you understand how America even came to be. So you can't play like you don't understand.
Dude, I have no idea where you're going right now. I'm totally confused.
Let me tell you.
Okay, go ahead.
The fans came over here. They said, "Oh, we're gonna set up a situation right here. Oh, we got work. Africans are selling. They got workers. Okay."
No, that's not what happened. That's not what happened. They came over here and tried to colonize America themselves first, bro. So you're not going to skip history. The Spanish,
okay,
the French,
yeah.
Okay, no, I don't know what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying, though.
History. No, I don't know.
You're trying not to understand me, bro. You trying not to. We can't have a regular conversation.
No, you're skipping history. They didn't consider us until they fell, and they fell with the Native Americans, and then they considered us.
Yo, Columbus, as soon as he found out it was a situation over here, he was like, yo, we going back to get some Negroes. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, bro, was that after? Wait. Was that after the failure of white folks coming over here or before?
Yo, Columbus. As soon as he came,
That's 1490. That's 1492. Wait, ain't Columbus 1492? Okay. So now I'm asking you this. Okay, slow down. So I'm saying, did the white colonizers, the Spanish, the French, and the English, did they come before Columbus or after Columbus?
The Spanish, the French, and the English.
Yeah.
First it was him. He was on the Spanish and Portuguese tip. Yo, bro. Are you even listening to yourself?
Saying? Hey, bro, you're okay.
Are you even listening to yourself?
This ain't your. I can tell this ain't your strong point. This ain't your strong point.
I'm talking right with you. And you cutting me off, bro. You said the Spanish, the French, and the English, right?
Well, you keep asking me questions. All right, look. I'm gonna give you 5 minutes.
Oh my God.
Don't ask me. Look, here we go. I'm trying to set order, dude. Go for 5 minutes. Matter of fact, go for 10 minutes. Don't ask me nothing. Just go. So right now the time is 4:54. Talk until 5 minutes.
Nah. For what?
I want you to cook. I want you to cook. I want you to cook.
I'm not cooking about nothing, bro. We trying to come to a point with this conversation. We just not talking.
Because you keep asking me questions and you get. Okay, the reason why I said that is because you keep asking me questions and you get mad at my answers. So I'm like, okay, well, you just go in. You give the answers. Don't worry about my answers. You give your answers for 5 to 10 minutes. I don't care. I'll go on mute. Go.
I asked you.
I know why. Could you need my answers? I know. You
asked me a question. You asked me a question.
I have no question.
I was trying to clarify what you was talking about.
Okay, go in.
You got upset.
No, go in. I'm saying go in. No, I'm saying go in.
I'm gonna go in about. I don't even remember your question. I don't
have a question. Exactly.
Hey, bro, I came over here to talk about, because you said something about Marcus Garvey. You told me to
let's talk about Marcus Garvey. Okay, cool. Okay, so now Marcus Garvey met with the Klan, right?
But what I hear, that's a fact.
Okay. He wrote a no. Okay, so Marcus Garvey wrote a letter to the Klan. This is his writing, and he never denied this. Because Marcus Garvey was outed, by the way. Are you familiar with the Garvey Must Go campaign?
I didn't hear about that.
So why when you heard about that, why did the Marcus Garvey must hold on? Why did the Marcus Garvey Go Must campaign start?
Well, because they say you trade with your money or something.
No. See, my boy, like, stop guessing. See,
bro, I told you I don't know about that.
Relax. So relax.
relax.
So learn this. So learn. Why are you so hostile? So you should be able to open your ears and learn. Because I'm playing basketball and you're playing tennis. That's what's going on right now. Okay, so the Marcus Garvey campaign, the Marcus Garvey Go campaign, was started by A. Philip Randolph. Do you know who A. Philip Randolph is?
Yeah, I heard it.
No, but do you know who he is?
What happened? I forget what he did. But I know that name though.
Okay, but you forgot what he did.
Yeah, man, like there's not shit going on, man. Like, come on.
No. He's one of okay, dude. No, it's not about that. Here we go. That's your insecurity saying I'm smarter than you. I believe. Okay, dude, relax. Look. There's some things I don't know. Okay, but that don't mean you're smarter than me. I don't feel like because you know something, I don't know you're smarter than me. That's your insecurity. There's some. Okay, dude. Okay. I'm talking, he's talking, but when he talks, I talk, he gets feminine and gets out of control. I'm talking, you're talking, and I'm not tripping. I'm saying that there's some things I'm gonna know you're not gonna know, but that does not mean I'm smarter. There's some things you're gonna know I don't know. That doesn't mean you're smarter. That's how iron sharpens iron. I'm gonna know something, you're gonna know something. That's how conversations work. So you're asking me questions about Negro and other stuff. I'm asking you questions now. I said, do you know A. Philip Randolph? You said somewhat. And I said, do you know what he's known for? You said you don't really know. And I find that interesting because would you consider yourself someone who knows a lot about Black history?
I got a firm understanding. I don't know all the names and the dates. I be forgetting, but you know what I'm saying? I got a good understanding. I know, you know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
Do you know who Dr. King is?
Obviously, bro.
Okay, all right. Well, obviously, Dr. King's mentor was A. Philip Randolph. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like, if you know what Dr. King is, obviously, then you should know what A. Philip Randolph is.
But you see what I'm saying? I heard, that's why I heard the name, because he was around that circle. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna act like I'm an expert.
But you should know what he's known for, though. So at this point, since you said you don't know, can you just relax and be quiet? Let me just speak on A. Philip Randolph, so you can know finally.
No,
is
why
that
not?
possible?
Why wouldn't you just do that? And why would you just do that in the first place? You asked me if I knew who he was. I said,
I might be preaching to the choir. Why would I talk to you like you don't know?
But Joe, check it. When I said I wasn't sure, that's when all you had to do was just put me on. That's it.
Okay.
Why we got to go around circles?
Okay, cool. Okay, so you're insecure.
Right, come
That's
on,
okay.
man.
Okay, so you're insecure.
Ain't nobody insecure. I'm just saying.
So do you want to know about him or no? Do you want to know about him or no?
Obviously, I do. Are you listening?
Okay, so let me go then. Okay, so be quiet for 2 minutes. Let me go. So this is why not just you, but the chat. You guys need to know, because even Turk Nasheed spoke about A. Philip Randolph recently and a couple times before. A. Philip Randolph, his name is way more powerful than Dr. King's and Malcolm X. You dig? He did more than both of them combined. Like, they're not on his level at all. Like I said, he's Dr. King's mentor. Dr. King went to march on Washington in '64 because that was A. Philip Randolph's original idea. And guess what? A. Philip Randolph marched with Dr. King, and A. Philip Randolph spoke on 1964 Washington. He spoke. Okay, he is called the father of the civil rights movement. Now, not only that, he linked up with the Italians to pass the labor union law. Also, the child labor law, where children were not allowed to work under, like, I think 18 years old. Those Italians got nothing done without A. Philip Randolph. So he's known to just pass laws, discriminatory laws, get rid of them and pass laws protecting American citizens, including the Italian. That's A. Philip Randolph. So this is a name that we should all be well aware of, but we don't know him because we don't read. We listen to white media. Dr. King, Malcolm X, this and that. Hey, brother, do you know who Robert F. Williams is, by the way?
That's another name that I remember, but I don't, it sounds familiar, but I don't remember exactly.
Are you familiar with the Deacons for Defense? Are you familiar with the Deacons for Defense? I
heard of them cats. I know they was around in that circle, in that civil rights circle.
So what you know about them, the Deacons for Defense?
They was armed and strapped up. You know what I'm saying? They was running around strapped up. They was the ones like a lot of the time when Martin Luther King and them was talking about nonviolence, they had dudes like them around on deck. Yeah. Even though that, you know what I'm saying? I don't know the whole. I'm getting older, man. I need to, I need to brush up on my stuff.
So you brush up by tapping with me, and let's have this conversation live. You dig? So everybody can learn from it. Okay, but anyway, I won't go too far on that. But I do got a video. If you go to my channel, you might have to go to FBA Defensive Unit, right? If you type in Robert F. Williams, you'll get the whole history of him. You're gonna love him. Okay, but anyway. We're talking about Marcus Garvey. So A. Philip Randolph, he was a vocalist that was speaking against Marcus Garvey. Once Marcus Garvey, my brother, met with the Ku Klux Klan. So this ain't rumor. This ain't white Jewish, propaganda. This is a fact. He met with the KKK, and he got called out by FBAs like A. Philip Randolph. And they started a campaign called Garvey Must Go, because you don't meet with the KKK. They are black people open enemy since 1880s. Like, they're the reason why the Black Reconstruction failed. They're the reason why there's a Jim Crow. So why the hell we link up with them? So yes, A. Philip Randolph and other black people have spoken out against Marcus Garvey for that reason. That's all I want to say to that. Right? Marcus Garvey did suspect shit. Now both of us know, you and I both know, that Marcus Garvey seen Liberia as a designated stop for black Americans and whoever else. You can say Brazilians, you could say Haitians and Jamaicans. Wouldn't you agree that his resting spot for everybody was Liberia, correct?
From what I heard, from what I understand, yeah.
Okay.
That area, Liberia, Big Sierra Leone, something like that. Yeah.
It was only Liberia. Okay. Like at that time, Marcus Garvey was trying to get us to go to Liberia. Would you agree that Liberia had a president, an active president, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So now you would think that if I'm going to bring people to a country for to seek refuge, right? Some asylum seekers, you would think that I should first speak to the president before I make this declaration, this plan, this promise. That would be common sense, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Well, Marcus Garvey never spoke to the president of Liberia.
That's crazy.
So Howard,
I heard he never even pulled up over there.
No, of course he did. No, he didn't. But other folks did though. Did you know that there was a ship that went over there of FBA? They went to Liberia. You know that?
But I'm talking. We talking about on behalf of Garvey.
Yeah, Garvey. During Garvey time. They were UNI members. Yeah, they went over there.
Word.
You know what happened?
Now what happened?
They got deported back to America. The president said, "Don't send nobody else over here." Right? The president,
because he didn't handle the business. He didn't handle the business for real.
Okay, but the president said, "Yo, I don't agree with you guys repatriating back to Liberia. Go somewhere else." He said, "Don't come here."
Mm.
He said, "Go somewhere else. Like we like what we got already. Like we don't want a bunch of FBAs over here undermining us, challenging us in political positions."
Like, see, you putting your own on that. He didn't say all that. You see what?
Yeah, he actually. Okay. So now I'm gonna mute you. Okay. So what I don't like is because I don't. Bro? I got it because you're slandering me now, bro. If you don't know, shut the fuck up. But don't sit here and say I'm lying. No. I'm dead ass. If you don't know, shut up. But don't say I'm lying and you don't know what's going on.
But I ain't say you was lying. I say you put your twist on it. That ain't a lie.
Okay. All right. So it's not a lie.
I ain't call you no liar.
Okay.
I ain't call you no liar.
Okay. So you are. Okay. So I'm gonna call you a liar. Okay. So I'm gonna call you a liar. Yeah. One thing I don't like. See, I won't lie on you.
God, bro.
Okay,
oh my God.
I'm gonna mute your little goofy ass. Now you're mad because you don't know history. I'm exposing your stupid ass. Everywhere you went, I embarrassed you, my boy. Everywhere you went. There's no area today that you talk that you knew more than me.
Those parks together early on. Yeah. Brother Greg, what's up, Greg? Nice.
Hey, peace, Tariq, man. What's going on, man?
I'm good, brother. How are you, sir?
Hey, can't complain, man. Doing better every day.
Oh, love that. What's on your mind, brother?
Man. I was thinking about the shorty earlier who was on here that you was conversating with, and I noticed that we kind of we didn't let it go by because y'all kind of addressed it, but it goes to a lot with these tethers and these foreigners who come over here and they latch themselves on to white people as far as relationships and things like that. It's weird the fact that girl allowed her people who look like her to be disrespected, and you made a great point when they use the N-word. You know that they're talking about you too. It isn't just one focused on one person. That's about you. And don't think for 1 second that when he don't get around his homies, his white homies, that he ain't calling you a black bitch.
Exactly.
Excuse my language, man, but you know these sisters, they got to get it together. And if she is FBA, shame on you. Shame on you. Your father should be disappointed. Land my point.
Yeah. My man, thank you. Yeah, but I don't think that woman is FBA in any sense of the word. There's nothing about that woman as FBA. She didn't know nothing about the culture, little nuances that we asked about. She didn't know anything. You know? She didn't know anything and made a bunch of excuses. And again, that's the thing, man. A lot of people are trying to pretend to be FBA now. We see that a lot because they've been trying to clout chase. That's one thing. They clout chase for cultural access and visibility. See, they understand the foundation of Black American culture. That's the most influential Black culture globally. So pretending to be us, they gain social capital and easier access to platforms. You know? and they try to pretend to be us to evade accountability for their anti-FBA behavior. So they try to blend in so they can avoid backlash for their past and current disrespect and mockery and sabotage of us and our culture. So they try to do this little weird shapeshift thing. Yeah, it's just like the movie Sinner. Somebody made a good point. They're trying to get inside the juke joint. Hey, I'm one of y'all. I'm a musician too. You know, we all the same. Come on, man. I want to come in and I'm just like you. Then they come in and, well, I want to bring my white significant other who's a white supremacist. I want to bring them in too. That's why we gatekeep. Right. That's why we gatekeep, because you've already been bitten. You understand what I'm saying? That's a great analogy using sinners. You've already been bitten. You've already infected by the white supremacists. So you want to come in our spaces and infect us with that bullshit. That's why we gatekeep. We don't know. I don't want you around. I don't want you around at all with your zaddy. You sit up here letting this person use the N-word with the hard ER. You want to come among us and then try to pretend to be us? No, ma'am. You're a melanated vampire. You've been turned out. You've been bitten, which is what colonization is. You've infected these people with colonization, and you made deals with them. See, look, let's go to the vampire analogy. Let's go into the vampire analogy. Vampire analogy and colonization. To be effective, a vampire can really only affect you if you invite that vampire in. When you legitimize the vampire and allow it in, that's a strong metaphor for letting in evil spirits. You allow an evil spirit to come in and take over you. That's what they did in Africa. Remember, I always talk about the Berlin Conference. When they went to the Berlin Conference, those European powers, they had a bunch of treaties. They had hundreds of treaties from all of those different tribes who basically invited their asses in. Just on even though you got finesse, you still made a deal with the damn devil. And that right there opened the floodgates for you to get fully infected. The only people who never made a deal on paper with these folks, foundational Black Americans, ladies and gentlemen. That's why all eyes are always on us. We ain't never made no deal with these people. You understand? We ain't never made no deal with them. That's why she called up, yeah, y'all so antagonistic to these white people. Y'all racist to them. Why y'all so antagonistic? It's called protecting ourselves. Yeah, with the white supremacists, yeah, we're fighting against evil. We're standing on business against evil. Yeah, you're supposed to, fool. You're supposed to fight against that. But George Floyd has a fentanyl. Hey, man, if you don't sit down, you ain't us. That's tether talk. Well, see, notice the tethers be sitting up here siding with the white supremacists against us? And then people wonder why we delineate. The first guy who called up, some of y'all weren't in here. The first guy was up here talking about Carmelo Anthony should not have defended himself from them people harming him. But on the flip side, Jordan Neely, it was justified with the white people unaliving him. That's tether talk. You understand? We don't want that around us. What the hell we gonna do with that? What we gonna do with a person like that? We don't need to be unified with everybody. Let's get off that shit. Let's for real. We don't need to be unified with everybody because everybody ain't worthy of unifying with. Gatekeeping is fine. We don't need to unify with every damn body. Who is this person? Oh, what's up, bro? Where you at, man?
We cooking mac and cheese.
Y'all cooking mac and cheese? Where y'all at?
In a dorm.
At a dorm? Okay. What city you guys in? Oh, all right, let's try to. I thought they had some big armed sister in there cooking. What's she doing? Okay. That was weird. There was a sister in there with some big old arms. They look real weird. What kind of dorm is that? Is that a rehab? All right. Man. Boy, that was a weird place. Look, she must be the security or something. That looked like a group home or something. And she's like the supervisor. That's why her arms are big. She be beating the shit out them kids. Yeah, like she be roughing up them kids if they get unruly. Didn't that look like kind of a halfway house? That sister had some big ass arms on her. So she be putting her ass in a chokehold. You better get your ass to bed. Don't you raise up on me. Boy, she had big ass arms. Damn. What's up, sis? Glam?
Hey, Tariq. Hey.
What's up, Glam? How are you, dear?
Hi. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. What city you in?
Milwaukee.
Shout out to Milwaukee. Shout out to Milwaukee.
Yes. I just want to say, hey, I'm up watching, getting ready for work. And I just wanted to say thank you for everything. I sit up and watch you, listen to you every night.
Oh, I love that. Love that. Thank you so much, beloved. Have a good work day, dear. Go up there and meet up with your work husband. She had her job. She got her work husband. It's an old janitor. It's a Willie Earl. That's her work husband. Hey there, baby. Hey, I bought you a can of peaches. He brought some old nigga gifts. You know, I pickled up some pig's feet for you. I told you I was gonna bring you some here. He brought a can of peaches that he canned them himself. He gave you some old nigga gifts. Your work husband. How many of y'all women got a work husband, an old work husband, who be bringing y'all gifts? Hey there, baby, I bought you some figs that I picked from the tree, so you can make your little jelly and some jams. You put it on your sandwich, baby. I bet. Man, come on, you know them old players be bringing them gifts. Oh, they be bringing them gifts for you. You know? Hey, baby, I brought you a bag of pecans. I know you said you like them. And I picked them out my backyard. I know you love you some pecans, baby. You know? I'm going to give you a little something on that rent you were struggling with. I got you Friday. Wait till Friday. I got you. I'm going to let you hold a little something. Yeah. You'll get a jar of some canned peaches and a bag of pecans. Yeah. Man. Whoa. Yeah, so y'all treat your work husband all right. Treat your work husband, treat Willie Earl right. Because he worked hard to pick them pecans to bring him to work for you. All right. So who's that? So, Diamond, you got you an old player? Diamond, how old is your player, Diamond? Diamond, good. Diamond, how old is your player? How old is he? Diamond, how old is your dude? Ain't they old as gold? Get you one of them old.
He's 63.
Uh-oh. Now, how old are you?
48.
Uh-oh. Now, how long you been dealing with Willie Earl?
4 years.
Uh-oh. He treats you right, don't he?
He's good. He's good. I mean, he don't look his age. He's very fit and active and all of that, but he do old man stuff.
Like what? What do he do?
He washed my car faithfully every single week.
Yeah. Oh, that's the old player. I bet he keep the oil. Oh, baby, you need a little oil change that need to go in there, baby.
And my car stay clean and stay fresh.
Oh yeah. What other old player should he do?
Well, he's real good at gardening. He has a green thumb, so he grow a lot of flowers and plants. So he always giving me clippings and homemade flower arrangements. Oh man, all kind of old man stuff. Peanuts. He made me a snack box, a healthy snack box.
Here, baby, I got you some snacks, and I know you're trying to watch your diabetes. I I jarred up my own honey. I got bees in my backyard. I got a beehive, and I got you some honey. It's out my yard. You're gonna use that instead of that sugar because we need to get your diabetes down, baby.
And if I cook and it's like something with bones, he'll collect all the bones to take them to his house to give them to his dogs.
Oh, damn! He's one of them. He's gonna save some money. He about to throw out nothing. Boy, that's old school as hell.
And he could fix anything. I had this pair of earrings I ordered from Amazon. I had been looking at them. I didn't want to pay $30 for them because I didn't feel like it was worth it, but they were so pretty. And I ordered them. And the second time I wore it, a little piece of it broke. And we were getting ready to go somewhere. And he just took the earring and soldered it back together.
Oh, them old players know how to work with their hands. They took wood shop back in the 60s and 70s. They took them. Boy, they know how to sew clothes. He'll sew your ass.
Yeah, he know how to sew clothes. He puts my buttons and zippers. yeah. And every time he start getting on my nerves, I'll be thinking I need to leave his old ass. But then something happened.
Hell yeah. Your air conditioner break down and you in there hot. Huh?
Yeah, then I need his help.
You need him. And he be in there fixing it, cursing your ass out. See, you don't appreciate no goddamn body. Give me that damn screwdriver here. You don't appreciate nobody. You takes me for granted. Give me the goddamn pliers.
Yeah,
please.
and I just be standing there going, okay, thank you. I'm not going to put a fork in there no more.
That's funny. Y'all better appreciate them old players. It's like, man, come on now.
I do, ain't nothing, but I appreciate you inviting me up. Tariq, I've been following you for a long time since I was in my Black Studies days back at Laney College in Oakland, California. And I like seeing you on this platform defending FBA and speaking as a voice.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, man, I love that. Yes.
You know what? My daughter is 21 years old. You know what she put me up on?
What?
She listened to music in all genres. She put me up on Mink Slide last year.
Oh, wow. Oh, yeah.
It was The Passion and the Pleasure.
Pleasure and Passion, yes.
Yeah, that's my song on there. Right?
Thank you. All right, beloved. Thank you. Y'all better get up on my... Y'all better get the Mink Slide album. That's my music group. Did y'all know I got a music group? Some of y'all, there's a lot of shit I don't talk about. My cousin hit me up. It was some Pandora radio. They were playing some Mink Slide. Our Mink Slide albums be slapping, y'all. Y'all go to Spotify and Tidal and type Mink Slide. That's my music group. Yeah, I'm a jack of all trades. Y'all didn't know I put out a couple of R&B albums. Did y'all know that? Yeah, Mink Slide is the shit. Our first album, nigga, that shit was all up on billboards, and we were like on 3 different charts on Billboard. I got to get back in the studio, and I've been wanting to do some more Mink Slide stuff because I ain't been in the studio. I've been doing so much other stuff. But yeah, y'all look it up. We were on a couple of different Billboard charts. Our first album and our second album too. First album is Egyptian Musk. That's the first album. And the second one is Crushed Velvet. So yeah, that Mink Slide be popping. All right. That should be popping, ladies and gentlemen. Egyptian Musk. You know. Yes, indeed. And we just did that as like a hobby. I was doing that in between movies, and we just went in the studio. Let's put this shit out and just see how it do. Because I just didn't like the music that was out. I said, let me do some shit that I like. And that shit, it just turned out popping. It was popping. We had a good time. It's fun. It's fun to do. All right, let's see. Let me see who we got in here. Let's raise the hands, family. Let's raise the hands. Who is this? Who is this pretty lady? Zondrian? Let's get Zondrian. All right. I know you didn't request, but I'm requesting you up here. All right. Y'all raise your hands. What's up, Zon?
Hi, Tariq. I actually, I didn't raise my hand, but thank you for inviting me. But let me say this before you drop me down.
Yes.
My mother put me on to you.
Oh.
And she did. She loves you. She would probably just die if she knew I was talking to you right now.
How old is mom?
Oh, mom is, she actually has a birthday, November 15th.
Oh, cool. It's coming up.
She'll be 71.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Where's mom from?
Actually, you know what? I'm glad you brought this up. I have a lineage question for you, if you don't
Yes.
mind. If you'll humor me for like maybe just 20 seconds, 30 seconds.
Of course.
Okay, so my mother's family, we're from LA originally.
Okay.
But my mother's from Arkansas, and my mother's father is from Prairie View, Texas.
Okay.
And North Carolina. That's where his peoples are from. I don't know if there are any Prairie View, Texas people in the chat, but my lineage is connected to Edward L. Blackshear. He's one of the founders of the university.
Okay.
So yeah, that's a good thing for the family. But
Yes,
my father's side. So he's from Mount Vernon,
New York,
Virginia. No, Virginia area.
Okay.
But here's the thing, real quick, and I'll land my plane really quickly. My father has a very interesting background, and I said, wait a minute, are we low key? Are we low key immigrants or something? So here's the thing, I don't know if you're familiar with George Washington, because you know so much about history.
Yeah.
But his background, like the president. So my family basically were some of the slaves that were on his plantation, but we come from the bourgeois Washingtons. So I don't know if you know who that is. That's his nephew. But long story short, we were picked up from Barbados back in the 1700s.
Okay.
And then we were brought over to that not Monticello, that's
Mount Vernon, right?
Mount Vernon, yes. We were brought over there back in the 1700s, in the late 1700s. And then I guess we kind of had our own ethnogenesis.
Yeah, that's an ethnogenesis. Yeah, y'all.
Okay.
Yeah, because Barbados wasn't like the Caribbean now, because they were having an ethnogenesis at the time. So y'all came over here. That lineage came over during the ethnogenesis. So you're foundational Black American.
Okay, so I'm foundational Black American on both sides of my family.
Yeah. That's a part of the ethnogenesis. When you came over here in the 1700s, I mean, you're becoming and you're creating the culture. You weren't culturally Caribbean anymore. You're now
Exactly. Because we're aware of that, but we don't practice really anything that's Caribbean related, culturally speaking, or anything of that nature.
right.
We're Black,
And you can't
Black
go to
American.
right, and y'all can't go to Barbados now as citizens. You're foreigners there.
Right. Can't do that at all.
Right. So yeah, y'all had an ethnogenesis. That's a part of the ethnogenesis. So y'all FBA. And there was a slave on the Washington had named Hercules. That was his cook. So I don't know if you guys might be related to him.
I think so, actually.
Yeah.
I'm very familiar. Yeah.
You familiar with that name?
That's so interesting that you brought that up.
Yeah. Yeah, he had a slave there named Hercules who was his cook, who actually escaped. He left the plantation and went up to New York somewhere. But yeah, y'all might. And I think Hercules had children, and the children remained there. So it's interesting. So you might be a part of that. Yeah.
And my father was actually, because I know you've spoken about the Harlem Renaissance a lot. So his parents, they left the South and they moved to New York. And so my father and his siblings, they were all born in New York. And that's when back in the day, because my father was born in 1950.
Okay.
Right. And so, of course, his parents were born in the 20s, et cetera, et cetera. And then when they were young in the late 30s, early 40s, especially around World War II jumped off in the early 40s, rather. That's when, FBAs, they were really making Harlem pop.
Yes,
they
indeed.
really were.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, my father comes from a huge family, and they were all in New York, but they were all, I mean, everybody was just, it was just a bunch of FBAs. It wasn't Africans, Caribbeans. I mean, you had Italians back then, but the black people in New York were FBAs.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, it was the black people who made New York really become a cultural epicenter for, everybody to kind of gravitate towards it. So yeah, it's deep. But anyway, thank you so much, beloved.
Thank you, Tariq. Thank you.
Man, family, you know what I've been thinking, man? I've been really contemplating doing a documentary about Harlem. I think that needs to be done now to really get into the history of Harlem and the Harlem Renaissance, and even just how black people have been in Harlem literally from the very, very beginning. Since the beginning of New York. I've been that's the ancestors have been tapping me on my shoulder about this Harlem Renaissance thing, because there's a lot of misconceptions about it. And Harlem is extremely important. The ancestors have been tapping me on my shoulder about that. And I think that'll be a very interesting story, because people don't know how important Harlem was and is. People really don't understand. Do y'all know, man, Harlem had the first racially integrated venue. The first racially integrated venue in America was Harlem. Now, they try to say it was another place in New York called the Cafe Society that was in Greenwich Village in 1938. That ain't true. And they try to give credit to the Cafe Society by saying it was the first racially integrated venue in America because it was a white person who owned it, and they were pretty liberal and they were explicitly against Jim Crow laws. But no, the first racially integrated venue was the Savoy in Harlem in 1926. All right? That was the first open place where white people can go and black people can go, and they can dance and mingle openly. It was the Savoy in Harlem, the first racially integrated venue in America. The Savoy, very important. See, people need to know this type of shit because they bury this information and then throw a lot of misinformation out there. See, that's why I did Microphone Check, to kind of clear up all the misinformation about hip hop. You know? But yeah, that might be something I need to do, because we need to really break that Harlem Renaissance thing down and the importance of it. It was very important, not just for black society, but white society was benefiting from that. White people were up there studying Harlem. That was a thing. It was like a Harlem, they called it Harlem Mania, where white people kept going up there trying to get the game and learn and study and emulate black culture. Mae West was going up there. That's where she got all her swag from. Mae West. Her swag, she was imitating a black woman. I talked about this before. She was up there in Harlem, hanging out with folks, and Brothers was piping her down, by the way. That was another thing. These white women were getting piped down. These white women actresses back in those days, they would get like a black driver or somebody. There was a boxer. It was some boxer who she was funding, and he was kind of like her bodyguard, kind of. He was piping her ass down. There was a couple of them brothers piping down Mae West. Marilyn Monroe, too. Marilyn Monroe. There's a story about Mae West when she came out to California with her black driver, where there was an apartment complex out here in LA, and they wouldn't let him in because he was black. So her ass went and bought the damn whole complex. She bought the apartment complex so he could be in there. Yeah. Oh yeah, Marilyn Monroe. Hell yeah. Marilyn Monroe, she had a hankering for the soul pole. There's a picture of Marilyn Monroe at a club on Central Avenue, sitting at a table. It's like this gay white photographer, and next to Marilyn Monroe is this brother, and he has a look on his face like he about to smash. Yeah. Yeah. Mae West, many people believe she was passing too, because the rumor was her granddad or somebody was really black, but he was passing. So that been a rumor. And if you really look at Mae West, you can kind of see it. Take a good look at Mae West. You can kind of see it. Yeah. Yeah, that was another thing, the whole passing thing. But a documentary about Harlem, man, that might be something real fly. The Harlem Renaissance is something that's really slept on. It ain't talked about enough, the significance of it. And that thing was heavy, you know. Oh yeah, Betty Boop. That's based on what was it, Helen something? Yeah, Betty Boop. It was a white woman. They patterned Betty Boop at a white woman, but the white woman was emulating a black woman, doing all of that. It was a song called "I Want to Be Loved by You." What's that white woman's name? But yeah, they were emulating black women scat singing, all that doop doop be doop, all that. That was like the scat singing that the Jazz Sisters was doing. It's deep. It's deep, man. It is. Yeah, Helen Kane, right? Helen Kane. They were studying those sisters doing scat singing in Harlem, and that's kind of where. And there was a sister who Helen Kane was emulating, and that's where the Betty Boop character came from. Oh, it's deep. It's deep. It's real deep. And there was in the 1920s, there was these white liberal women. They called them flappers. There was a flapper movement where these white women were just kind of breaking the cultural norms. They were wearing short dresses and smoking cigarettes and dancing. And there was a fear that these white women would, because they would go up to Harlem, and the fear was they would get piped down by the brothers. So there was like a whole hysteria about the white women who were the flappers going up to Harlem and being seduced by jazz music and the brothers. It's deep. It's real deep. Which they were. They were going up there getting piped down. They were right. They were right. You know? Oh, it's heavy. But a documentary about Harlem, just the history of it, going all the way back to the 1600s and just breaking down the Harlem Renaissance, that would be fly. In Harlem, that's one of my favorite places. And Harlem has always shown me love. My books, they would sell my books and all my movies in Harlem. Oh man, look at, we got a lot of hearts in here. We got a lot of hearts in here. Oh yeah, I love New York. I love Harlem. Harlem has always shown me love. Always. They got me on a mural out there, man. They've always shown me love. Yeah. Oh man. Let me
This
see.
is your Shanita. It's Shanita eating collard greens.
Hey Shanita, how are you, dear?
I'm amazing, darling. Amazing.
Hop on camera, Shanita. Let's see. It's okay. We see what a bonnet looks like. Let's see. What happened, dear?
Come on camera, sir. I am not.
Ma'am, hop on camera, Shanita. Miss Shanita, it's okay if your bra, if you got a dirty bra, that's okay. We don't mind. We don't mind your bra being dirty.
I love your jokes. Your jokes is awesome. I'm just coming here to tap you, brother. I'm just coming here to tell you because you're kind of.
You're breaking up, ma'am. It's hard to hear you. Yeah, if your bra is dirty, it's okay. We don't mind that. We just want you on camera. All right, we want you on camera. All right. All right. She didn't want to get on. I wanted to see what was going on with her. All right, ma'am. Ladies, if your bras are dirty, it don't matter. We can't smell them from here. All right. You got a little musty bra. It's okay. All right. Let's get Riviera. Riviera is from Twitter. I remember that name on Twitter. Riviera, what's up, Rivi?
Man, I didn't mean to come up, but you were talking about your music. It's funny. I remember the. Can you say the word? The raccoon train, coon train.
Oh, yeah.
What about black on black crime?
Oh yeah, yeah, man.
Man.
Yeah, the C train that was hilarious. Thank you. Yeah, the C train was hilarious. All right. Okay. Capricorn FBA. Let's get Cap. Oh, who is that? Who is this? What the hell is this person? Who are these people? Boy, look at that head. What's up, brother?
Hey man, what's up?
I'm good, but boy, look at that hairline. What's up with you, brother?
I'm good. What's up with you?
I'm good. What country you in, sir?
I'm in Nigeria.
My brother, boy, that hairline, that hairline. Let's see your room. Let's see your house. What your house look like, brother?
You want to see my real face?
Yeah, let's see your real face, brother.
No, this is not my house.
That's not your house. Where are you?
I'm in the ghetto.
You're in the ghetto?
I'm in the ghetto.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, you got a lot of taco meat on your chest, brother. Now, whose house is that?
This is a ghetto house, not my house. Show your face, brother.
Well, how is it not your house? You in there with your shirt off and your taco meat showing?
Yeah, because I'm in a ghetto. This is not a house. How do you expect this to be a house? Don't you see? This is what there's to drink. Ghetto drink, not house.
Okay, well, you're shanty town. You're in a shanty town, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you all right? Do you need help?
Yeah, I need help.
I can give you Sally Struthers' number, and you can call her. Okay.
Okay. How are you gonna send me the number?
Yeah, somebody in the chat room, they'll kind of get a number for you, so you can get you some Red Cross rice or some UNICEF grains. So now, what do you do out there in Nigeria, brother?
I'm a driver.
Okay, for Uber, y'all drive for Uber Eats out there?
Yeah.
That's cool. Okay, so what else is happening?
I'm just chilling. That's what I do. I'll try to use that to feed myself. And I try to use that to feed my mama. It ain't easy to take the mama out of the hood.
Right.
Trying to do what I gotta do.
Yes, you trying to get your mama out the hood. Are you eating some Jollof right now, sir?
No, I ain't eating no jollof. Wow. How do you know about jollof?
Yeah, we know about it. We know about Jollof and egusi and fufu.
Yeah, that is egusi and fufu with eba. Do you know amala and ewedu?
I don't know that.
Do you want us to be friends? So anytime I want to go live, I will send you request so you come and you'll be doing live together.
No. Do you also eat bushmeat? Do you eat bushmeat?
Yeah, I eat bushmeat.
Like, what do you like to eat? What kind of bushmeat do you like to eat?
Like the rabbits.
Rabbits? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. Who is that? Who is that right there?
That's my sister.
What's up, sister? How you doing, dear?
Hi.
How are you? Lovely young lady. How are you, dear?
I'm fine.
Yes, indeed. Now, what's your name?
Ayomide.
Okay, nice to meet you, beloved. Very beautiful young lady. All right.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, guys, it was a pleasure to meet you guys. I hope y'all get it together. Hope y'all help mom. Hope your mom is okay, right?
Yeah. And what about the number you want to send me?
Yeah.
So I could get help.
Yeah, I'm gonna find Sally Struthers' number. We're gonna get you some grains and some all that stuff. Thank you, brother. You got to get that filter off. All right. Yeah, his sister was pretty sister. Yeah, she's gonna catch her a white man. She's gonna be like the woman who called earlier. She's gonna get saved. She's a cute sister, and she's gonna be over here talking about what about black on black crime. All right. What's up, brother?
Still with it, bro.
What's up? You're Asian?
Yeah.
Well, are you Filipino? Where you from, brother?
Japanese.
Really? Okay. Are you in Japan now?
Nah, I'm not in Japan now.
Well, where you at now, brother?
I'm in Miami.
Oh, cool. You out here in the States?
Yes.
Yeah. So what's on your mind, brother?
What's your content? What's your content about?
We just be chopping it up, man. Chopping up random stuff. Just talking about every and anything, man. We just have folks bringing up different topics, chopping it up.
Okay. I feel that. Well, I'll just tapping in with you. All right, bro.
No doubt, man. You be good, brother. All right. All right, folks. Folks, see we got live space popping, so folks just want to get on. All right, someone said Tiger Hood. All right. So the ladies trying to choose on the brother. All right, so the ladies wanted them a little black and Japanese brother. Okay. Y'all should have gotten the brother's DMs. All right. All right. Some of the ladies trying to choose up on the Japanese and black brother. All right. Okay. We got what's his name? I think we got the Three Musketeers trying to call up. We got the Three Musketeers calling in.
Yo, Tariq.
What's up, man?
When are you gonna stop this? By the way, I can't get on the camera because it won't let me. But when are you gonna stop this African hate, bro? We need to come together and unite. You know, like we've got one common goal: white supremacy. Come on, fighting that. Can you stop this? You're really causing a massive division in the diaspora, bro.
How so? How am I doing it?
Bro, you the way you clown Africans, our names, our foods, how Africans are musty, this and that. You don't think white people are listening to you, bro, and just loving it? You don't think that? Come on, bro. Can you stop this division, bro? Stop it.
White people were the ones clowning y'all ass initially. We were the ones who got them off your back. What you talking about?
Yeah, but not everyone is a tether, as you call it.
I know
Niggas
that.
been riding
I know
with
that. I
black
never said
Americans.
everybody was a tether, but
No,
you
you
are.
generalize every African
Now, you are a tether, but not all of the people from the diaspora are tethers. They're not, sir.
How am I a tether?
Because you do things to undermine us, and you're a liar
What
and a
have I
scammer.
done? What have I done?
You're a liar and a scammer, sir. That's
What have I lied about?
You lie about everything, and I don't even want to hear you. We're bored. All right? We're already bored with you. I don't want to hear you whining. You just want attention. All right? We don't want to hear all that. All right? We don't want to hear you whining. It's a new day. We're delineating, dude. That's what's up. We've already delineated. It's a new day. You can't scam like you used to. Y'all mad because y'all can't run scams. Damn, you just can't run scams no more. That shit is drying up. Your scam money is drying up, sir. Yeah, you hitting us up from Finsta accounts. You can't even stand on business. Yeah, I don't want to unite with you. Yeah, it's okay to not reunite with every damn body. Some people ain't worthy of uniting with. You can't even stand on business. You hiding and sneaking and lurking like a little roach. I don't want to unite with you. You're not the kind of person I want to unite with. Yeah? Yeah, these folks are mad because we ain't caping for them, and now the white supremacists are giving them the business. And you ain't got us there as a buffer caping for you. You got to fight your own battles, and you losing. All right? You losing because we ain't stepping up for you. But remember, you told us, well, we need to learn from you and work hard. Stop being lazy akatas. Look at your work ethic. You came over with $2, and now you are so successful. So use those same $2 and get those white supremacists off your bumper and stop whining to us. All right? Man. All right. Let's see who we got. Man. Yeah, these people are so mad that we ain't getting deported. They're mad because we ain't being targeted. But they're mad. And they're mad because we ain't caping for them when it's happening to them. Y'all told us to stay out your business and you got it popping. Well, get it popping. Go ahead, get it popping. All right. Oh, let me get one more. Should I get one more? Where the ladies? Let's get some sisters up here. Ladies, where y'all at? Let's get the sisters up in here. All right. Let's get the sisters up in here. What's that? Mild and something. What's your name, brother? Mild and something. What's up, Mild? Hop on, brother. It's Mild. What's up, brother? I hear you breathing. What's happening? Okay, Mild, hop on, sir. right, Mao, we're waiting on you. I hear you in there. You eating some ackee and saltfish. I hear you chomping. Mao, did you not mean to get on? All right, I think you got on by mistake. I think he dropped a jerk chicken bone on the phone and got on by mistake. All right. All right. I hate when people call up and just start breathing and making real weird breathing sounds. All right. All right, ladies, raise your hand. Raise your hand in the chat room, ladies. All right. Raise your hands in the chat room, ladies. Let's do that. Where we at? Where are we? Yeah, thank everybody for the gifts. I appreciate that. Everybody throw some gifts in here. All right. Everybody throw the gifts in before we get up out of here. Let's get V2. V2, hop on V2. Raise your hand if you want to get on, guys. V2, hop on V.
Yo, what up, Tariq?
What's up, V? How are you?
I'm good, man. I just wanted to speak real quick for the FBA family. I just want to say that we should start saving our money, man. Just stop spending. We have a big spending power in this country, and I feel like we just got to stop spending on the Jordans and all the unnecessary BS, because a lot of these people, you know, they don't even rock with us, man. So we just save our money, unite together, you know, cook at home, stop eating at these restaurants. You know, a lot of the food is fake, you know, and yeah, that's it. I just want to talk about that. Just save our money and just build power, man. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. That was vague and cliche, but okay. All right. Okay. All right. Where the sisters? Sisters, where y'all at? Where the lovely sisters? All right, we need a lovely FBA sister to hop up in here and bring some good energy to the room. We got good energy now, but we need a real fly FBA sister to hop on through. Do we have any fly FBA sisters who can hop on and just get the room centered? Yeah, we need your FBA energy, but you got to be lovely. The Big Back Hour was earlier, and there's nothing wrong with that, but we need the FBA baddies. Do we have any FBA baddies in here who can come and really center the energy in the room? All right? Do we have any FBA baddies? We had a couple last night. It was beautiful sisters called up last night. All right? We had Zan. She was on. She didn't get on camera, but we got to get y'all to hop on camera. We got to get you to hop on camera. All right. Halo. Yeah, Halo is a baddie. Halo don't like to get on camera. All right. Where y'all at, ladies? Well, yeah. What does FBA mean? Okay, hop on, Miss Anonymous. Okay, this look like a Finsta account. Miss Anonymous, hop on and let's talk about it. What's up, FBA Goddess? All right, Miss Anonymous, hop on in. All right, Miss Anonymous, where are you? I sent you an invite, Miss Anonymous. All right, Miss Anonymous. I don't know if she's taking the invite. I don't know. But I would like to get you up. That'll be good. All right, I'm gonna scroll down and see who we need to bring up in here. I'm gonna just invite some of these randoms. All right. Who we got? Miss Anonymous, you in here? All right, some of these people, I'm just gonna hit some of these randoms so we can get things flowing. Okay, Miss Anonymous, hop in. Since you're asking questions, and usually when people say, what does FBA mean? Usually that's a gateway troll question. Whenever they say that, usually they start trolling, because everybody knows what FBA means at this point. It's not a mystery. All right. Let's see who we got. All right. Let's see who we got in here. Okay, y'all ain't. I'm inviting y'all and y'all not accepting the invite. All right. Okay. But Miss Anonymous, hop on. Hop on the thing so we can discuss it. Unless you might be a dude. Yeah, you look like one of them accounts and it's really a dude behind it. So you might be a man. That's why you're not trying to get on. And that's okay. Thank you, Shakira. Where's Shakira? Thank you, Shakira. All right. Thank you for the gift, Shakira. All right. Yeah, some of y'all, I guess y'all don't want to get on because y'all got the bonnet on and your forehead is sticking out, and you ain't got time to comb a bang over your forehead. You can't put a bang over your forehead, so a lot of y'all don't want to get on camera. And that's okay. That's okay. Some of you got your bonnets on and your edges are missing, and it's okay. It's okay. If your edges are missing, it's understandable that you don't want to get on. You and your missing edges. It's okay. It's okay. You're going to put some hair growth drops on the edges before you go to bed and then do a little edge prayer so you can pray your edges back. All right? So it's understandable if some of y'all don't want to get in because you got a big forehead and no edges. Rosie's girl, hop on, Rosie's girl. All right, some of these people I want to invite them in, but we trying to make it do what it do. All right. So let's try this. I want to get some more people on before we bounce. I want to get some more people on before we get up out of here. Let's get King T something. All right. Hop on, brother. All right. All right, King. Well, let's get Love first. Let's get Love in here. Love, hop on camera, dear.
Okay.
Let's see what's going.
Here.
See what's going.
Oh my goodness.
All right. And when you see yourself, just hit save. Oh, there she go. What's up, dear?
Hey. No, I was doing my hair, so.
Oh, I got the curl locks. I love that. Love that. Yes, indeed. Are you an AKA? That an AKA shirt? What's that?
Hello, Kitty.
Hello, kid. What city you in, dear? What city you in?
I'm in Texas.
Okay. Well, Dallas, Houston, where?
I'm from Oak Cliff, but I'm in San Antonio right now. That's where my mom lives.
Oh, okay. Now,
yeah, I'm down here.
Oh, cool. Now, your mom is Hispanic. Who's Hispanic in the family?
My mom.
Okay, your dad's black?
Yeah.
He's FBA?
Yes.
Cool. Where's your dad from?
We're from Dallas, but East Texas.
Oh, cool.
East Texas, DeKalb, New Boston, Texarkana, Cooks, all that good stuff.
What you do out there in Texas? You a nurse?
Home health care.
Health, I knew it. That's why I said nurse. Yep, I can tell. How long you been doing that?
I was trying to do my hair, and well, I did my hair, but yeah.
There you go. Where's your dude?
I'm currently single.
Oh. Now how old are you? 32, 33?
I'm 43.
Oh. Grown woman. You got any kids?
I have a daughter. She passed about 5 years ago. So
no, Lord.
Yeah.
No. That's horrible. What? How old was she?
She was 7 weeks.
She's a baby.
Her name is Love. Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that.
No, it's okay. It's been a lot. It's been a lot of work, but hey. But no, yeah, I'm in Texas. I've been following you for years. It's nothing but love over here. Like, you're amazing. You are super amazing. I've been talking to my mom about coming out there to California because I've been trying to spend a lot of time with her. She's 70. She'll be 71. So she's a little older. Yeah. But yeah, like, she's a rider. So.
Oh, yeah. Love that. Well, sister, it's so good to have you on, sis. We're going to have everybody follow you. Everybody follow this sister right here. Thank you so much, love. Appreciate you. All right. That's a sweet girl. Oh, that's horrible about the baby. Golly, man. Yeah, much love. Yeah, she's a sweetheart. She's FBA on her dad's side. So, yeah, she's down. She's FBA on her dad's side. Respect to her. That's our sister. Like her energy. She seems hella cool. Yeah, she seems hella cool. You know? She's a very sweet girl. All right. Yes, indeed. Y'all follow that sister. I'm going to follow her too. Let me follow her. Yeah, she's a sweetheart. Let me follow her. Okay, follow her back. Yeah, y'all follow Love Parker. Love verse Parker. Y'all follow that sister. All right, family, let me get up out of here. Y'all gonna have me on all night. I gotta get up early. Y'all gonna have me up all night, chopping it up with y'all. And it's fun. We have a great time on here. Y'all throw some last minute gifts up here. Y'all throw them last minute gifts in, family. Throw them in here, because I think we had some great combo in here. Oh, yeah. Listen, family, this Saturday, we got an event at the Hidden History Museum. Y'all need to join me. If you're in California or around California, come on out, man. We're going to have a ball this Saturday, November 15th. Hidden History Museum. We got an event called the Hilarious Harvest Hangout. We're going to have complimentary food from Chef Marilyn, great music, a bunch of great comics performing. We're going to be mingling, vibing, networking. It's a great place, the Hidden History Museum. That's the most poppin' black spot in LA. So y'all need to be in the place. Get your tickets right now, hiddenhistorymuseum.com. hiddenhistorymuseum.com, ladies and gentlemen. All right? All right. I'm up out of here, guys. Y'all be good. Papi Akute, Lola Vuve to the family. Peace.
I'm no longer musty. I'm no longer musty. I'm no longer musty. I'm no longer musty. 'Cause I got my real work on. I'm no longer musty. 'Cause I got my real work on. I'm no longer musty. 'Cause I got my real work on. I'm no longer musty.
Just to themselves. So why is it called the? All right, dude. Okay, come on, man. All right, and like he really wants to let's debate. Okay. Oh, your son, like never seen my son day in his life, but yeah. Oh, your son, like grown ass man talking about a little 4-year-old. They never seen him. A grown man is getting on a 4-year-old because he is a liar when it comes to Africans' role in selling us to white people. He gonna talk about a 4-year-old. So I said, you know what? Thank you for saying it. You cannot just get the blocking because I was going to entertain you one more time, not on my channel. I said the channel we were on. I was going to entertain him and beat him up real fast, but not on my channel. He's not going to waste no time on my channel. So I said, good. You gave me a reason to block you and ignore you forever. Good. Now go away. Okay. So after we were sold in the millions, 12 to 15 million, all right, to Europeans. Okay. So that started the diaspora. We were dropped off during the diaspora. Out of 12 to 15 million, only 385,000, around that much, were sent to America. That's it. And guess what? Some didn't stay in America. So the slave ships, when they came to America, not everybody who got off the slave ships qualifies as FBA. You know why? Because some of them got shipped out they stopped here and got back on another boat and went to the islands or went to Brazil somewhere, okay? And they became that. The ones who remained here
and went through U.S. chattel slavery, that is the start of the conversation of being FBA. Okay, so if somebody was truly here and people were here when we got here, if they didn't experience U.S. chattel slavery, they're not FBA. They're just who they are, right? That's all. They're our pals. They're our allies, I guess. But that's it. They're not FBA. So if somebody want to say they were already here and they didn't experience chattel slavery, hey, fine. You're not FBA. You are exactly who you say you are. No different than a Jamaican or Haitian or Kenyan, Irish person. Okay, let's go further. So the ones who got thrown into U.S. chattel slavery, it wouldn't matter if it was those who came off the slave ships, those who were already here, or some aliens that fell out of a UFO. If they all experienced U.S. chattel slavery, right, and were either emancipated or freed, one of four ways, they got bought out of slavery, became a free black. The term is free blacks, by the way. The term is not free Africans. Hello? The ones who were bought out of slavery or got out of slavery but were not emancipated, these folks were not called freed Africans or you African booty scratchers. They were called free blacks in history. Okay? So you were bought out of slavery, you bought yourself out of slavery, you were born free, born out of slavery. So I'm saying bought, B-O-U-G-H-T, bought out of slavery by somebody else. You bought yourself out of slavery. You were born out of slavery. You were not enslaved when you were born free, or through meritorious manumission. Maybe some good acts. Slave master felt like, all right, bro, you did enough. Let you free. Or maybe you snitched on somebody else, but that's all meritorious manumission. One of those four ways you could have shortened your slavery, a little earlier, prior to Emancipation Proclamation. But they're called free blacks in history. They're not called free Africans. So take that mental note. Okay, going further. These people, again, became free blacks, and others, the majority, were enslaved on a plantation somewhere in the South, even though there's a nice number up north. There's a nice number. There's a nice number up north somewhere. You feel me? Okay, so those free blacks, some of them wanted to leave the country. They thought it was better somewhere else. So some of them went to across Sierra Leone, just different parts of Africa. You did. That's what they did. They felt like it'd be different over there somehow, and they learned very fast. These guys are compromised. These guys signed treaties. They validated white supremacy. All right. So of course, a lot of them returned. At the same time, you had the ACS going on, the American Colonization Society. Yes, they had a colony in Africa and Liberia, right? They bought it. And in their mind, they felt like free blacks were going to be a headache. Because they're out here buying property, they're out here living big during the height of slavery, living big. And they feel like, hey, these guys are going to be asking for rights, citizenship, all type of stuff. So let's go ahead and like they can already feel that they're also inciting just their presence of being free around enslaved people. They're inciting those enslaved people to not want to be enslaved anymore. So a possible rebellion. By the way, it was about 300,000 to 400,000 free blacks. Yeah, that number. I didn't study. 300,000 to 400,000 free blacks at that time. Okay. All right. So with that being said, so now the ACS, they said, okay, we're gonna ship these free blacks to Liberia. So this colony, we're gonna act like it is so beautiful. It's the promised land. This is your freedom. we're gonna paint this narrative that this is the next step, but it won't be in this country, right? So obviously, out of the 300, 400,000 free blacks, they were not buying it. So what the ACS did was they said, all right, well, look, if the free blacks don't want to go, what we're going to do is we're going to help not help, but we're going to free other enslaved blacks from plantations, but on one condition, that they go to Liberia. Otherwise, they stay enslaved on the plantation. So, of course, some slaves like, hey, I don't want to be on a plantation no more. Liberia, okay, sounds great. Let me see the brochure. Looks great. All right. Of course, they paint a picture that it was like kind of like Marcus Garvey saying he's gonna ship people to Liberia with these fancy big old cruise ships. So they were very unsuccessful in what they set out to do. Out of 340,000 free blacks, they were only able to ship to Liberia about 12,000. That's a very tiny number compared to 300, 400,000, right? So they started to war with the natives there. They went there, obviously the ACS was like putting the American Liberians, they were called at that time. They started to put them in position of leadership, things like that, purposely trying to stir up some issues there, which worked. So they started to have beef with the natives. They tried to do some Hutus, Tutsi, Rwanda genocide thing there. It didn't get that message, but they did have some fallout. So now we have the Civil War approaching, right? So all of those free blacks, not all, but a lot of the free blacks who left the country to go find some residence in Africa because they believed the grass was greener until they got there. They realized, oh, these guys colonized, compromised, and worse. Because these guys got a white supremacist mindset, right? Anyway, once word got back to them that the Civil War will indeed happen, and there's a chance to fight for your freedom and citizenship, all those fake Pan-African, all going to the motherland, not all, but a large majority brought their butt right back over here to fight for citizenship and liberty, emancipation, to be emancipated. Okay, so now those free blacks were free, but they were not emancipated. What's the difference between an emancipated black and a free black? A free black still don't have rights, still don't have citizenship. He's still not seen as an American. An emancipated black, that person is protected under the Constitution, at least on paper. So they become a full American, a full citizen. That's the difference between a free black who freed themselves or got freed or married to his manumission, and were no longer enslaved, from an emancipated black. The 1865. So history tells you that we helped fight the war. We kicked the Confederates ass, the South ass, and we became emancipated. We were free. Okay. Now from there, we had Black Reconstruction, not African Reconstruction, not African American Reconstruction. That period, when we start to put ourselves in the position of mayors, governors, congressmen, congresswomen, we were seen as, or that period is called Black Reconstruction. So stay with me. Free blacks, Black Reconstruction. All you keep hearing in the beginning, black, 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 black. Okay. So now on paper and legally, we would call it Negroes of color. All right. So after that, KKK rolls up. Shortly after that, ended Black Reconstruction, and now we have the system of Jim Crow. 100 years of that, a lot of bull crap came out of that, and now we're in post-integration, or post-Jim Crow now, 1968. Okay, now that 1968 period that became post-Jim Crow, that is known as the Black Civil Rights period, not the African American Civil Rights period or movement or act. Okay, that's known as the Black Civil Rights Movement. Right? Following so far? Malcolm X, black man, black man, black man. Dr. King said he's proud to be black. So now black is taking on positive attributes. Okay? No longer the black is bad, evil, black magic, voodoo, and all that type of stuff. Superstition is taking on positive attributes. Okay? Black and beautiful. Black and proud, James Brown. Black power, Stokely Carmichael. Black American heritage flag, Marvin Charles in 1967. You see? So the Black American heritage flag even came up during that time in the 1960s. Everybody, black, 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 black. And a little bit earlier than that, you had the Black Renaissance, not the African American Renaissance, the Black Renaissance. Okay? You had Black banks. You had Black Wall Street. I recall W.E. Du Bois writing a book called The Souls of Black Folk. Not the souls of Africans, or not the souls of African Americans, but the souls of Black folk. Black, biggity black, biggity, biggity, biggity black. Okay, all day long. That was the language. And then in 1970, the government took black and made it the racialized term for us when it comes to collecting data for the Census Bureau, all type of stuff. They had us down officially as black on paper in 1970. Okay. All right, let me see what I put some notes. You see if I missed anything. This is all off the top. I didn't miss anything. But let me just say, the NOI, the Nation of Islam, they were known as the Black Muslims, not as the African Muslims or the African American Muslims. The Nation of Islam were called the Black Muslims. Okay. Give me a sec. I'm making some coffee. Give me a second. Give me a second. You dig? Cash App, $, unbiased Ron. This is why they don't call it. Nobody can put it together this neatly, okay? Or at least you never heard it put together this neatly before. Let me read some chat. Let me see what's going on in the chat world. Okay? Exactly, Mo. Black with a capital B, not black with a lowercase b. Put some respect on the name. Proper noun black. Give me a second to fix my coffee. And then we'll continue shortly. We put my Cash App in there for anybody who's feeling what we got going on right now. Because I know for a fact it was never put together like this before. And I made it so simple too to follow. Yeah. I didn't make it all deep where it miss you, sound all smart. Okay, so now what happened? So now this 1960 period to 1970, 30 years after we said we're black, 30 years after that, black is tied to so many positive things, so many accomplishments, so many wins. Like again, the Black Civil Rights Movement, that's a big win. Black Wall Street was phenomenal, right? Something that's recorded in history. So black is tied to so many victories, so many great things, unmatchable things that make us so great, separate from everybody else in the world. Our greatness is separate from everybody else in the world. Jesse Jackson, 30 years later,
urged white people, not black people, white people to replace, not add, listen to my language, not add African American along with black, which is still stupid, but to replace black. Black is tied to all these great things I talked about. Free blacks, Black Wall Street, Black Renaissance in Harlem, Black love, but all these black, right? Black civil rights movement, all this great stuff black is tied to, attached to, married to. Jesse Jackson urges white people to replace black with African American, and nothing is tied to it. And by the way, this is at the height. This is when this is at the height of the crack epidemic. So he wants to replace black out of nowhere with African American at the height of the crack epidemic. This is 1988, 1990, by the way. So the question that you should ask people, why was it necessary to bring in African American to replace black? After all, it's a new term. It's a new word. Don't they say it to us? Don't they say, hey, that's a new word. We don't need a new word. Well, why did you introduce African American? We didn't need a new word, right? Let's keep the same smoke. As a matter of fact, we're not introducing a new word. We are reintroducing an old word, black. So what we're doing is we're arming it this time where it can no longer be replaced. Black by itself was left negative. Now we're arming black with foundational and DAS, Foundation Black American, Descendants of Slaves. We're arming it where it is no longer can be replaced. Hold on as I make this call. You're witnessing why they'll talk about me, but won't click that link. Now, there's no link to click tonight. I'm not talking about tonight. There's no link tonight. Yeah, after this was a quick live. So there's no link after today. I mean, there's no link for today's live. Okay? I'm not talking about today. I'm talking about when I normally put it out there for challenges. This is why they don't click it. Because I'm armed with information like this off the top of the head. I don't need to Google, ChatGPT, Grok, Gemini, off the top. I brought you all the way from Africa, being sold all the way to 1990. So again, the question is, why would Jesse Jackson want to replace such a beautiful term that's tied to so many historical W's? Why would you want to get rid of that for a new word that has no history behind it? And now, going forward, looking backwards, what is tied to African Americans? The crack epidemic, 94 crime bill, mass incarceration, food to prison pipeline. Like, what positive is attached to these words? So that's why people like myself look at this as a deliberate op move. And anybody who's out there championing this word over black is on board that op, that operation. You do it. There's no need to replace a beautiful term. Like, we're black and beautiful. When did we ever say we're African American and beautiful? We're African and beautiful. When did we ever say that? Out of nowhere. Nobody was calling for it. Out of nowhere. This dude, and guess who hopped on with this? George Bush. George Herbert Bush said in a 1989 eulogy, a year later, he said, yeah, this is a good term. George Bush. You got Republicans, you got Democrats, you got the liberal media, Jewish media, everybody is on board with this word, African American family, in just 1 year. FBA Adolf, we're 8 years in. And we got a lot of work to do. With the help of liberal news and Republican news families, we were African American in 1 year. If that ain't crazy, I don't know what it is. Okay, so then about less than 10 years after Jesse Jackson urged us to become African American, so we were still in the census. We were African American on the census. We were still black. So now look what happened. Now keep in mind, let's look at the dates. 1990, we have the crack epidemic booming. We got this new term African American, and isn't this the time where Afro immigrants start to influx the country in large waves? So they come at the right time. They don't come in when we're just black and they got to be who they are from their homeland. They come at this country at the right time when this African American word is produced. Now all of a sudden, an influx of Afro immigrants come to America. Okay, I don't like to believe that was just some wild coincidence. I like to believe that was the game plan, right? That is what I believe. Now, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. One second. Okay. Give me a second.
Excuse me.
I'm back. Okay. I got some. Yeah. Okay. Oh, thank you. Okay. All right. Let's get back to it. So, okay. So now history bear record of this, right? So now a large wave of immigrants come at the same time this African American word introduced to us. Okay. Now, what is the problem with this word? This word became a huge problem because these recent immigrants that are Afro immigrants are attached to this word from these Census Bureau forms. Okay. So they're coming over here, Jamaican, Trinidadian, West African, Nigerian, Kenya. But when they fill out the forms, there's no Kenyan on the form. There's no tether on the form. You have to fill out Black African American. So now what happens after a while, family? What happens after time? What happens after you fill out this box over and over and over, 10, 15 years, you're gonna now believe you're that. You're gonna attach yourself to that word outside of the form. You did, like you're gonna attach yourself to that form to that word outside the form. You're gonna see yourself as an African American. Okay, and the word took on, obviously, to cover them, it took on a dual usage, which caused problems and caused confusion, right? So you got recent immigrants saying they're African American, and you got foundational Black Americans saying they're African Americans. All right. So now we're looking at each other and we know we're not the same. We're like, okay, we're totally different. So I can't be one if you're one. And they're saying we can't be one if they're one. So this is causing confusion. You cannot have an ethnonym that has a dual usage. Ethnonyms are very clear, very specific, very particular. When you say Haitian, you say Kenyan, when you say Irish, when you say German, you're not confused on who's being talked about. Ethonyms are not supposed to be confusing, and it's supposed to be clear cut who it's addressing. So we're not bringing nothing new, people. We're bringing back something old that was there first. We're bringing back black. We're just bringing it. We're just making it more armed, so it can never be replaced by another confusing term ever again to undermine and sabotage. So we're bringing black back. We're bringing black back, but we're dressing it up. We're giving it armor. We're giving it armor, a sword, and a shield. That's what we're doing. And that armor, sword, and shield, foundational black American descendants of slaves. Okay? You see? Are you foundational? Yeah. Are you black? Yeah. Are you American? Yes. Are you a descendant of slavery? Yes. Okay. You're FBA DOS. That's a fact. Now, I already showed videos where before there were such terms to call us, right? Before we actually delineated, it was hard to delineate us from recent immigrants, Afro immigrants, because we called ourselves the same thing. So the term that they would use to separate us from the recent Afro immigrants, they would use black somehow. They'll say that, and then somehow everybody knows what we're talking about. Or at times they'll just say DOS. They'll just say he's not a descendant of slavery. Or they'll say, okay, this guy is a descendant of slavery. And that was the way to speak to us or not to speak to us. And you wanted to be specific and get down to the gritty. Okay? So now, Stokely Michael is championed to coin the term Black Power, right? And we overpraised them. So did Tethers. Now, following up on Stokely Carmichael, did you know he left the Black Power bandwagon and hopped on the African American bandwagon? Yes, he did. He hopped off all that blackity black talk, you know, Tariq called him the yo, yo, yo. You know, you got the yo, yo, yo white boys, you got the blackity black Afro immigrants. So he was a blackity black. Okay, all that blackity black stuff. Now all of a sudden, yeah, African American seem okay with me. He started talking that tether talk, talking about we're Africans in America. We're not American, and we need to fight the system of capitalism and change it to a socialist system. And we need to change the world. That's how you started talking in 1989 to be exact. And of course, he got cooked by two foundations of Black American men. Like, nah, bro, you tripping. You tripping. So, I address who's Black, foundation Black Americans, who's not, everybody who's not foundation Black American, and I address who's FBA, those who went through U.S. chattel slavery. If you came over in a slave ship and you got sent off somewhere else and you didn't experience U.S. chattel slavery, you're not FBA. If you were already here and somehow you avoided U.S. chattel slavery, you're not FBA. Now, U.S. chattel slavery is the start. It's not the end all be all. There's other requirements, okay? There's other requirements that I would get into another day. Right now, I'm just giving you an overall, a rough draft of the overall, okay? Overall, the rough draft. The rough draft. You dig it? Is there any confusion? Is there any questions from the chat? My fault. Okay, so now everything I said just now, what can be refuted? What can be debated? I gave you pinpoint, precise history. This is why they don't call it and click that link. I left no room for debate. I know I left no room for concerns and questions. I gave you flat out history. I said FBA is not a new term. We're just taking an old term and putting it back in the forefront. We're getting rid of the new term. The new term is African American. Black was already here. Okay? That's what we're doing. And I know, well, I'm learning. I'm a strong voice in this space because I see how I'm being greeted by tethers and Pan-Africans when I'm in these chats that's led by them. Like, you would think they wouldn't even know who I am. And then I go in there and they start getting on me right away. And then all right, so anybody that would love a replay, want to hear this again, tune in tomorrow. You dig? I'm out. Quick, easy one. B1, we won, family.
We have to start supporting ourselves. We have to add value to our content and our voices. Hey, hey, haters gone, hate supporters done it. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Support me at home, don't support one of them clones. I'm really one of them ones. I'm really in my they dumb. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. Hey, 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 hey. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Hey, 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 hey. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Support me at home, don't support one of them clones. I'm really one of them ones. I'm really in my they dumb. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. I'm really real one of them. I'm really him, I'm really out here standing on 10. Like and subscribe, thumbs up the video. I'm really real one of them. I'm really him, I'm really out here standing on 10. Like and subscribe, thumbs up the video. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Support me at home, don't support one of them clones. I'm really one of them ones. I'm really in my they dumb. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Support me at home, don't support one of them clones. I'm really one of them ones. I'm really in my they dumb. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. I'm really real one of them. I'm really him, I'm really out here standing on 10. Like and subscribe, thumbs up the video. I'm really real one of them. I'm really him, I'm really out here standing on 10. Like and subscribe, thumbs up the video. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Support me at home, don't support one of them clones. I'm really one of them ones. I'm really him, but they dumb. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Support me at home, don't support one of them clones. I'm really one of them ones. I'm really him, but they dumb. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. Please don't hate on it. Please support on it, on it. I'm really one of them ones. I'm really him, but they dumb. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. I'm really real one of them ones that they dumb. Thumbs up. Subscribe, cash app, $sign on box rhyme.
the entire purpose of affirmative action, set-asides, civil rights laws, laws that limit constitutional rights to freedom of contract, freedom of association, all of that was to make up for the legacy of slavery and Jim Crow. So unless these benefits are going to, roughly defined, foundational Black Americans, the descendants of American slaves, you've taken away the whole purpose of this. So to make the point that Kamala isn't a foundational Black American, I always point to unless these benefits are going to, roughly defined, foundational Black Americans, the descendants of American slaves.
African Americans built this nation. You built this nation. You're just starting to get real credit for that, okay? I don't know if you know that. You're just starting to you built the nation. We all built it, but you were such a massive part of it. Bigger than you were given credit for. Does that make sense?
You have said that you resent the idea of being called an African American, that
Yes.
you are a Black American.
Yes.
Explain.
I think that when they call Black people who were born and raised for generations in this country, if you accept the handle of African American, that says that you don't accept being an American American. You don't accept being born in Chicago or New York or Detroit or wherever you were born. For generations your family's been here, built this country too. Sweat and tears and all that, fought in every war, okay? So this is my country here. So I don't want to be called African American. I'm an American American. My people have died and done everything for this country.
I'm always going to be known as a Black American. I can't call myself an African American because when they want to separate us, then they say we are African American. But remember this. When I'm competing in the Olympics, I didn't compete on an African American Olympic team. I competed on an American Olympic team. So don't separate me when you want to separate me.
I am not an African American. I'm an American. I am a Black American. I am definitely Black. And yes, my ancestors come from Africa. How long does a bloodline have to live in one land before they are considered a pure species of that land? Meaning, how long did my people have to be in America to say, hey, no, we're American, compared to some people who are English American, who are Irish American, who are German American from their ancestors, but they get to call themselves American. There's nothing wrong with being African American, but a true African American is someone that is from Africa and moved here, either first generation or second generation, and has a tie to that country that I do not have. One of the first census in Virginia that allowed for Black people to have a name was somebody from my family. So that means that
Africans don't even fuck with us.
Wow.
Because they don't. We're not from the motherland. We're from America. So I'd rather say I'm a Black American. So I consider myself a Black American. I don't consider myself African American and shout that. Because Africans don't even fuck with us.
Wow.
Because they don't.
I don't mind the term African American. I don't want to be called African American.
Why is that?
I'm not African.
Very strong.
How Afro get in front of my motherfucking race. I ain't never been to Afro-Con. I never been to Africa. Afro or Africa. Never been there. I'm not from Africa. I'm born and raised in Goose, Florida. I was born in Goose, raised in Liberty City, in the Poker Bean Project. Ain't never went to Africa, ain't thinking about going there. And I heard it's a beautiful place. Yeah, and I know it's the motherland, yes. But not my mother, not her mother, and not her mother's mother. That ain't their land. American real true land is right here in the U.S. soil.
The African Day Parade, you don't see the Africans. You got the festival that be going on in Brooklyn. The band festival, the African festivals. Where's the Africans at? When we doing our rallies and our marches, where's the Africans at on your side? Talk to us really about that, man.
See, let me tell you something. We think slavery in America was something. Slavery in Africa is still in force. You talking about deaf, blind, and dumb. Don't confuse you because somebody got on some printed cloth that's printed in Holland or India that you're looking at an African cultural expression. That's not an African cultural expression. That cloth was printed in a European country and then sold to Africans. And they've accepted that as their cloth. You understand what I'm saying? Just that piece. Now, they do speak the language, but they know less about their history than you and I do. So you've got a deaf, blind, dumb, backwards person speaking an African language, coming from the African country, came here to be a parasite, eat on and play down, because these people are so punked out and scared of the white man that they feel because they're scared of the white man, they got to be against us. You know?
Explaining what Foundation of Black American is and tell them I'm both. Is explaining what Foundation of Black American is and tell them I'm both.
Our people, brother, or are we our own people now?
No, we got to understand two things. We have a race and then we have an ethnic place. Ethnically, we African Americans. Just like a guy from Africa, he can say he's African, but there's no country called African. He's either Nigerian, Ghanaian, Malian, or something. That's his ethnic nation. There's no country called African. He's either Nigerian, Ghanaian, Malian, or something. That's his ethnic nation. Racially, we are together, but economically, we may well be enemies.
African Americans prioritize blackness isn't necessarily the same way in which an immigrant would prioritize their blackness. So, you know how African Americans would say, oh, black writer, black creator, black artist, black lawyer, black doctor, black woman in STEM? No, when we come to this country, it's immigrant or nationality, maybe our careers next, and then whatever else comes after that. So immigrant, Jamaican, marketer, whatever else comes after that. The issue that you're having is we don't see ourselves as one of you. And the reason that we don't see ourselves as one of you is
Number two, none of us were there during the days of slavery. So whatever story they have taught us, we don't sold it, that your brother sold you. I wasn't there, you weren't there, so we don't even know what truth is. And even if it's the truth, how many years ago have it been? Some of you have forgiven the white man, but you refuse to forgive your so-called brothers who sold you to the white man. I don't believe that story because I wasn't there.
Them to slavery as opposed to seeing it as, first of all, why do you believe the white man's history so much? I went to boarding school in Cameroon and I learned that one of the tactics that they used to get Africans in the slaves in the ships, they stole them literally. They would what's the word? They would come to the chief and say, hey, we just need a couple of men to work for this X amount of time, and those men would never come back. I mean, there were so many different sneaky ways that they got people away. Do you think Africans were proud to?
Okay, so
I would have sold everybody.
I would like to say something as well.
Wait, hold on. Go ahead, Rashad.
You have the women of Dahomey. They were doing, I think it was 75% of slaves that came through the transatlantic slave trade came straight through there. Matter of fact, they had, if I remember right, they had a tree. They used to have their slaves walk around called the tree of forgetfulness because they didn't want, when them slaves died over there, their spirits to come back and haunt them. They were brutal with their tactics, cutting jaws off, killing.
What are your sources? Where is this?
Google.
Zora Neale Hurston. Zora Neale Hurston is one of the greatest.
I have never heard that in my life.
Okay.
The effort of Black Americans, that it was because of maybe their sacrifice that Africans were able to come to America, and I disagree with that. I disagree because Black Americans, just as my brother here, Ovie, stated, they did not participate in my effort to come into America. The same experience they had, we have same experience. They were our brothers that were kidnapped. We did not sell our brothers. We never sold them to anybody. We were kidnapped and they were lied to, their descendants were lied to that they were sold. No, there was no money there. We did not exchange them for anything. So they were kidnapped, brought to America. We were traumatized. And when we grew up, we now began to hear the story that our brothers were kidnapped and brought them to America. Then we're eager now to go and see our brothers. With love and happiness, we now came to see our brothers, only to be met with hatred or rejection. Now, our brothers rejected us. But when we came in, we now find out the truth that actually when they were brought up here,
you say African American.
Yeah.
What's that mean for you?
It just means that, like me, like I know like a lot of people, like African Americans in general, like Black people say they're African American, and like that always confuses me. Sometimes it's like, well, are you really African American, or are you just like Black? Like, of course, there's this like long line of ancestry where
Sounds
people who are born in America and are Black are, I guess, because of slavery and that long line of ancestry, are considered African American. But I feel like for me, it should be more like a direct or more recent link.
Yeah.
So therefore, Black people in America aren't technically really African American. Like, it's really weird.
It's not. Do you identify as African American?
No. Well, I lie. I'm lying. Okay, systematically, it's because that was the only box I had.
Or meaning it umbrellas more people than just Black Americans that have a lineage in this country. We didn't know that. Okay, so when we say Black American, African American, we were using it in a way where it only referred to ourselves. But unbeknownst to us, this country had a different plan for those terms. So Obama started to be catapulted as possibly, because he's running for president, as the first Black president, and also the first African American president. So many Black people say, oh, hell no. That's not, if he wins, that's not reflective or symbolic as the first Black American. We will all say he don't have no slave roots here. He come from somewhere else. That's not a win for the people who have descendants, who are descendants of slavery in America. That's not a win for us. That's not overcoming slavery to be chief and commander of the country. That ain't what that is. Our thing was, wow, we went from being a slave to chief and commander of the country. Obama becoming president, that don't represent that. That represents a person coming from another country, immigrating over here and becoming president. Like, what that got to do with us? That's what we were saying. And here's case in point.
Obama.
Wait, first of all, I'm gonna first show a white American. See, there was no real term. So once immigrants of Africa and the Caribbean were being called African American, there was really no way to differentiate Black U.S. nativists, right? People born in this country who always had citizenship dating back from 1865, emancipated persons, right? There was no way to differentiate us from recent African immigrant, Caribbean immigrants. So they would use one acronym to distinguish us from them. Watch this.
Obama will announce his candidacy this weekend at the old state capitol in Springfield, Illinois, where Abraham Lincoln made his stirring House Divided speech. How historic. At a building made famous by the man who freed the slaves, Obama isn't the descendant of slaves.
So he went to do a speech at Abraham Lincoln, whatever, to be symbolic of Abraham Lincoln freeing slaves. And he's saying, Obama, what they got to do with you? You weren't, your family doesn't come from the freed slaves. So he said the acronym that we use today, ADOS. He said Obama is not a descendant of slaves. So basically, why are you there? Why are you there? That's something for a Black American. Like, had Jesse Jackson won, let's say had Al Sharpton won, that's something that they can do. Why are you there? You're not a descendant of slavery. So you got a white man acknowledging that there's a difference. So why are we grouped together? Our differences should be respected. Watch this. So by the way, this is 2007. Let's cook.
Is Barack Obama Black?
No, he's not.
No, he's not. This is Deborah Dickerson. This is 2007. This is light years before ADOS, light years before FBA, light years before an official delineation movement. You want to call it that? Light years before that. So we were already delineating way before, because we were saying, ho, you the first Black what? You the first African American. No, you're not. So this was the sentiment during that time. I remember I was in these spaces. I remember. So is Obama Black? No, he's not. Why? Because he's not, like the white man said earlier. No, because he's not DOS. In order to be a Black American, you have to be DOS, descendant of slavery. ADOS, American slavery.
Is Barack Obama black?
No, he's not. In the American political context, black means the son of West African, the descendant of West African slaves brought here to labor in the United States. It's not a put down. It's not to say that he hasn't suffered. It's not to say that he doesn't have a glorious lineage of his own. It's just to say that he and I, who am descended from West African slaves brought to America, we are not the same.
We are not the same. 2007. We're not done. This is also 2007. This is a brother, a minister of Nation of Islam, ex-minister. This is Minister Keith X. This is also 2007. So now, as you can see, that people were resenting Obama being labeled the first black anything and the first African-American anything, because they all understood he's not representing the descendants of slavery in America. So we knew that if you pitch him as the first black, the first African-American, that would be received as he had lineage here. This is a win for the lineage. And we're saying, oh, hell no, that's not a win for the lineage. That's a win for Kenya. That's a win for Africa. That's not a win for those who were formerly enslaved and the descendant of those who were enslaved, the descendants of those who were enslaved. Listen to this.
In their politics. Right. They don't see you as part of the politics. That's right. Barack Obama is a big joke to derail the system. You're not in their politics.
So I want you to see the date. 16 years ago, you see the date, 16 years ago. This is 2007, okay? So it's longer than 16 years, but let's go. It was uploaded 16 years ago. How do I know? This is my channel.
Right. They don't see you as part of the politics. That's right. Barack Obama is a big joke to derail the Democratic Party from getting in. That they can leave Republicans in there and continue to do what they're doing. Not only that, he's not black.
You heard that. He didn't stutter. Not only that, he's not black. And what do we mean by you're not black? We mean you're not a descendant of slavery in America. That's all that means when we're saying we're not black. When I say we're the only black people in the world, that's exactly how I'm using it. We're the only people who were enslaved in the United States of America. We're the only blacks, because that's how it's defined. When we came up with the word black, it was tied to our unique experience in America, starting from the 1600s all the way to where we are now. So you cannot be black if you can't trace your lineage to U.S. chattel slavery. It's a real simple understanding that was beyond me. This brother just said it in 2007. Deborah Dickerson said it in 2007, and the white guy was like, yo, no, he ain't the first nothing, because he's not a descendant of slaves. So that's how black is being defined and how it's always been defined. So how did African American and why did African American replace black? Now we see how black is being defined: a descendant of slavery in the US, right? In the USA. So if African American is coming to replace that, how is that defined? And I can tell you, it ain't defined the same way. So basically people are trying to replace our unique experience in this country. They're trying to dilute it. So now when recent immigrants from Africa and the Caribbean come over here, they're not DOS, they're not ADOS, they're not foundation, they're not FBA, they're not descendants of freedmen. But they're allowed to take on titles, names that is tied to descendants of freedmen or the Freedmen Bureau and freedmen emancipation. They're taking on titles that's tied to building this country up, tobacco, free labor, tobacco, all that type of stuff, cotton, railroads, convict leasing, black reconstruction. When you take on these names, you're taking on that as well. There's no way to separate it. This is why we're saying, oh, no, this got to stop. and now they're taking advantages of resources that's allocated supposedly just for those harmed parties, and we were the only people here that were harmed as an entire people. You had individuals here and there, but as an entire people, we were the only people to never benefit from this system. So those other people that were harmed, whatever, they got the reparations. Their reparations were they were included into whiteness, so they got white privilege, and they benefited from all of these welfare programs that we never benefited from. We were never brought into whiteness. That's the difference. Okay, so last video. So this is obviously Dr. Minkongo, Domingo, whatever. But this is 14 years ago. Now, this is I guess, a Pan-African doctor, whatever. That I guess he studies African studies, whatever. But even he is going to testify of the ongoing debate whether Obama, not just Obama represents something. He represents recent immigrants from Africa and the Caribbean, how they're not black. Listen.
Over the past few days, the debate has been raging once again over President Obama's blackness. Some saying he's not black enough or African American enough because...
I'm done. Okay. So I showed 3 different people around the same time acknowledging that this was an ongoing topic. He's not black. Okay. So let's leave that and let's come here. We got to come here. Y'all remember this guy right here? Hold on. Okay, so Dr. King and from my research, has never identified himself as an African American, but he did identify himself as a Negro, maybe color, and for sure black. So the question is, how did we go from black to African American, and why? What is the agenda behind it?
Believe. I come here tonight and plead with you. Believe in yourself and believe that you're somebody. As I said to the group last night, nobody else can do this for us. No document can do this for us. I come here tonight, an Emancipation Proclamation can do this for us. No Kennethonian or Johnsonian Civil Rights Bill can do this for us. If the Negro is to be free, he must move down into the inner resources of his own soul and...
Okay, so he used the word Negro. What else?
Sign with a pen and ink of self-assertive manhood his own Emancipation Proclamation. Don't let anybody take your manhood. Be proud of our heritage. As somebody said earlier tonight, we don't have anything to be ashamed of. Somebody told a lie one day. They couched it in language. They made everything black, ugly, and evil. Look in your dictionary and see the synonyms of the word black.
And that's why everybody rejected the term. Except, okay, and then we took on the term and redefined it as something other than those synonyms. You dig?
It's always something degrading and low and sinister. Look at the word white. It's always something pure, high, and clean. But
by the way, let's get these likes up. I mean, the regulars, you got to know when you come in. The regulars of the lineage that supposedly support, like, you guys got to know when you come in, like the video. I mean, God, I should have to say this every live. I got to say this every live. Simply like the video. This is a big, big, big deal. I'm cracking the code. Okay. Great research here. Let the family come in and embrace it and understand it and comprehend it and even share it. Like the video.
But I want to get the language right tonight. I want to get the language so right that everybody here will cry out, yes, I'm black, I'm proud of it, I'm black and beautiful.
I'm black and beautiful. Dr. King, he didn't say I'm African American and proud, I'm African American and beautiful. He said I'm black and proud, I'm black and beautiful. So why, if black is synonymous with pride and beauty, why would we change it? It sounds like a perfect word to describe people of the lineage that stems from U.S. chattel slavery. What need to change that word if it's synonymous with pride, beauty, and power? Black power. Let's hear that guy.
Been concerned about white America, never about our problem has been as black people,
Our problem as being black people. Who's this? Does he look familiar? This is Stokely Carmichael. All right. He is champion as creating a term, the chant, black power. Okay. Not African American power, not African power. Okay. Black power. So again, I asked the question, if black is synonymous with beauty, pride, and power, what needs to replace that with anything? Hello? Why would you change a name that's synonymous with pride, power, and beauty? To me, it sounds like a finesse. Okay, a finesse. So this man right here, his name is Stokely Carmichael. I think he changed his name to Kwame Ture, something like that. But as you can see, black people. This is 60 something, 67, something like that.
our problem has been as black people, we've always been concerned about white America.
Okay, so if this brother, and like I said, he coined the term, they say black power. So he should be the last person, right, to switch his position from black to black people, like he just said, to African American, right? He coined the term black power. He should be one of the last people to change that position, right? Because if we got him change his position and dropping black, that's synonymous with power, beauty, and pride, and he's now adopting a new term, that sounds like a play to me. Okay, so now let's go here. So what he's going to do, what Tariq Nasheed's going to do, is show a old video of our activists having a problem with African American very early in its inception. Check this out.
They're going to be very uncomfortable with it, but then they're going to have to start accepting it and respecting it, because so many people for so long they've accepted being able to. Now this is Steve Coakley. This is back in the 90s, where Steve Coakley was talking about how people use the term African American and how African American is kind of problematic. This is Steve Coakley from the 90s. All right. Hold on. Check out how he's breaking this down. All right, hold on.
So, let's see here. Let's continue.
Okay, the audio is a little janky, but we'll work through it, guys.
Hey, we'll look at their pockets. Hey, how about this one? How about you see those blacks go to the hotel, at the Hyatt Regency Hotel, and declare themselves Black Americans? Yeah. Hey, we call ourselves African Americans. Blacks call themselves.
Okay, so he's talking about white South Africans. I think he said they're in a hotel. I'm guessing, I don't know. It's kind of like shaky, the audio. maybe in America, but they're calling themselves African American. Okay, this is what's going on. This is 1980 sometime. Um, this is 1980 sometime, and he's speaking about white South Africans calling themselves African Americans. You know, it's impossible for them to ever call themselves black, right? Because black started over here. Black was tied to descendants of slavery in America. Okay. Black was tied to being foundational in America, and black was tied to Emancipation Proclamation. You dig? So anybody just can't take on that term without those three things being attached to it. But African American left the door open. So now we got white South Africans calling themselves Black African Americans, and it's in the paper. That's what he's holding up. He's upset that this is going on. Check this out.
African Americans. Yeah, they ran this. They went to the white hotel and declared they was black African Americans. Now you see that word African American? Very tricky. Now just think about it. A young white fella whose great-great-grandfather was born in Johannesburg, South Africa,
You heard that part. White person whose great-great-grandfather was born in Johannesburg, South Africa. So he's definitely talking about white people.
father was born in South Africa, he was born in South Africa, who came to America, is an African American, he would say. Right. Hey, so we can't have a white African American and a black African American.
Oh, what do you say? We can't have a white African American and a black African American. That's why the term doesn't make sense. It leaves the door open. But black originally didn't. So in 2025, or originating back in 2016, 17, we closed the door again with the terms ADOS, Descendants of Freedom. That's not a term, that's an actual real thing, real event, and FBA, Foundation of Black Americans. So we closed the door again. The door was open for how long? About 30 years. So we're closing that door. So when we make the argument that Elon Musk can be called African American if he came to America, and you guys say that's false, well, who looks dumb now? Your boy right here, this activist, is showing that they're being called, white people are being called. They came to America, like he said, these white South Africans came to America and they're being called African American in America. We got a super chat. Claude, Nelly, France, Amos, $10 super chat. Selenius Love. He said, just like the movie Terminator, John Connor was targeted for termination in America. Black Americans, FBA, have been targeted for exploitation. Delineation counters, prevents exploitation. 100%. Thanks for the lineage, love. Check this out.
Can't have them both. So somebody's impersonating African American.
But he said we both can't be called white. We both can't be called African Americans. Somebody's an impersonator, basically.
So we got to America is an African American, you would say. Right. Hey, so we can't have a white African American and a black African American. Can't have them both. So somebody's impersonating African American. So we got to deal with that question. That's something got to be dealt with up ahead.
We got to deal with that, and something got to be done. So don't get mad at us for dealing with it and doing something about it today. All right. So wait, there's more. There's more. I did some research you're never going to find on the internet in one place. I put all this together. There's more. But if you guys want to value this research, hint, we got room for more super chats and cash apps. Hold on. My God. Give me a second. Let me delete some of these tabs.
Daddy, I said that.
All right, so now let's get down to it. So remember Stokely Carmichael, Kwame Ture, who was known for Black Power, and Black is synonymous with power, pride, and beauty. He would never change that position, right? He would stick with black. Well, let's see. So after Jesse Jackson introduced the term African American, and we're gonna go over that. We're gonna go over his reasons why he came about with that term and what was it to replace. I'm gonna give a spoiler alert. So Jesse Jackson indeed brought African American to replace black, not to go along with it, to replace it. Okay, so for some strange reason, Jesse Jackson wanted to replace a name for us that's synonymous with power, pride, and beauty. Find that you and I both should find that very interesting. All right, so look. Anyway, there's a feature in Kwame Ture.
You don't want to change from black.
No, well, I don't disagree that.
So no, I don't want to change to black. This is 1989, and African Americans being forced on them, and they having a public roundtable discussion how they're saying, I don't want a new term. I want to stick with black. So when you have people in 2025 who act like FBA is the new term, it's not the new term. FBA is the old term. African American is the new term. This is why they're saying, I don't want to change. I want to stay black. Listen.
Mr. Winter, you don't want to change from black.
No, well, I don't disagree that it is important for us to be cognizant of where we come from and the depth of our history that began before slavery. I just don't see the particular need in calling for renewal of the movement to leapfrog over the 400 odd years of history and of
yeah, he don't want to leapfrog of our unique precious history in America to look at what goes on in Africa that we know nothing about. We have no recollection of any history, any experience in Africa. So he's saying, I don't want to leapfrog over our unique, beautiful experiences in this country, 400 years, to fantasize over something that never was.
Proud accomplishments that we can point to and indeed need to reacquaint our children with here in this country first. So I believe that it is important to teach the children and to, in general, imbue Black America with a knowledge of where it comes from, but to focus this effort on claiming what is ours here as Americans, which is the country that we are citizens of and where we pay our taxes.
Okay, so again, this is 1989 in a roundtable discussion with Kwame Ture, and he said, nah, we're Black Americans. We're going to stand on business here. We got 400 years here. This is bona fide our place. We were about what happens over here. Watch this. Watch the rebuttal. Okay, I'm sorry. This is another FBA black man, and he's going to speak to African American or black. Watch this.
I haven't got time to change the rules. I've got to look at what is. I guess I'm more practical about this.
Okay, so he's speaking on Kwame Ture talking about, oh, America is capitalism. We got to get rid of capitalism. We need to change this country from capitalism to socialist. Okay, we need socialism. We need to share the resources. So he's like, yo, listen, I ain't got time to be changing the rules, bro. I got to speak to what's practical, what we can do tomorrow, today. Not some fantasy of changing America from a capitalist society to a socialist society. Like, dude, are you serious? Like, that's not even practical, is what he's saying.
I haven't got time to change the rules. I've got to look at what is. I guess I'm more practical about this. Maybe the ideal panacea is to change the rules and make it all a kind of a equal socialistic state. But in the meantime, let's talk about what is. This is a capitalistic society. We are here. We are paying our taxes. We are doing work each and every day. And I think we have the right to participate. We have sent people to war since the revolutionary times and spilled our blood for America, from Crispus Attucks and the Revolutionary War all the way down through this Vietnam. So therefore, I want to get what you can construe as my piece of the action like everybody else has gotten. And it really annoys me to see people who haven't made this kind of contribution over the years come here and feel that they can claim.
Oh, that's a shot. He's talking to Kwame Ture because, spoiler alert, Kwame Ture is holding on this new term, African American, after he championed and coined Black Power. Now he's shifting over to African American. And this brother said, what annoys me is that people like Kwame Ture, shots fired, coming over yesterday and trying to get into our politics.
Piece of the action like everybody else has gotten. And it really annoys me to see people who haven't made this kind of contribution over
Correct.
the years come here and feel that they can claim it and get it. And we have done that.
You have a response, sir?
Of course.
Okay, you heard that was very clear. What annoys him is that people from other countries, he's speaking about the Caribbean and Africa, who can come over here and claim what's ours. So he resents the terminology African American. Okay, so she asked Kwame Ture, does he want to rebut? He said, of course. Watch this.
And we have done that.
You have a response, sir?
Of course. In the first place, just because we're in just because we're in the capitalist system doesn't mean we must love it. We were made slaves. It doesn't mean the white.
I haven't got time to change.
Yeah, look, I ain't got time to change that.
Change the rules. I've got to look at what is. I guess I'm more practical about this.
See, he's like, yo, what's all this capitalist talk? That's what I'm trying to say. Family, these folks were not really team FBA, team black, because we none of our ancestors was like, yo, no, capitalism is the problem. Yo, what we got to do is we got to change capitalism to socialism. You see what I'm saying? Because capitalism, people are greedy. He wasn't talking that. This dude is coming with some foreign language similar to Marcus Garvey and trying to implant it on us, paste it on us.
Would show our suffering, our contribution over the years up.
Hold on. Let me shout out Lanita Goings, super chat 1999. She's valuing this content, this research. She knows that this you ain't gonna find all of this in one place on the internet. Okay, she says this was a ploy to replace the slavery narrative. Of course, white folks knew that at some point we're gonna claim reparations. We're gonna fight and want to be repaired monetarily and everything else. So hey, let's call everybody African Americans. Let everybody worship Africa. If you worship Africa, there's no slave trade. There's no reparations. There's no U.S. chattel slavery, because your mind is back on Africa, not in America. As long as you're in America, you're going to always think about chattel slavery. You put your mind on Africa, you're thinking about what goes on in Africa. Okay, so thank you for the super chat. The lineage love, Lanita Goings. I think more people should find some value in this information and send some super chat love. Like the video, at the very least, like the video. The Cash App there. Again, this is research you're not going to get in one place. Watch this. And I'm not even nowhere near done.
Would show our suffering, our contribution over the years up until the year 1989 as to what we have done to give something to America. I think to try and leapfrog back and take youngsters in 1989 and tell them about our agrarian background in Africa is almost impossible at this point in time. The other problem with this is I listened to one gentleman on the thing say, well, during the campaign we talked about Michael Dukakis as being a Greek American. Well, Greek American pinpoints a country called Greece. African American does not pinpoint any country. It is a continent. And therefore, either you're going to play a game called European American or African American, or otherwise, again, we still haven't been able to refine ourselves down to where we come from, whether we come from Nigeria or Cuba. Would show.
Okay, you see that? He cooked that term African American. That's a continent. What is that? So he's saying Jesse Jackson wanted to implement African American the same way Italians are called Italian American. By the way, we're talking about immigrant Italians or Ethiopian American immigrants, Puerto Rican Americans, whatever, Dominican Americans. Like, these are all immigrants. These are recent immigrants. So he's saying, why would we want to take on a term that'll make us recent immigrants, like the recent immigrants? He said, nah. And he dated this interview. You heard him say 1989. He said, now in 1989, we're going to redefine ourselves to become immigrants, basically. So let's get some Kwame Ture in this. All right, let's see what he got to say.
I would posit that that's not true. If you look again at the nations of Africa, if you look at...
So he's rebutting Kwame Ture. He said, nah, that's not true. All right. So FBA is like, yo, dude, what's up with you, man? You were Mr. Black Power. Now you on some other shit now.
Posit that that's not true. If you look again at the nations of Africa, If you look at African people in every country of the world, especially in recent times, they essentially want things. They want products. They want the things that it's, at least up to this point, demonstrated that.
Okay, I know what he's rebutting. He's rebutting Kwame Ture capitalist rant. Oh, it's a capitalist country. Oh, no, the greedy, blah, blah, blah. And he's saying, ho. I recall in Africa, these guys want capitalist things. They want cars, and so that's what. So he's responding to the capitalist rant, sounding like what's that guy? The Illuminati, Alex Jones. So you got Kwame Ture here sounding like Alex Jones. Capitalism. It's a great country. It's gonna fall. America's gonna fall.
Only capitalism of Africa. If you look at African people in every country of the world, especially in recent times, they essentially want things. They want products. They want the things that it's, at least up to this point, demonstrated that only capitalism, with its imperfections and with its inequities, which hopefully some people believe can still be tamed, people want things. And I don't somehow see a worldwide Pan-Africanism as also spelling the death knell for capitalism at the same time. It seems inconsistent. There are too many people who want cars in Lagos, Nigeria. Last time I checked, the traffic jams are horrendous.
I don't think we.
You're like, yo, you see, you're like, yo, this Pan-African stuff y'all pushing is not realistic. It's not practical. And we're not going to waste time entertaining that. Like, yo, our fight is totally different. We don't need what you're talking about. We need all this anti-capitalist stuff. That's not our fight, my guy. Take that shit to Ghana. We got a whole different fight here.
One of the first organizations we had fighting.
We shield ourselves from erasure. You understand? And then we clarify the righteous claims to justice that we're supposed to get. And family, there's a new energy out here now, which is good. When we recognize our unique foundation of Black American lineage, we pay honor to not just ourselves, to our lineage and our ancestors show us the support and protection in return, and the just retribution that's needed. Yes, sir. Number one, you came in talking about a gang. Then you said I all on code. Then you said something about a cult. All right, so you fedlock, sir.
All right, so basically you want to save face for your code. That's basically what's going on right now.
Yeah, so are you doing a tether and I say so? Because the only cult is in your imagination, sir. Is the cult in the room with you now?
So who runs the FBA title? Who runs it right now?
No.
Don't you hold on, Tariq.
Yeah.
Don't you own the trademark for it?
Mm-hmm.
You do own it, right?
I do own the trademark.
Okay, so you admitted to it. So if you own
I own the trademark. This is Fed talk. Now we're getting somewhere. This is Fed talk right here. This is the Fed attempt. This is like a feeble attempt of
Tariq, calm down.
Oh, no. This is a lesson. Let me break this down. This is the lesson for the family. So you notice we've been getting these little Fed talking points the last few days. So just to let the family know, but this is a lesson. Let me show you what we're dealing with. Okay. So yeah. So now let's get back into it with the bad faith arguments. This is like a Fed talking point that they didn't send from some. Because no. Yeah. African American has 3,000 trademarks on it. Is that a cult?
Okay, all right. Do you view
No. African American.
Hold on. Tariq, hold on.
No, stop fading out. They better tell your supervisors they better get some more experienced feds. African American has 3,000 trademarks on it. So all 3,000 people, the leader of African American? So what do you, come on.
All right, can I speak?
Just answer the question.
What's your
giggling ain't helping you, sir. Giggling shows that you're talking in bad faith. I'm asking you, I'm bringing it back to you. Yes, I own the trademark for Foundational Black American, when it relates to educational and
Okay, so why
when it relates to educational and promotion
why do you own the trademark, sir?
why to protect it. The same reason why people own African American, for different reasons, right?
Okay, so why, from your understanding, since you're the one that understands everything else, right?
Did you hear what I just said? You asked, why do I own the trademark? For several reasons. Number one, because I put out books and promotional information, and that's trademark because we sell products. All right? That makes sense? You trademark products. If I put out a book or if we have an event using the word FBA, a promotional event, you trademark it so that nobody does another event similar that undermines your event. You know, do you know how trademarks work? Did they teach you that in Ethiopia?
All right, so I have a question. Okay,
Oh,
so
no.
are you?
Oh, no. 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 We're still talking about this. You asked the question, and I'm giving you an answer. Now you're changing the subject. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you understand how trademarks work?
Yes, but you're dodging the questions.
How am I dodging the question and I'm asking it directly? I'm answering it directly. I'm telling you why I own the trademark of Foundational Black American. We put out promotional projects and books, and you have to protect them. Does that make sense?
Okay, can I ask a question real quick?
Family, study these tethers. Study them.
Yeah, let's talk about that FBA patent that you say you're not a leader
Yep, let's
of the FBA. Let's talk about it. You are the leader of FBA.
No, I'm not. And I'm not because you say so. You can't make me the leader of some. There's no group called FBA.
Well, if you have a patent to it, that means you are the leader.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, sir. Yes, it does.
You lying don't make it true, sir. No, it don't.
Sir, if you patent something, that means you claim ownership of it.
No.
Right?
You can't own a lineage. That don't make sense.
Sir, if you patent FBA, that means you own the lineage. You made the word up, you own it, thus owning a lineage.
So, by your definition, I have a trademark on a product with the name FBA. I don't own the lineage, sir. You can't own lineages, sir. I know you don't know, and I know you're remedial and you don't know better. But, sir, using your logic, there are several owners of African American because there's 2,000 trademarks of the word African American. So do 2,000 people own the African American lineage?
Well, technically speaking, yes and no. You own the word. Technically speaking, sir. Right?
No. Do those people own the word African American? Again, there's 2,000 people.
Yes.
Then why do everybody else use it?
Because they made it popular like you're doing, Mr. Leader.
Right. Well, you saying leader doesn't make it true, sir. There's patents on the word Nigeria. There's patents on the word Puerto Rican for different products. There's no owner of Puerto Ricans. You know what I'm saying? What you're saying is falling flat. Not working. That's why this narrative that I own the patent, which I don't own a patent, I own a trademark for a product with the name FBA on it. So that's why this narrative always falls flat. Are you guys frustrated because this narrative just never took off and people ain't come? Let's get Amro.
Tariq, I got a couple of critiques for you.
Okay.
Yeah, let's talk about that FBA patent that you say you're not a leader
Yep, let's talk
of the FBA. Let's talk about it. You are the leader of FBA.
No, I'm not. And I'm not because you say so. You can't make me the leader of some. There's no group called FBA.
Well, if you have a patent to it, that means you are the leader.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, sir. Yes, it does.
You lying don't make it true, sir. No, it don't.
Sir, if you patent something, that means you claim ownership of it.
No.
Right?
You can't own a lineage. That don't make sense.
Sir, if you patent FBA, that means you own the lineage. You made the word up. You own it, thus owning a lineage.
So, by your definition, I'd have a trademark on a product with the name FBA. I don't own the lineage, sir. You can't own
you literally
lineages,
can't own.
I know you don't
That's
know.
like illegal.
I know you're remedial.
So
You don't
what
know
he's saying
better.
is like law. You cannot
But, sir,
legally own a lineage.
Using your logic,
won't even let
there
you
are
do that.
several owners of African American because there's 2,000 trademarks for the word African American. So do 2,000 people own the African American lineage?
Well, technically speaking, yes and
You heard
no.
this fool?
You own the
2,000
word.
owners of African American.
Technically speaking, sir. Right?
No. Do those people own the word African American? Again, there's 2,000 people.
Yes.
Then why do everybody else use it?
Because they made it popular like you're doing, Mr. Leader.
Right. Well, you saying leader doesn't make it true, sir. There's patents on the word Nigeria. There's patents on the word
these
Puerto
folks
Rican
really hate us,
for different products.
but they want to tell us.
There's no
focus on white
owner of
supremacy.
Puerto Rican.
Well, you are white supremacy.
You know what I'm
just
saying?
black
What
people.
you're saying is falling flat. Not working. That's why this narrative that I
gonna call
own the
y'all
patent, which
tether
I don't own the
supremacy.
patent, I own a trademark for a product with the name FBA
You got
on it.
white supremacists, you got tether.
So that's why this narrative always falls flat. Are you guys frustrated because this narrative just never took off and people ain't them?
All right, so one last thing, unbiased. I'm gonna let you jump back in, but one last thing, guys.
Yeah.
Can y'all see my screen?
Yes.
Now, I want to ask a question before I read this. I want to ask unbiased a question. Unbiased, you there?
Yeah.
All right. Can you reconcile these two statements? Foundational Black Americans is strictly a lineage. It's not an organization. It's not a group, et cetera, et cetera. It is strictly a lineage, right? So that's statement number one. And then statement number two is, I own the trademark to foundational Black Americans. Are those two statements reconcilable?
No.
Yes. Yes,
No,
they
it's
are.
not.
Why would you wait? Fred.
No, it's not. It's not reconcilable.
Stick up in unbiased. Let me just read this real quick, and then
it's common sense.
And then you could go. I'm sourcing up. I just want to source up real quick to show the FBAs that it is not just a lineage, right? So it says here,
Foundational Black Americans. Trademark details. Status 630. New application. Serial number has it right there. Word mark. Foundational Black Americans. Status date. March 16, 2022. Filing date March 13, 2022. So it's probably been approved by now. I don't know. Right? Yeah. It says here, statements. Disclaimer with predetermined text. Foundational Black Americans. Goods and services. Advertising and marketing. Stream audio-visual and audio-visual material via a global computer network, streaming of video material on the internet, video streaming services via the internet, featuring independent films and movies, international class, advertising, business management, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Class codes, blah, 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 has all the relevant details. We're going to keep going down. Current trademark owners. What does it say right there?
That's smart. That's smart.
so it's not just a lineage. That is
okay.
a
No.
lie.
Okay, wait. Okay,
That's a lie.
Black people. Black people, we better start trademarking stuff. You better put your stamp on it. We better start owning things and getting paperwork on things that we create. It's very important. People always try to shame us because of the trademark we have on FBA, Foundational Black Americans. Again, you damn right we got a trademark on that because we're going to protect it. We're not going to let white supremacists, tethers, cosplayers, anybody get that and then flip it and then make it so that we can't even use it. You know what I'm saying? People do little stuff like that. It's important. Black people, trademark your stuff.
Get your legal paperwork on everything you create. We got to be on that. We got to start dotting the I's and crossing the damn T's, black people, when it comes to things that we create. This is why things get co-opted from us so damn much. It's very important, man. You got to prevent cultural theft because people will steal your stuff. People watch what black people do all the time, just sitting around waiting to steal it. Also, when we own the names and brands, we can dictate how they're going to be used. You understand? Without trademarks, outsiders can come in and then distort and dilute the original purpose of what it is, stripping it from its cultural significance and then repurposing it. You understand? And also just to establish a legal standing in business. Because see, when you trademark something, that gives a lot of black entrepreneurs and creators and educators legal protection against unauthorized use. If somebody wants to make a bunch of butt plugs called Hillman Talk, you know, you need to have your paperwork in order so nobody can do that. Because people do little janky stuff like that. They get something and then use the name to flip the narrative for something totally different. And also, you just do it to honor your legacy and your cultural contributions. You know, we've created entire industries from jazz, hip hop, social media trends, but history will erase that stuff and it will minimize your contributions. So trademark stuff, man, you got to trademark it to make sure that it's going to be recognized and the respect will go to the originators of it. You know, and also we just got to stop people with the colonizer mindset from commercializing a lot of the movements. A lot of stuff we create, them pink hands are right there in the mix trying to snatch it away for their own benefit. Yeah. And we have to trademark stuff so we can just set a precedent, man. So when we normalize trademarking within the black community, man, we set a standard that our work is valuable and it should be protected. See, we got to value ourselves, man. We got to value the stuff we create. Because, you know, we do stuff and because we're very innovative, we do stuff and we're like, we'll just throw that away. We'll do something new next week. No. Let's gatekeep the stuff that we do. Put a gate around that and then honor it and put value on it. You understand? Because we leave stuff up in the air, other people get it, and then they put a value on it, and then the stock goes up and we don't capitalize off the stock of it. We better learn business out here, man. We better learn business. That's why people try to discourage us from trademarking. Notice whenever you see a lot of comments about that Tariq had trademarked Foundation of Black Americans, man, you own the lineage. That's COINTELPRO talk. All right? Those are alphabet boys talk. They're always trying to discourage us from doing the smart thing when it comes to movements, business, names, legacy. People always try to shame us out of doing the smart thing. You understand? And a lot of these folks are mad because they didn't get a chance to trademark FBA so they can bastardize it, because there were people actually trying to do that.
Right.
And I want y'all to understand this happens all the time. People are always getting our creations and then they'll trademark it and then make a gazillion dollars. Hell, that goes all the way back to Jack Daniels and Uncle Nearest. Remember, it's a black man who created the Jack Daniels whiskey. And Jack Daniels was like, hey, that's a great little thing you got there. Oh, yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Daniel. All right. Well, let me go ahead and get that off your hands. I'm going to run down here to the trademark office. Now, this dude has a multi-billion-dollar business off this black man who created this thing. This happens all the time. We do things, our music contributions, a lot of stuff, a lot of our cultural inventions. That's why I like to utilize a lot of names and things that have cultural relevance. When we do the R&B group Mink Slide, there's a cultural relevance to that. There was a community in Memphis, Tennessee, years ago that had a race ride, and they were beating the white supremacists off of them in the area. It was a black area called Mink Slide. It was a real area that was populated by black folks in Tennessee. That's where I got the name. And I wanted to pay homage to Archer and Pine. That was the Black Wall Street area, you see, because there was a backlash behind it. But yeah, Walmart tried to trade. That's real strange that so many Asian companies, I forgot where it started, but yeah, the Millie Rock dance, people trying to trademark Gullah Geechee. There's a lot of white people trying to do that too.
They want
So
us to be
this is the thing,
vulnerable
man.
and unprotected. Tethered,
People will take
tethered
your
supremacy and
trademark
white
and they
supremacy.
will take your likeness. So you better have your paperwork together. Shout out to our good brother T.I. and Tiny. Remember, they just won a big lawsuit because a huge company, MGA Entertainment, took the likenesses of the OMG girls. You know, that's their daughter's group. And they won a huge settlement because, yeah, this company just said, hey, okay, well, we like that look. We're going to steal it and trademark it and put it in our joint and act like nothing happened. You know, T.I. and Tiny was like, no. TikTok, speaking of TikTok, it was a trans dude or woman, whatever you want to call him. I don't know. But he came up with this catchphrase, that demure thing, the demure phrase. So he started saying the term demure, and that kind of took off. And then a white dude from D.C. trademarked it, I think, a white dude and his company, and they're going back and forth with that. You see? So a lot of stuff that we create always gets co-opted. So we got to make sure our paperwork is in order, man. We have to value the stuff that we come up with, because the dominant society values it. See, they want you to think lowly of yourself. They want you to think that you're less than, so that when you create things, you don't put too much value on it. And they're sitting around watching you and studying you, watching what you leave on the table. And once they see you create something and leave it on the table, they swoop in, family. I'm telling you, black folks, particularly foundational black Americans, you are cultural gold. I really want y'all to get that through your damn heads, black family. Everything you do is watched and studied, and people are trying to find ways to co-opt it. People study you for the next move. Foundational Black American culture is very valuable. That's why I put so much value on it. That's why the delineation movement is in full swing, because we're going to value the things that we bring to the table because they are valuable, and we're seeing how valuable we are. That's why when other movements are going on and people are going through certain things, who are they calling on? They're always, always, always calling on foundational Black Americans. They want us to come through. They know the value. They know our value. You need to know your value, ladies and gentlemen. That is very, very important. Just like I said the other night, I was talking about the Ghanaian guy sitting up here online. Black people, we better start trademarking stuff. You better put your stamp on it. We better start owning things and getting paperwork on things that we create. It's very important. You know, people always try to shame us because of the trademark we have on FBA, Foundational Black Americans. Again, you damn right we got a trademark on that because we're going to protect it. We're not going to let white supremacists, tethers, cosplayers, anybody get that and then flip it and then make it so that we can't even use it. You know what I'm saying? People do little stuff like that. It's important. Black people, trademark your stuff. Get your legal paperwork on everything you create. We got to be on that. We got to start dotting the I's and crossing the damn T's, black people, when it comes to things that we create. This is why things get co-opted from us so damn much. It's very important, man. You got to prevent cultural theft because people will steal your stuff. People watch what black people do all the time, just sitting around waiting to steal it. Also, when we own the names and brands,
Right.
we
know how
can
they still.
dictate how they're going to be used.
Just add,
You understand? Without
just
trademarks,
have a record.
outsiders can come in and then distort and dilute the original purpose of what it is, stripping it from its cultural significance and then repurposing it. You understand? And also just to establish a legal standing in business. Because when you trademark something, that gives a lot of black entrepreneurs and creators and educators legal protection against unauthorized use. If somebody wants to make a bunch of butt plugs called Hillman Talk, you know, you need to have your paperwork in order so nobody can do that. Because people do little janky stuff like that. They get something and then use the name to flip the narrative for something totally different. And also, you just do it to honor your legacy and your cultural contributions. You know, we've created entire industries from jazz, hip hop, social media trends, but history will erase that stuff and it will minimize your contributions. So trademark stuff, man, you got to trademark it to make sure that it's going to be recognized and the respect will go to the originators of it. You know, and also we just got to stop people with the colonizer mindset from commercializing a lot of the movements. A lot of stuff we create, them pink hands are right there in the mix trying to snatch it away for their own benefit. Yeah. And we have to trademark stuff so we can just set a precedent, man. So when we normalize trademarking within the black community, man, we set a standard that our work is valuable and it should be protected. When it comes to movements, business, names, legacy, people always try to shame us out of doing the smart thing.
Look at some tethers in the chat.
You understand? And a lot of these folks are mad because they didn't get a chance to trademark FBA so they can bastardize it, because there were people actually trying to do that. And I want y'all to understand this happens all the time. People are always getting our creations and then they'll trademark it and then make a gazillion dollars, you see? So a lot of stuff that we create always gets co-opted. So we got to make sure our paperwork is we have to value the stuff.
I mean, just look at hip hop. Just look at hip hop. Look at rap. Like, you know what I mean? That right there. Now all of a sudden it's 50-50. Like we created it with tethers. Like tethers help us create hip hop all of a sudden. You see? This is what happens when you don't trademark something
that we come up with, because the dominant society values it. See, they want you to think lowly of yourself. They want you to think that you're less than, so that when you create things, you don't put too much value on it. And they're sitting around watching you and studying you, watching what you leave on the table.
Let me put the phone
and once
number
they
in
see
for
you create something and leave it on the
biracialized
table,
man.
they swoop in, family. I'm telling you, black folks, particularly foundational black Americans,
Let's find out.
You are cultural gold.
This is for biracial.
I really want y'all to get that through your damn heads,
matter.
black family.
This phone number right here.
Everything you do is watched and studied,
you're gonna need that.
And people are trying to find ways to co-opt it. People study you for the next move.
There you go.
Foundational Black American culture
Daryl.
is very valuable. That's why I put so much value on it. That's why the delineation movement is in full swing, because we're going to value the things that we bring to the table because they are valuable, and we're seeing how valuable we are. That's why when other movements are going on and people are going through certain things, who are they calling on? They're always calling on foundational Black Americans. They want us to come through. They know the value. They know our value. You need to know your value, ladies and gentlemen.
All right. I think that was well said. I want to take a look at, I don't know what this is right here. It just popped up when I looked up African American. So what is this?
In the arrival of the first enslaved Africans in Virginia, standard terminology to describe Africans living in America was colored or Negro. For over 360 years, as blacks were relegated to second-class citizenship, Terms that reinforced oppression have been used to describe them. But as centuries pass, black people have at times fought to break free from derogatory labels. After the Civil War, several black people dispensed with the names given them by their former enslavers.
Yeah, last name.
This would continue even into the 1900s when...
So let me just freestyle real quick. So yes, so what they was doing was not an X. The Nation Islam puts an X at the end of, as a replacement of the last name. What what emancipated FBAs were doing, what freedmen were doing, free women were, they were adding an S, okay, to replace their the slave master's last name. They were putting an S there, not an X. The Nation Islam put an X there, but they were putting an S, okay, to replace the slave master's last name. How do I know that? I read it in the book Up from Slavery. You dig? I actually read.
During the height of the civil rights movement, black leaders strongly rebelled against Jim Crow labels. But for mainstream America, a major turning point came in the late 1980s. On this day in 1988, a group of black leaders, including Reverend Jesse Jackson and representatives from the NAACP, met to discuss the national black agenda. It was here that Jackson and his peers catapulted the term African American into the country's lexicon. The term has been used since the 1970s, but never gained widespread acceptance until after this Chicago convention. Reverend Jackson said,
"Told you." So all the brother Reggies was lying about. We again, this just testifies to what I was saying. Well, what history records and what I said to that fact, that we were not embracing the term African American. We didn't like the word African at all because African implied Africa. You dig? So that means you can be deported to Africa. That's why free blacks and even emancipated blacks, we didn't accept that term. We did not embrace that term Africa or African at all as an identity at all, because we knew what comes after that. Deportation. We're not dumb. So right now, all those want to be called African American. Shit, you got a lot of them being deported now, right? Aren't a lot of Haitians who call themselves African American susceptible to deportation because of the protection, the asylum seeker protection was lifted or expired? But anyway, let's hear more.
Said to be called African Americans has cultural integrity. It puts us in our proper historical context. Every ethnic group in this country has a reference to some land base, some historical cultural base. African Americans have hit that level of cultural maturity. Jackson stated that other races could connect their heritage to their mother countries with a sense of pride and acceptance.
You see that? Mother country, you see? So Tariq was right. He was trying to tie us to the motherland, which we never ever been. There's no place, there's no region, there's no country, city, nothing we can call home in Africa. Nothing. There's no tribe, there's no nothing that we can relate to, or people can relate. People from that region or tribe in Africa can relate to us. We're just unrelatable. All right. Why ain't the Brazilians called African Brazilian? Because they face the same thing that we face. They are also unrelatable to Africa. We don't even speak the same language, eat the same food, believe the same bullshit, nothing.
The term rose to prominence because it was considered more appropriate than black or colored. But we are now seeing a growth in popularity of the term black, this time for a different reason.
Okay, so you see how quickly black replaced African American? It never popped. It just, that was the political identity that was given to us. Jesse Jackson and the government, colluded and came up with this bullshit. But right away, black trumped it. Like, nah, that it did not sit right with us. African American did not sit right with us.
Following George Floyd's murder last year, the New York Times announced it would be capitalizing the B in black to describe people and cultures of African origin in the U.S. and elsewhere. This is something heavy about the word black and how we as a people were able to take something meant for our ridicule and turn it into black power. And that is for the culture.
How you
Thank you
doing?
for watching Prime, and good night.
You heard him? He said black power. There's no such thing as African American power. Okay? There's no such thing as that. Right? It's black power. It is, and more specifically, foundational black American power. All right. So I'm so glad I came across that because it definitely added some context to how we got to African American. Exactly. We heard things, but we actually got to hear it correctly in context. All right. So now we have this clown that's looking for Carlos Peace, Pinky, Maneuver, Darrow, you dig, Tether, Pan, Nigerian. What are you doing? Wait, let me read that. What is he saying? Hold on. Let me see what Pan Nigerian, because if he's a nuisance, I gotta time you up, my boy. All right, this is family time right here. This ain't tether time. All right, so Darryl, I thought tethers were disrespectful. Okay, I'm not being disrespectful or an immigrant. You ain't Black American. All right, let me time you out, bro, because you're like really distracting. Like, dude, come on. I'm gonna time you up for 30 minutes. Like, you're really distracting us from our family moment. You don't see the chat, man? It's a whole bunch of ADOS, FBA, American Freedmen in the chat. And if you're not that, if you're a supporter, you're still family. You dig? So we got a kumbaya moment in the chat. We really don't want distractions. So now, biracial never, let me see what he typed last time. He said, you are a joke, period. Okay. So I'm going to, because I don't even know who Black Biracial Lives Matter, so I'm just going to block you from the channel altogether. I'm not going to block Pan Nigerian because he's a tether that I cook normally. But Biracial Lives Matter, you got to go. Now, here's a fake op of Treat Nasheed, right? There's always some ops, some fake ops that come out of nowhere, right? So listen to this fool right here. So some of you guys probably seen this video. It got 88,000 views, but I'm glad. So this what happened. So family, this is why I love videos like this. Although it's hate based, you dig, it's slander, defamation, all that type of stuff. But what they do is they help catapult the message. What Tariq Nasheed says, signal boost. They help signal boost the message. Remember Floyd Mayweather said, you know, the good hate, the bad hate, it didn't matter. It all promoted him, which it did. Okay, look at this, 88,000 views. So he is talking to a group of people that we could have never probably reached because they reach people, coons and tethers like these guys, right? So 88,000 people, thanks to this coon on the left and this, no, coon on the right and tether on the left, thanks to them, that 88,000 people are aware of what FBA is, even though they misrepresented it. Those folks are going to come across channels like mine, channels like African Elite, Red Supreme, Tariq, Black Authority, Jason Black, all those folks, right? They're going to come across all these channels and they're going to be educated correctly on what FBA is. So yeah, I don't care how they got introduced to it. Eventually they're going to migrate, like an illegal person. They're going to migrate to channels like this and learn what FBA is about. But listen to this slander.
Also, how you've interacted with Black Americans throughout your life.
Yeah, so first I want to give some empathy. I want to start out with that. Essentially, there's a unique experience that the Black American growing up next to their colonizers have.
Wait, all right, hold on. I don't know what colonizers he's speaking about. So family, let me just tell you this. We over here in America, we never been colonized, right? We've been enslaved. So that's the first thing. We never had a colonizer. We had enslavers. So that's the difference between us and a lot of folks from the diaspora, even the continent. They had colonizers. They did not have enslavers. That's the difference. Like, so we have a unique experience. We're the only people. We're the only people who can call ourselves Black who had enslavers. Everybody else had colonizers. So that's a big difference. Here we go. Listen to the hate.
It is a maddening experience. To be Black is to be mad. in the States in particular. The second part is I
Oh, so you both
also
tethers. FLA Tucker said.
empathize with the pain of having to create the gumbo of what you have, because that's all you have. So being that the FBA or the ADOS has only existed. And
Hey, my bad, FLA Trucker. I was trying to give you a wrench and I made a mistake and hid you. So I unhid you. But check this out. Check out this logic this dude is talking about.
Of having to create the gumbo of what you have, because that's all you have. So being that the FBA or the ADOS has only existed and his only lineage has existed in the States this whole time, that's all he got. So he, you know, his claim to his African ancestry and, you know, looking back to see if
I mean, what sense did that make? Everybody from the diaspora, we're dealing with the same thing. Like all of us, all of our lineages tie in the places where we were dropped off at. Foundation Black Americans, our lineage is here. Black folks in Canada, their lineage is there. Haitians, their lineage is in Haiti and the West Indies and so on and so forth. Like that was, what was the point of that? And a lot of these Africans, they moved around as well. Like, so they're not in their original starting point. They moved around as well.
He's Igbo, if he's Yoruba, like if he's all these different things, that's a little bit too far for him.
Yo, so today, my baby brother sent me my ancestry results. He had to fall on the grenade for the rest of us. RIP his data. I just found out that I'm 32% Nigerian and 14% from Mali. I don't know what you.
Okay, so now this proves my point. All right, check this out. You see, he's 32% Nigerian. That means that he has a minority of Nigerian in him. Okay, 68% of him is non-Nigerian. So, brother, you're not even Nigerian, and you even got less percentage with Mali. So, family, a Nigerian has 8% to like 99% of Nigerian in them. An Ethiopian has about the same, 88 to 99%. Just name it. Okay, a Ghanaian, same thing. They got about 88 to 99%. So when you're Ghanaian and you do this test right here, it's going to show like 90% Ghanaian. It's not going to show a large something else. So this dude right here is a mutt. He's 32% Nigerian, so you're not Nigerian. You're 14% Mali, so that means you're not Mali. What are you? Let's keep going.
Call somebody from Mali. Being American and descended from slaves and knowing that you came from West Africa, but never really being sure which parts or.
Hey, none of us none of us in this chat came from West Africa. We came from America. I don't know what this dude is talking about. Ain't none of us come from West Africa. Now, our late ancestor probably, you know, most likely, but none of us, we all came from America.
At what time, anything like that? It's a surreal feeling when you find out, right? Because on the one hand, you're pissed off because there's no
passport is pissed
on you. And let's cover the basics of the ideology. FBAs, stick with me. I know y'all know most of this, but I can guarantee you that there's some of it you don't. To be clear, we're officially done with things I agree with section. I dislike everything covered in the rest of this video.
For years I've been searching, and finally I found it.
I owe y'all some proof for a couple of things I said earlier. Here's the official FBA website.
All right, come on, man.
Mention FBA mini flags. The earliest mention of the term is hard to pinpoint, but he was using it on another one of his sites in 2019. Here's proof of him creating the term in the first place. claiming he adapted it from Dr. Claude Anderson's Native Black Americans term. The FBA movement started as Tangibles 2020 in the lead up to
Hold on, family.
the 2020 election.
Man, we don't need to be on no ADOS, man. We need to be Pan-Africans. That's what Pan-Africanism is. Us fighting for everybody else to come over here and get some of the resources that we've helped accumulate for them. And then they turn around and say, okay, thank you, Wakata. And I'm about to go work for these white people.
Back then, Tariq was in lockstep with the ADOS movement, led by Yvette Carnell and Antonio Moore. ADOS has their own problems. Rapper Talib Kweli penned a Medium article in 2019 called Why ADOS is Trash that included 2 segments that help prove this point. The first is from when ADOS followers misidentified his heritage after he criticized their co-founder Yvette Carnell, saying he's Haitian and telling him to go back. Talib Kweli is from Brooklyn, and his parents aren't immigrants. Stay tuned for them doing that to me 2 weeks ago. The second is about how ADOS, and now FBA, love targeting liberals and progressives like Ta-Nehisi Coates, Kamala, Cory Booker, Bernie Sanders, and every other critic of Trump because Dems have taken the black vote for granted. That's absolutely true. But Kweli says that when you target Dems like that, you're letting the GOP slide. I agree 100%. Yvette got this rolling when she attacked Talib out of nowhere in 2019. His tweet was pro-reparations and anti-Trump, saying he prefers a plan for reparations over withholding our votes and letting Trump win again. She slammed him for being a loud and wrong celebrity. How? He agrees with you. Oh, wait.
Right. Now, you know that video is deleted.
Yvette, I think, is even more beloved than Tariq Nasheed. I remember people actually being more mad at me that I had Yvette in the thumbnail than Tariq Nasheed. But the thing is, the data is already shown. There's already research that's shown that she is compromised. She does specifically back the MAGA set, not even like conservative, not even conservative with a small c that we know we people that are darker than blue do have. I'm from the Caribbean. I ain't gonna gaslight you into thinking that like I did not grow up in a conservative Caribbean household. Right. I'm not gonna act like I didn't. But no, Yvette and Tariq and them was specifically trying to align themselves with the MAGA sect brand. And a lot of it also, if you do like the research and you follow the money, Nazi-backed MAGA sapien type branding. So like, who is this in service of?
Very serious accusation, Potter. No evidence.
I appreciate that, Foreign. I was going to have to talk about this anyway. So Yvette served on the board for a group called Progressives for Immigration Reform, which was a fake progressive front organization linked to essentially a Nazi, a white nativist, white supremacist, and eugenics supporter named John Tanton. His goal was to limit black and brown immigration. This organization she served on built websites that accused immigrants of being responsible for things like traffic, overconsumption, and other environmental problems. They've also increased friction between ADOS/FBA and black immigrants, as we're going to show a lot more of in the video. The ultimate goal here is to delay a black or brown majority population in the country for more years. Also, big shout out to Ole for throwing me the alley-oop with this research. We all love you. Thank you so much. Suffice to say, FBA copied most of ADOS' playbook, but made it worse somehow. I got to show y'all the site for Tangibles 2020 real quick because it supports my prior argument about Tariq selling anything at every chance he gets. First, we hit the homepage and find yet another weird company launched by Tariq called #FirstThem. Their argument is that there's corporate sponsored movements rising up in the entertainment industry around sexual misconduct, and that these movements are unfairly targeting black entertainers. The site goes on to say that there's allegedly hundreds of accused sexual predators from the dominant society, aka white people, and that they're being skipped over. Okay, so #FirstThem is really them first. Considering this main part of the site was built out in April of 2019, and the Me Too movement popped off over the 2 years prior, that's definitely what he was referring to. Let's see how many high-profile black people were implicated by that movement. 3, Bill Cosby, R. Kelly, and Morgan Freeman. 3 out of 9 or so high-profile celebrities, with the rest being white or Jewish. Most of y'all watching this are just now hearing about Morgan Freeman's harassment accusations right now. By the way, he accepted responsibility for it. So it's probably just one of the other 2 that he's caping for. Most of y'all have been watching me long enough to know that I wasn't guessing. Here.
All right. All right. What is he talking? My bad. What is he talking?
He says he's not trying to minimize the actions of R. Kelly after John Legend.
All right. What are we doing?
So imagine how we help.
All right. Come on.
With other studio. FBA side while using the same blueprint as some of history's worst dictators. Like, if Hitler was way less persuasive and only concerned with getting enough money to hire models for a music video.
Yeah, this is all right. I have no idea.
Immigrant background in America to qualify as FBA. He goes on to say on the site that you aren't considered FBA if your mother and father descend from slavery in the Caribbean.
The Black American has grievances.
Right.
The only problem now is how those grievances are then, of course, afflicted onto the wrong, the wrong victims.
100%.
And often folks like myself that have an accent or that, you know, have a Bahamian flag or a Jamaican flag inside their bio or a Nigerian flag inside their bio, that iconography and whatnot means something. And because it's so hard to punch vertically. I'm a fighter, so like I say, it's hard. You ain't got enough reach. Your arms are short, you know, and white supremacy is tall.
Yeah.
You get me? White.
All right. So now let me explain where he's trying to go. So what he's trying to say is make sure my audio. Oh, it's dying. All right. Let me get my charger out. 1 second, family. Okay. So what he's trying to go with, right? He's trying to say we don't want to punch at white supremacy because white supremacy is too high up. And he's saying punching vertical, you tire out fast, right? And it's difficult to do. So what he's trying to say is, so instead we want to punch down. Like white supremacy is a tall task. So we don't want to punch up. Instead, we're going to punch down for his tethers like himself. But this is what I'm trying to tell family. Family, don't let them separate themselves from team white supremacy. They are team white supremacy. Just because they're blackface, it doesn't mean, just like a coon like Larry Elder, Thomas Sowell, these guys are team white supremacy. Dude, you're doing the biddings of team white supremacy. So when we punch at you, we're still punching up.
The white institution is a very puissant, towering figure. You get me? So like you trying to punch up and you can't reach.
Yeah.
Okay, well I can punch sideways then. I can punch horizontally. And what's next to you horizontally? Black Caribbean people, Africans. You know, like even you know, you get out of them Latinos, you see what's going on in LA. So that's and that goes across genders and whatnot too. Like the black man feels invalidated by his experience being in the States, being emasculinized by the white American. And what does he do to take out his frustration with capitalism, with all these other things?
Okay, this is just tether babble. And you know, hit the Cash App if you can, but let me finish.
Doesn't try to fight that system.
Right.
He fights the black woman.
Yeah.
You know, he fights his partner. That's the problem. Right anger, justified anger. Nobody will ever contend with that. Wrong punching bag.
Okay, so all of the claims that he put on us, they're dealing with that in Jamaica and in the West Indies. Okay, Jamaica has the highest crime in the world. We're talking about violent crimes. We're talking about murders in the world. So when he says we're afraid to punch at white supremacy, so therefore we punch at anything that looks like us, that's actually a projection from his background. I always say, I'm the first to say this, Jamaica is the Chicago of the world. Of the world. They are murder capital. So they always been afraid to punch at white supremacy, and they always punched at themselves. So you talked about, okay, even in relationships, black men, and no, that's also a big thing in Jamaica, domestic violence. Yo, nothing I'm saying is false. Y'all can Google this shit. All right, and even SA with minors, 69 guys in Jamaica is a big, heavy thing. All right. So what he's doing is projecting his experiences, his homeland on us. No, sir. We always punched up at team white supremacy. We actually physically took them out in the Civil War. So there's nobody more braver than us when it comes to fighting team white supremacy. The other only non-white people were the Japanese, and what's that? The Japan-Russo War, the Russo-Japan War. They were the only other non-whites to fight white supremacy and win, besides us. Okay, we were the first to do it, the Civil War, and then we did it with the Civil Rights March. We won again. So we and the Japanese people were probably the only people to ever confront team white supremacy and win. So it makes me chuckle inside when a tether say that we're afraid to punch at white supremacists. That's all we ever done. And keep in mind, we have always been the minority. There's only 43 million of us. How many white folks in this country? Like 200, 300 million. I got to play the video of Robert F. Williams again. Yo, we're talking about 6 black FBAs ran out like 10,000 clans in North Carolina. Where is that history with any other black people in the world? Where they ran off, they were the minority, and they ran off the majority. In Haiti, when Haiti had the revolution, they were the majority. We were the minority running off the majority, winning. Okay? So never let them compare us to them, and never let them say or imply or flat out say that we are afraid to fight team white supremacy. That's like one of the biggest lies that Tether can tell.
Okay, to everybody who listens to Tariq or never took African American history in school or had this part conveniently removed from their textbooks, the transatlantic slave trade brought African people from their continent to the Americas and Brazil. Some went directly to the Caribbean, some directly to the colonies, but all were subject to being resold at any time. One of the countries that never gets brought up for buying enslaved people, Canada. Just as an example, Portugal was the most active transporter. That plantation in Brazil was theirs. They were brought to the Caribbean plantations and American plantations and shipped to Brazil and Nova Scotia and anywhere else there was an established trade relationship and demand for cheap labor. Tariq's rules for FBA lineage heavily rely on a separation between those descended from Caribbean slavery and those descended from American freedmen. This rule blatantly and intentionally ignores that people cross between these plantations all the time.
Okay, so he said all of this to want to tether anchor on to our reparations claim. That's crazy. He's saying all this as he's basically complaining. He's basically complaining. Like he said all of this to anchor on to what's owed to us, but he just mentioned Canada. I don't believe Canadians are adding us to any reparations claim. People from Africa are not tying us to what they believe is owed to them, and definitely not CARICOM. But let the tether go.
Enslaved people were sold off to the Caribbean after working in America because Haiti had high demand, and they were sent there as punishment too, since conditions were reportedly more brutal on those plantations. This is the best part. Lincoln even tried to send these freedmen Tariq wants to focus on to Haiti to get them the hell out of his face. Lincoln did not want a bunch of free Negroes wandering around the U.S. The attempt failed, but a basic review of history would have told you that plenty of people with the exact same ancestry as you ended up on those islands out of sheer chance after putting in work in the States. If your claim for hoarding all the imaginary reparations checks depends on FBAs building the foundation of this country, shouldn't anybody who did that work be included? You'd think so if this was based on logic, but it's not. Even if there were zero significant intersection between slavery in the Caribbean and the founding years of the chattel slavery system in the US, which is categorically impossible. This clown goes on to claim it's easy for all FBAs to find and produce their paperwork in order to qualify as part of the lineage.
So there's some kind of deliberate play going on here. So that's very dangerous. Well, it was dangerous because now we're doing paperwork checks now.
He cites the 1900 census too, since it provided more information, as if some of us weren't displaced or our paperwork lost to time. As if a census conducted in 1870 could ever account for the full extent of the atrocities committed during slavery. As if our ancestors hadn't scattered all over the planet by then. And as if the federal government could ever be trusted to create and operate the entire department it would require to process and verify all these people. How are they going to stop Rachel Dolezal? Ernie's good, but how are they going to stop Kenny Smith? Why would you want the feds to have the power to further classify and exclude huge sections of the black population in the first place? The fuck you talking about? Did you think this through for longer than it takes you to create one of your terrible ass AI thumbnail having ass YouTube videos? Oh, by the way, this is stage 2, symbolization. As we scroll down this page, let's clock all the demeaning and exaggerated ways he's depicted immigrants, as compared to how he depicts FBAs. Indian working at a gas station, bug-eyed Africans, dirty Africans, crazy Jamaicans, etc.
Marcus Vincent Thomas?
Notice the AI version of himself is pristine. This is what Trump would do more often if he knew how computers worked. It gets worse as it goes. He provides rules about the status of half FBAs, saying they can't.
Through Rula, it's easier to connect with a therapist who specializes in you. Tell us what's important and we'll provide a curated list of in-network providers. Explore your matches and pick the provider that feels like the best fit for you. Schedule your appointment, see a provider as soon as tomorrow, and join your video session from wherever you're comfortable. Your journey to quality care gets easier from here. Take the next step today.
My fault, family. Let me go ahead and switch. Hold on, give me a second. Let me switch this account. All right. So we have 29-minute mark. Let me switch my account to Unbiased Ron, which I have the premium thing going on. Hopefully I don't, hold on. Sometimes it make me lose the video. So hold on. Let me switch. Yeah, everything you said I might just crush and kill. Stupid talking points. And this is why, they never want to interact with us. I always send these guys an invite to have the same conversation. I'm like, dude, you said it. Let's talk about what you said. And a lot of them decline to have these conversations. But you could just see me in these guys' comment section, always trying to have a dialogue with these dudes. All right, check it out.
As we scroll down this.
Hey, peace, Drake Casso. Let me go ahead and you're a therapist. You're funny. Let me add. Let me give Abrasive a wrench. Let me give Drake Casso a wrench. And all I ask that you guys just like the video. Real simple. Just like the video. It's free. Nobody's liking it, but go ahead and like it. It's free to do. It helps me in the algorithm. And then if you guys want to be more charitable, the Cash App at the top. But please at least do that.
This page, let's clock all the demeaning and exaggerated ways he's depicted immigrants, as compared to how he depicts FBAs. Indian working at a gas station, bug-eyed Africans, dirty Africans, crazy Jamaicans, etc.
Marcus Vincent Thomas?
Notice the AI version of himself is pristine. This is what Trump would do more often if he knew how computers worked. It gets worse as it goes. He provides rules about the status of half FBAs, saying they can't be taken seriously if their non-FBA parent moved here after 1970, unless they have a verified track record of loyalty and tangible contributions.
Okay.
Y'all might be asking, but Tariq, why would the year matter if their other parent is full FBA? Okay. This is when you get hit with the most unserious, unscientific claim on this whole site. The African and Caribbean immigrants before that time frame had a different collective disposition in relation to FBA. Translation, Their vibes were off. He goes on to explain that people like Marcus Garvey, who was Jamaican, and Malcolm X, whose mother was from Grenada, are seen as icons to FBAs. After 1970, the FBI's COINTELPRO program sowed division among black organizations. True. And the US government allocated tangible resources to immigrant groups instead of us. Unsubstantiated. He claims this incentivized non-FBAs to collaborate with white supremacists and sabotage FBA progress. Conspiracy theory. By the way, 21% of our black population in the US has at least one immigrant parent. Some of y'all seriously want to see FBA or ADOS on the ballot, which would be like cutting off one of our legs. So white supremacist wet dream. I assume over 99% of black immigrants watching this video were born after 1970. So please tell me if Tariq is right about your disposition towards all of us in the comments. I'm sure he's right about some immigrants. I'm not denying that an individual immigrant can have a negative disposition towards us. The generalizations are a frequent weapon of his, though, and I'm sick of it. It's always an invalid argument to reduce a vibrant, multifaceted community down to one person that hurt your feelings on the internet. You don't see me calling everybody on earth named Marcus a divisive narcissist. That's just you, bruh. Congratulations. If you're still watching this, your certificate for FBA 101 is in the mail. Now, it's okay up top.
Not too much. Put back out. Wait, eat that first.
I'd like to introduce y'all to Tariq's favorite slur.
The tethering, the cultural parasitism and tethering needs to be checked.
Sometimes he pairs it with anchored for extra spice. He has slurs on the site, like the tether and the anchored tether. It's on the site, like
the anchored tether.
Anchored tether is what he calls it.
That's what's interesting. It reminds me of incels.
Yeah,
I have a lot of background with like the alt-right research and the alt-right and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And all of these alternative intellectual spaces that lean into toxic habits of, harassment, conspiratorial thinking, antisocial community building, they all are built with the same general like structures and attract the same type of people, disaffected young men, with marginal social, economic, and romantic opportunities. Looking for community, looking for things to like subsume their identity into. And the development of jargon and coded language and things like that is actually really, really important and valuable to those spaces because it marks who's in and who's out.
And anchor baby is a slur used for the child of an immigrant who came to America and gave birth after, making their child a citizen.
I was born in the States, so technically I do have both passports. Trump hates me. And I lived most of my life in the Bahamas. So like I was just born in the States and then I came right back to the Bahamas. So I'm an anchor baby essentially.
My girlfriend is too.
Hey, solidarity, but like once I got back to the States for tertiary education, there is a tendency that a lot of people that have not had to live shoulder to shoulder with their colonizers, like Americans do, like Black Americans do, like indigenous, like a lot of folks that have been maligned by their colonizers, and they look like that. A lot of them, a lot of us immigrants that, because I do consider myself an immigrant spirit, when we come to the States, we don't have that baggage, so we're able to perform in ways in which our Black counterparts can't, that have been there from time.
Tether takes anchor one step further, since technically those slurs used to mean the same thing. FBAs use tether to describe African or Caribbean immigrants who moved to the U.S. to benefit off of our civil rights struggle, while simultaneously disparaging us. They claim it's an action-based thing and not prejudiced, and that they don't have beef with all immigrants. You're lying, and I'm gonna prove it. Tether conjures up images of Jordan Peele's movie Us, where it referred to a mirrored copy of each main character that lived underground, didn't speak clearly, were badly groomed, and violent. Basically, him and his followers adopted right-wing white supremacist tactics and throw these slurs at people pretty viciously.
You understand? And you wonder why we delineate? And people talking about we're divisive? We should have divided from these damn dusty-ass, hateful tethers a long time ago.
That time, he was referring to Wes Moore, the governor of Maryland and the only black governor in the country. His beef with West started when the governor vetoed a study into reparations in favor of continued action that delivers results for the people we serve. There's been studies commissioned in several states. California is the most liberal state we have, and you know what happened when they studied reparations? They calculated that an older black American would be owed about $1.2 million. Did the math to all the older black people in California and went, nah. West committed to introducing legislation next year to address, quote, racial disparities in areas such as wealth, home ownership, education, and food security, end quote. Politicians lie all the time, so we'll see if he follows through. But the headline here is that he's not this non-FBA tether holding us back from a check that was never coming.
You know, Wes Moore, his family's Jamaican.
Hold up. Wes Moore's father is fully descended from American slavery and likely died due to medical discrimination.
So they don't have the same generational trauma, the direct connection to the reparations claim, the ancestral ties here.
And his grandfather fled the country after his great-grandfather was targeted for lynching. His mother is half Cuban and half Jamaican.
So they can easily dismiss or deprioritize our policies without any type of internal conflict.
Wes is half FBA. Tariq lied on this man's blood to fuel his xenophobia, then said this.
There's a reason why they get these non-FBA tethers.
Slur, he's wrong about Moore's lineage. Lacks the intellectual rigor to fully explore Moore's position on reparations, and uses this opportunity to add dusty and hateful to a word that's already a slur.
For years, my first anti-fan stalker type people that were emailing me and sliding into my DMs and talking about my wife and kids and stuff online and trying to dox me were Tariq Nasheed fans talking about I was really Jamaican. You know what I'm saying? And I still get that. I still get Jamaican.
No, they don't stop.
Because anybody black that disagrees with Tariq Nasheed got to be Jamaican and Nigerian.
I got called a tether immediately as soon as I said anything to them. And I'm like,
right.
I'm y'all.
Right. I mean, I am from Chicago. Right. My grandparents are from Mississippi. Right. The framework of his social analysis and his movement is identical to how white supremacists have built their social movements and frameworks. It's very right-wing. We identify an other. We develop, coded language and things like that through which to differentiate, through which to slur. This is the 10 stages of genocide. And this does seem hyperbolic because he does not have the power to commit a genocide.
Right.
However, the framework through which he's organized FBA, just as I read this, you're gonna be like, yep. So stage 1 is classification. Differences between people are not respected. Stage 2, symbolization.
Nikki Haley and Tim Scott have really been making this argument out there that America does not have issues with systemic racism, while also bringing up their own individual experiences with racism.
I just think you can't have this both ways. You can't try to sell me on your personal story of upliftment and the fact that you overcame the odds, and then say, but there were no odds. You can't have it both ways.
You debunk your own story.
You're debunking your own story.
It's important to Tariq for y'all to think he doesn't consider all black immigrants to be tethers. He made that clear when he got in a Twitter beef with Luther Campbell, the party rap pioneer, also known as Uncle Luke from 2 Live Crew. Basically, Mr. Doo-Doo Brown himself accused Tariq of being divisive and a grifter, and sprinkled some "your wife is white" on top.
As a group of black men, and most of them hang out on Twitter, Tariq Nasheed.
Oh my God, I do not like him. I swear, I feel like he's an agent.
Yeah.
One of Tariq's response tweets said this, quote, Luke, all Caribbeans and Africans are not tethers. just the bootlicking ones who act as flunkies for political
Thank you.
parties
Eat your
are
food and
trying
drink
to
your
trick
water.
foundational Black Americans into voting for nothing in return. End quote. As I've already made clear, and will provide more examples of, that's bullshit. No matter who you are, he'll insult your homeland. Before we get more examples, we got more vocab to cover first.
All right, my fault, family. I didn't mean to bore you to death with this tether. But so, of course, what people like him do is cherry pick, right? Of course, he's not going to pull up the videos like I just played, where you got tethers calling in saying, Tariq, you are the owner of FBA because you trademarked it. Okay, so he didn't. Those are videos he's not going to go through. Okay, so when tethers and white supremacists, when they call in and troll and defame and do their whole charade thing, and then Tariq cook them back, he's not gonna play those videos. So he's just gonna quote Tariq from that video, but don't explain how it got there. All right, because most of his lives, he's pretty much talking to us, okay, the family and the supporters. So now let me address something else. So no, he goes to the homeland of people. He goes on them because they go on us. For example, when Myron Gaines was debating Tariq Nasheed, or when Myron Gaines talk about FBAs in general, he always talk about how we're failing in America. This is our homeland. So if you attack us in our homeland, of course, you gave the green light to attack you in your homeland. But Myron wants to say, no, don't bring up Sudan. It's like too late. You brought up America. Okay, so if you want to attack an individual, go ahead. But once you attack the homeland, all is fair. So Myron went to handcuff Tariq Nasheed and say, hey, you can't attack Sudan. The hell he couldn't. He cooked Sudan like a muck. You dig? So yeah, so we're not gonna let tethers handcuff us. Also, he said his girlfriend was a tether, and the other dude says he's an anchor baby. Well, now we see the motive. Like we see why they feel a certain way. Listen, family, you can date whoever you want, but the person you date should not make you become a coon. They shouldn't make you become a Candace Owens or a Larry Elder. Okay, if you want to date a Japanese person, whoever, you go do that. But you make sure you stand on business. You make sure you educate them what your lineage is about, how special your lineage is, and your great history, things like that. You don't gotta compromise like this dude is doing.
Bear with me. I hopped in the live chat of his recent video about non-FBAs co-opting Juneteenth.
Let me read some chat. Okay, I'm missing some chats. Okay, so the watcher said 10 stages of academics hairline. All right. Claude, peace, the watcher. Diamond, I see you. Claude says, dude don't have a real hairline. It goes up and down on the side. Wow. Okay, Southern Breeze, peace. Black Rose says, why is it all right to be called African American, a title most Black people never like, but not to be called FBA? Let me give Black Rose a wrench. And all I ask in return is that you guys just like the video. And great point. Great point, Black Rose. That's some things that I counter with. Seduction Doll said FBA listeners are not sheep. That's 100% accurate. And look what he's doing. Look what he's doing. He's over here. His whole video is talking about Tariq Nasheed. This is family. Listen, why they need him to be the leader. See, because right now he just throwing shots at Tariq Nasheed as an individual, a member of 43 million people. Okay, cool. But if Tariq was the leader, these shots would be hitting all of us. Just like the Donald Trump is the president of the United States, but he's really the leader of the conservatives and the MAGAs. So when he does something dumb, guess who get laughed at, who get pointed at? It's the MAGA and the conservatives, the Republicans get pointed at and laughed at the most, because he's officially their leader. Like they say that's our leader. The liberals didn't never want Donald Trump in office. They consider him the president, but they don't consider him the leader of them, if that make any sense. So you need Tariq Nasheed to be the leader so you can try to throw shots at all of us, but it doesn't work because he's not the leader and we don't appoint him as a leader. So when you throw shots at Tariq, you're just throwing shots at Tariq. So his whole video is just to throw shots at Tariq, and he's mad that we're not getting hit by those indirect bullets.
And asked a simple question.
Oh, let me finish reading. Okay, so Luke is a huge tethered facts, a huge hater, a goofy dude. Jay Sanders said, "What more father died when he was 3? He's Jamaican." Yeah. So that's another thing. Okay, listen, you have a lot of. Let me give Jay Sanders a wrench. Yeah, you have a lot of FBAs, right? Who are mixed, right? Spanish, white, something else, and that's fine. That's okay. What becomes interesting is when they're raised by the non-FBA parent. Okay, that seems to be a problem within our society, our culture, because let's say if the father who's FBA stepped out, right, out the house and with his own thing, became a deadbeat, whatever. Well, okay, so now he's just left with the non-FBA mother. So she's going to raise the kid not as an FBA child, even though he is or she is, but all she knows is her culture. So she's going to raise the FBA based upon her culture. If it's Latino, then Latina, there you go. If it's Japanese, there you go, right? If they have a mixed kid, Japanese and black, if it's white, there you go. Okay, but that's going to be a problem because then they don't fit. So when they come into our circles, like we could easily look at this person like, yo, what the whose man is this? Whose girl is this? Are you weird? And like that's what happens. Okay, so that's all Tariq was saying. So that type of person that grew up with the non-FBA parent will go into politics and will vote against reparations for Foundation Black Americans because that was their non-FBA parents' feeling or ideology anyway. So they just borrow the non-FBA parent ideology on life. And they're against reparations, and maybe they are, maybe they're not. But if they are, then obviously the son they raised by themselves will be against reparations as well. All right. So did I give Black Rose a wrench? I think I did. Yep. I gave Seduction Dollar wrench. Again, all I ask for return is just like the video. Haran Israel, I mean, the crazy part is they go all day obsessing over Black Americans. This is sad. Then y'all keep making this about Tariq when he's only one Black American out of 46.9 million of it. Right. Okay, they're really obsessed with Tariq and they're mad that he's successful in some things, right? They're mad. They hate him for their reason, and they're mad when he becomes successful in things. And they're really mad that he had the genius idea, which is piggybacking off Adolph's, but still, like he has an idea, which is FBA. So Adolph's was more of a political terminology, right? FBA was that, but more so an identity, because you don't really use Adolph's as an identity, even though it is, but that's not really how it's being used. Okay, but FBA is being used as an identity, and it's being used to disaggregate and delineate and get on code. You dig? And that's what's pissing people like him off. He's mad that that bridge that only went one way is burned down. So now both sides got to make an effort to the other side if there's going to be some type of alliance.
What does one flyer have to do with an entire group's activity? Why is everything us and them? You would have thought I called everybody's mama a hoe. First person yell typed erasure with 4 exclamation marks. Another said, I'm talking that tether talk. Next person straight up called me a non-FBA without knowing me at all.
Good.
Then they blame their anger on non-FBAs and claims FBAs have always been welcoming. It never ends. Not to mention the wild statements I skipped over. Quote, we are the leaders, they are the followers. I'm tired of African and Caribbean people. Get out of our business and go fix your dilapidated homeland. Look, fixing America is not my job, but I promise you, I'll try my best with the skills I have. In case you haven't heard, we're going through a lot right now. White America's two dads broke up in the first week of Pride Month. Lilo and Stitch was mid. Tyler Perry's still writing TV shows. Yes, Juneteenth is for us, meaning Native Black Americans, but it was not solely caused by us. The only reason we were able to get to the point where we could have a Juneteenth celebration was because of people like Denmark Vesey. You've probably heard the name before, but you probably didn't know that he was born, raised, and enslaved in St. Thomas in the West Indies. He ended up in Charleston, South Carolina, bought his freedom later on, and planned a slave revolt, mirroring the revolution in Haiti. His plan was to revolt and sail to Haiti before the law could catch up with them after they killed the slave masters. A couple people snitched, and he ended up getting hanged. These are the people y'all want to delineate from. People who worked next to you and
well, no, that's not gonna work. So obviously he doesn't know what an ethnogenesis is. All right. So all of what he's saying is debunked by what is called an ethnogenesis. All right. So what are you talking about? St. Thomas and all this stuff? Man, are you serious? But you claim to be the tether whisperer. So he's positioned himself as FBA, right? But he's trying to be like the tether whisperer. So some people try to do this. They try to get fame by being a tether whisperer. So there's many channels out there where folks is trying to get YouTube fame, get YouTube subscriber checks on being tether whisperers or white supremacist informants. You dig? But the information is terrible. Don't do that. The information is terrible. This is why they don't accept invitations to have a dialogue about the very thing he made a video about.
Plotted escape with you. Some of the FBAs watching this probably took offense to me calling tether and anchor derogatory slurs earlier. They were slurs mostly used towards Latin immigrants before Tariq put them on the official website for your movement. Now they just apply to more people. That's y'all's legacy. Congrats. For a group that claims to be so pro-black, it's starting to smell real white supremacist in this bit. I'm not new to this though. When I covered Umar last year, I got called all kinds of...
Hey, I don't even know what... Yeah, I don't believe that this guy even knows what white supremacy is. I don't believe he knows what systemic racism is. I don't even think he knows what that is, the way he's talking. But again, like everybody sounds very smart when they're by themselves. But as you guys witness, when they call in here, they all sound goofy. Okay, all of them. He had a truth called in. He didn't sound so smart like he did on his show. Everybody's calling and start lying. Okay, what about CLR? He called in and just denied Black history. He said anything before 1968 doesn't count. He did. Like he wanted to just focus on the 2000s. Like he erased our history from 1999 all the way up to 1612. He said none of that stuff counts. Just 2000s. That's pretty much what they all do. They all got to erase our history to have an argument.
It's a cone.
Content and so it's been garbage since it came online because it was really birthed under and or into the manosphere. It's a lot of barbershop philosophy,
100%,
a lot of mythology, a lot of conspiracy theories, content, and it's not even like oh, you got to have a degree. There's literally just no intellectual rigor.
That's
you know,
absolutely,
and that's why. And like even I'm very critical of Umar, but Umar is Malcolm X compared to Tariq Nasheed.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I told you it's all about just Tariq Nasheed. Like their hate for, they gotta make up reasons why they hate him so much. They just gotta cherry pick little things to make it something huge. It's weak. It doesn't work. It doesn't hit.
And Umar is...
So I can tell I got a lot of haters in here because normally folks who support the channel, they like it. So we got 82 live people watching and normally 82 likes are there. You know, people who are FBA, people who are ADOS, American Freedmen, or even just supporters, right? They normally just like the video. But when I don't see the reflection of the likes with the total live viewers, I like to assume that that's the haters in there, like Pan-Nigerian.
Is Michael Eric Dyson, Neil deGrasse Tyson, like he is Professor Emeritus.
Yeah.
Compared to Tariq Nasheed.
The chat introduced me to another new term that's important for this video. Off-code FBA.
Oh, shit.
That's what they called me once they finally figured out that I'm not an immigrant. See.
Okay, so it's another thing they love to do. Dude, Larry Elder is not an immigrant, and neither is Thomas Sowell. So, like, they like to say, see, like, this is a coon, like, bro, dude, you're not doing anything different. This is a coon position. A coon position is to be FBA and to be around a lot of white folks, making them feel real comfortable by your black presence. And to make them more comfortable, you'll just talk bad about FBAs, right? And that's to make them feel like, okay, he's a good guy. He can stay around. I'm not on edge anymore. Like, dude, that's all he's doing right now. There's another code. There's another word, off code. Like, dude, he's just trying to make tethers and whites, really tethers, feel comfortable with him. But guess what? Just like true white supremacists will never be comfortable with a coon like Larry Elder or Thomas Sowell, a tether will never be cool with you, because the fact that you are FBA, you can easily change your mind like this and get on code. So they could never really trust you. Just keep that in mind.
This is how they label people within their own group who disagree with their ideology, or Tariq's ideology, since he created the code they're referring to. The rest of
Okay, you hear the dude? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I don't know where this guy's from. All right. Where he's lived at, but Orin code is a slang term that predates Tariq Nasheed. Like, and when he used it, on code, like, that's like, why you think when he said it, we already knew what it meant? Like, he didn't have to see tether. He had to actually define tether. But once he said on code, he didn't have to define that. See, tether is something new and unique, and that's from Tariq. FBA is from Tariq. That's why he got to define it. Okay, but when he said on code, he never defined on code. We all knew what that meant. This guy's just weird. Peace, Vera.
To the terms, y'all know them already.
I inadvertently feed a lot of tethers, niggas, busters, sambos. I feed a lot of these people inadvertently.
And Cam James is another.
For anybody under 40 years old, buster is old black slang for loser or lame.
Did he really just survive? So he didn't define sambo. This guy just took out buster. Oh, okay. Let me fast forward this part. This dude got no personality.
FBA is used to refer to immigrants who are.
Oh, so he is really, you know what he's trying to do? Where that video at? Hold on. Look what he's trying to do. He's trying to do his version of this. Yeah, he's really going to define all the words. Buster and rider and uncle. He's really going to try to define these words for tethers. All right, so let me show. Okay, hold on. Let me share with you what he's trying to do. This is ridiculous. All right, hold on. I gotta change my account. Yeah, y'all gonna laugh when y'all see this. Some of y'all already know where I'm going. All right, so look what he's trying to do. He wants to define. He's trying to teach tethers how to speak like us. All right, hold on. Let me show you what he's trying to do. All right. Y'all gonna laugh when y'all see this. Yeah. Where is my man? All right, let's see if I can find it real fast. Where is Buddy? Oh, I found it. Okay, look what hey, this is what he's trying to do. Like, he's trying to do his own version of this. Yeah, he's about to give courses as well. This is what he's trying to do.
what's good? Now in hood, the pronunciation would be, what's good? But then if I say, bro, you tripping, dog? My tone and my voice completely brings out a different kind of meaning for this specific phrase. Now you was tripping, dog. You tripping, dog. Yeah. Yeah, boy. Run me my hood. This is the most requested topic on Instagram, TikTok, and at the same exact time, YouTube. In today's video.
Hey, you know what? Maybe I should do this for them. Since they're getting paid, trying to teach them how to be us, maybe I should get some of this money. Maybe I should grift to teach them how to be an FBA. I could do it better than this guy. All right, so that's what old boy trying to do. This guy right here, Ryder. Look at this sad attempt.
That's Ryder. It's what FBAs use to refer to immigrants who are on our side, who will advocate for us, fight
Yeah,
with.
he's doing the same thing. Yeah, he's using our terminology to try and define them for tethers. That's wild.
With us, said several times, the insults to these people's homeland.
Okay. All right, stop it.
I'm actually going to show is when someone actually wants to settle conflict or fight. This could be physical fighting. It could also be used in terms of playing a game. Like, let's say if I'm playing a game with my friend and I'm trying to beat him, I would say, yo, hey, bro, run me my fade, man. Run me my fade. Meaning.
Yeah, these guys are sad.
Qualifies y'all from using that term.
You can't have this both ways.
I say, check. You know, we could talk about Marcus Garvey. We could talk about Biggie. We could talk about Malcolm X, Grenada. You could talk about so many of these different figures. The Black Negro National Anthem was written by a Bahamian from Florida. There's so many different examples. But, you know, granted, we don't need to talk about that too much. You're Black. I could take pride in it.
Wait. Why are you, okay, what do you say? Why are you doing stuff for this country? How about, why don't you just do it for your country? How about that? Stop doing stuff for this country. And how about do it for your country? And for the newcomers, there's a terminology, right? How come he didn't define this? How come he didn't tell you about, let me write this on a thing so y'all can see it, right? So he's gonna tell you about everything that we talk about, right? He want to define slang terms. Well, how about the guy talk about this? How about you break this down to them? How about you break this down? Since you want to borrow our talking points and redefine them to tethers. Okay, so brain drain is what all of their countries are going through, right? That means that the best minds, their most skilled workers, they're wealthy. So they're educated, they're wealthy, and their most skilled people are leaving their country and they're going abroad to use those talents. They're taking their talents to South Beach, basically. They're using those talents in other countries to build them up. So they're going to Canada and they're building up Canada while it's called a brain drain because their country brains are going down the toilet, like to another country. So their country don't benefit from their wealthy, they're highly educated and they're highly skilled. Other countries do, and that's called a brain gain. So America is a brain drain. No, I'm sorry. America is a brain gain country. Okay, we extract people's most wealthy, educated, and skilled workers, and they come over here and make America greater. Canada is also a brain gain country, and the UK as well. Just around the top, those three. So you'll see these folks flee to Canada, they'll go to UK, and they'll come right over here. Okay, so brain waste. What is brain waste? Brain waste is when they get an education in their homeland. All right, but when they come to America, their education is not used. They just end up working at a damn car wash or a meat factory. So now this person has a doctor, right, a PhD. No, I'm sorry, an MD. They have an MD in their homeland, right? They're a medical doctor. But when they get over here, they can't practice that because it ain't worth shit over here. So they end up just working at McDonald's. That's called brain waste. Okay, so I would love for old boy to cover these talking points, define those things, right? You want to cherry pick. All right, family. So that's something that they could break down. We talk about that a lot over here. How about talk about that? Let's talk about Marcus Garvey. Let's talk about the scamming he has done. Let's talk about he was one of the worst black leaders ever to appear in America. The dude was so much of he failed 4 times. Okay, so he started off the UNIA in Jamaica, failed. He came to the United States, failed, got deported. He went back to Jamaica, failed, and then he went to London and failed there too. So he's a 4-time loser. He's a 4-time failed loser.
But I don't need to wield it like a Yu-Gi-Oh card and say,
Yeah.
I don't need to do that.
Right. Now, look, hey, Breeze, I ain't gonna get on Uber because I be needing those rides sometimes, you dig? Especially like to the airport. So I ain't gonna get on them too much. But I get what you're saying. What you're saying is facts, but I'm gonna leave Uber alone because I needs my Uber. Let me give Breeze a wrench. All I ask in return, just like the video.
And yet again, I come back to empathy because I get it. You need, or you feel like you have to find different qualifiers to bargain and barter for your worth to this experiment, the American experiment. So when you bring up the different black contributions to the United States, what you're doing is you're at the table and you're trying to negotiate, not with me, but with white supremacy itself, and saying, hey, I have value. Let me in the club. Let me in the club. Stop shooting me. Stop calling me out my name. Treat me as a human being. I've done for you. Please do for me. And unfortunately, as you're seeing, they ain't gonna do it.
It's a losing proposition. I think it always has been, and I've been fighting my kind of doomer tendencies as I write this to be like, y'all, we're not gonna get reparations. Like, y'all know that, right?
I'm not even worried about reparations.
Nah, man.
Because our political education in America among black people is so bad. Reparations would be such a setup. It would be such a setup, in my opinion, in my limited opinion. And I open myself up to critique from people that actually know better than me.
This pie in the sky kind of hypothetical that ADOS shoots for, that FBA says it shoots for, but we'll never actually be able to organize effectively enough to get.
All I think about with reparations is Jay-Z doing Bitcoin in the hood. Like, that's all I can think about is fucking PPP loan nonsense. Like, don't be wrong, it'll be good for some people, but like, it would have to be such a societal restructuring presented to me that I'm like, there's no way we can fuck this up. Versus like a big check for a bunch of grifters to go grab so we can give it to Earn Your Leisure. You know what I'm saying? Boyce Watkins, Jay-Z, and Tariq Nasheed.
All right, it's time for a world tour. This is how the black immigrant population in America broke down by percentage as of 2021. Let's see what other ethnic groups Tariq insults when one person from that group offends him in some way.
It's not as bad as your failed homeland, where y'all over there beating in the head with hyena legs. It ain't that bad. You're not going to come over here and discuss any of that with us while your homeland is janky, toe down, and raggedy.
Here's a caption where he took an opportunity to insult Caribbean people for no goddamn reason, claiming this statue of an anonymous black woman in Times Square looks like an immigrant with a fake nursing degree. How are you the racist backlash the headlines are talking about?
They ever talk about a woman with quote unquote multiple husbands? What she basically is, she's a referee for gayness. The dudes are always moist. Hyphenated Negroes are working in cahoots with the white supremacists against us. These are the Negroes who are black plus something else. Black lesbian. Black LBGT. They are black immigrants. They are black and Creole. They are black and Jamaican. I've heard that before.
The homophobia during Pride Month is like waiting for Juneteenth to call the cops on a black barbecue. In that most recent comment, he was trying to say that if you hyphenate your identity with black, you must be insulting black people by distancing yourself from being full black.
That's that intersectionality talk, meaning they're black, but they ain't black.
Tariq fundamentally does not understand the concept of intersectionality or racial identity for that matter. How is attaching your sexual orientation to your ethnicity an insult to black people? How is letting people know you're Creole and black a bad thing? This is who y'all choose to follow. Whose mans is this? Remember what stage we're in: discrimination and dehumanization. We're moving into that second one when he says,
See, because in their minds, they view themselves different from black Americans. So this is why it's very easy for them to undermine us. These hyphenated Negroes are very dangerous. There's always the main four is the black feminist, black immigrant, black LGBT, black swirler. You cannot point to anything that immigration has done in the last 40 years, or hell, I go 60 years. Nobody can point to how it has helped Native Black Americans. I keep asking this question publicly. All I get is deflection.
Yolanda Jean, Haitian refugee who participated in the 1993 hunger strike at Guantanamo Bay. America refused to allow HIV-positive people in during the early 90s, and these captive strike nearly wiped them out. After being brought to the U.S. and recovering, she became a powerful voice for HIV advocacy and brought Black Americans up by name on the biggest stage possible.
Moi venu aux États-Unis, moi pas dit que tout Américain c'est même, mais c'est gouvernement américain qui gagne une politique que la mène envers noir, surtout pour haïtien.
Esmeralda Simmons is a child of St. Croix immigrants and has been a New York lawyer for decades. She advocated for equity in public education, voting, policing, and the child welfare system as the center's executive director for 34 years.
Our students are our future. What we need to do is to get involved at the school level and then go to the school district, then expand out to the whole Department of Education. Go to those hearings when they're calling for hearings to express your opinion. Let them know that your school is not working. Let them know whether you want a charter school. Let them know what is going on with your particular students, because your student reflects all the other students in New York City.
Since you said immigrants, Tariq, and not just black ones, let's get Nihad Awad in here. He's the National Executive Director of the Council on American Islamic Relations and was in the White House to discuss American Muslims a few days after September 11th. Not sure if you knew this, but there's a lot of black Muslim FBAs.
My stepfather is Nigerian. And I remember some negative experiences. I grew up Muslim at our masjid in Chicago. This was a chosen child, situation, right? And I remember getting really small plates of jollof rice compared to the other kids sometimes and being really upset about that, and not realizing what it was all about until later in life. And let's not act like the FBA-ness of it all has created, I don't know, negative feedback loop, if that makes sense.
The Black Alliance for Just Immigration advocates for both immigrants and native black.
At this point, these guys are just what are we doing? Like, these guys just talking. Like, they're just like what point are they making? Okay, you don't like Tariq Nasheed. Okay, fine. But you're not debunking anything.
Black Americans. They spell that out on their site and all promo materials. They provide technical assistance and education to local communities to push for civil rights progress and stop people like you from dividing us further.
Today we have more news.
How it's intersected with you, but also
More news today.
how you've interacted with Black Americans throughout your life.
There's literally a campaign under the same.
Hey, you know what's interesting? They always say the divide thing. And this is where we all cook them. When they be like, oh, you guys just divide. And when we ask them how, just a simple, any tether in the chat, just quickly explain how are we dividing? And whatever your answer is, I guarantee I'll cook you. If you want to just call in, it got to be somebody who hasn't called in before. All right. If you are non-FBA or you're against FBA delineation and everything we stand for, please ask for the phone number. And I want to hear you. If you believe this, if you believe we're divisive, I want you just to explain how we are divisive. That's all. Okay? That's all. Just call and just ask for the phone number and just explain to me very briefly how we are divisive. I can never get a good answer. So maybe you'll be the first person to actually clearly articulate how we are divisive.
Organization called Black Justice is Our Justice. They're doing more than talking shit on the internet.
Divisiveness is not survival. It's a
okay. Now I already cooked this one. Now this one right here, this is a coward. So he just playing tethers. So okay. So now he struck out. So I already cooked her. She's anti-FBA. She's a tether, and I already offered and invited her to let's have a dialogue on her channel, my channel. And she made up 1,000 excuses. Just go to her video about FBA and you'll read our dialogue if she have not deleted it. But you see a long thread. She made up 1,000 ways that we can't have a conversation about the video she made. I'm like, yo, let's just talk about the video you made. I don't gotta give you other points or catch you off guard. Gotcha. No, let's just dialogue and have a conversation based on your video and what you said about FBAs. That's it. So I'm going to skip past her. She's just a hater. I'm not going to play her.
Intellectual Negro with a God complex convince you otherwise. And don't get it twisted. A lot of y'all are convinced. I came across this article in the Los Angeles Times about a Jamaican immigrant named Winsome Pendergrass. She lives in Brooklyn. Her day job is as a private nursing assistant for seniors.
Yeah, what the hell? What are we doing? You just picking random tethers? Like, what are we doing?
And when she isn't doing that, she's demonstrating and lobbying public officials for affordable housing and tenants' rights in Black and brown neighborhoods.
No. That's the problem. That's the problem. What you mean Black and brown neighborhoods? See, when you do that, when you do Black and brown, FBAs always are at the bottom. Now, family, I did some work in property management and housing. Okay. So I can tell you how that works real easily. Just know this. If you guys are on a waiting list of housing, just know who's in front of you. Those illegals that are being deported and being asked to self-deport, they are in front of you. Okay, refugees skips the line. Asylum seekers. Okay, so all of those illegals, a lot of them have filed fake refugee applications to get over here, and a lot of them have filed fake asylum seekers applications. That's why they're over here. So when they investigated, whether they were asylum seeker or refugee, it turned out they were not. But the ICE couldn't find them. They did. They got funneled into different meat packaging, car washing employments, construction sites. Yeah, that's what happened. Like, these guys be filing fake applications. But guess what? They get in front of you as a result. Asylum, y'all Google this. When it comes to welfare housing, asylum seekers and refugees go to the top of the line. So all this bullshit right here, South Jersey, freshly picked bullshit, FBAs will be at the bottom. And so asylum seekers and refugees are number one, and probably white women number two. Okay, so do not fall for that Black and brown stuff. Stop it. If you're doing something for FBAs, and that's why we want to get rid of Black and brown. We want to just have it say FBA or ADOS or Freedmen, because now it's no mistake who is allocated to. So we're still 40 likes away. Let's meet the viewership, but let's continue. Let's continue.
She said, quote, "The people who tell me to go back to my country the most are Black people. not white people. She feels this great divide because she's from the islands. The Times ran focus groups with immigrants from the Caribbean.
And let me make no mistake, because he's calling division. He's causing division right now. There are some non-FBA Black people who have good hearts, who are allies, who actually does great things for, or try to do great things for us, right? Who ride with us. That he defined the word rider. So there are some folks out there. Yes. Okay, thank you. There are some folks out there from the island that's over here that's doing great work on behalf of us. Okay, fine, thank you. So don't fall for what he's doing. He's calling division. He's trying to have us be mad at somebody who's Black but not FBA, who's doing great in the community. We thank you. You should do. I mean, like, thank you. And that's what you should be doing. Like, why do anything undermining?
Caribbean and sub-Saharan Africa. And several of them said that the reason they avoid associating with us, meaning FBAs, is because Black Americans treat them more harshly.
When my shift is over, I want to go home.
Okay, you heard this? We treat them more harshly. Again, that's a projection. That's okay. So, but we say the same thing. Okay, you see that? Did you catch that? We say the same thing, but they call it divisive. Okay, now you just said they say what we say. So how come they're not being called divisive? We say the same thing and we're called divisive. You just said that they say what we say. So how come they are not called divisive? You see, they pick and choose. My name is Unbiased Ron. Everybody can't be unbiased. They just can't.
Home to my children, Mangulu, Mungala, and Mr. White Man.
Experiences you complain about. As an example, here's what happened to Winsome one day on a crowded city bus during Trump's first term. A Black man refused to make space for her when she tried to sit, and they exchanged words. A Black woman.
Hey, yo, what did this turn into? Did this turn into the anecdotal show? Like, I thought this was about critiquing FBAs and Tariq Nasheed. Now we're just going on story by story by story. Are you serious? Not listen to that, man.
Jedi mind trick. Single action he's undertaken that's designed to benefit us. And he also happens to be a self-supremacist who surrounded himself with white supremacists. Tariq's mentality is making this happen. Keep watching if you think I'm exaggerating or giving him too much credit. We're not done with this world tour.
I see what you're saying, Chris. Jack.
He had plenty to say about the LA protests earlier this month.
This guy.
Namely, that FBAs shouldn't care about immigrants unless they're sleeping with them.
The Isaac came, got all these people.
Okay, again, this is terrible, 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 terrible research. This is terrible research. He's just picking, and now you see Tariq Nasheed is clearly having fun. Now, he goes low, right? He's basically a comedian, right? He's an activist, but he's also a comedian. Kind of like Dave Chappelle, you dig? So yes, he's gonna joke and have fun too, just like Dave Chappelle. Just like that. You guys are trying to make Tariq something he says he's not, and he's never been. Okay, he always talks about he's Mr. Petty. So to quote him, to send a clip of him being petty, and you trying to paste it. Thank you. He can't break it no more. It's too small. Can't break. This is an atom. It can't be broken any smaller. That's what the other folks thought. Okay, I broke it. Here you go. Cool. All right. Yeah. So just picking and choosing, him trolling somebody, him cooking somebody, being petty. This is just a bad faith position to take right now. It's just horrible.
I was going to let my opinions be known about the protests, and I can't be any clearer than this. Caring about other people is the only thing that makes society function. It functions in spite of callous capitalists who see entire groups of people as labor they can exploit, and former fake pimps like Tariq, who see women as a collection of holes they can.
Okay, you see, here goes slander. When was Tariq Nasheed ever a pimp? So if you're gonna like when I critique Candace Owens, Larry Elder, Thomas Sowell, Myron Gaines, I'm honest about them. I don't gotta lie to kick it. I don't gotta lie to kick it. I just be honest about them. See, being honest is still is an expose. I'm still exposing them by just being honest. But to strengthen their weak arguments, their weak presentations, they gotta say a fake pimp. All right. Okay.
Can use. If ICE is allowed to deport undocumented people and those with protected status with no due process, which is what they're doing.
No. Okay, so now we know where we're at. I understand. Yeah, your girl is undocumented. Okay, so now the truth is coming out. He already said he was dating somebody, from the diaspora. That's non-FBA. But now he has a problem with ICE deporting undocumented illegals. I mean, that's coming off as his girl might be undocumented.
Nothing stops them from hitting every other class of citizen next. Our government.
I knew that was coming. Yo, do the liberals now? Look, I'm not conservative or liberal. I criticize both parties all the time. I think they're both dumb in a lot of areas and a lot of things they say. But the liberals, they gotta change. Get away from there. The liberals, they gotta switch up their talking points. Oh, the scare tactics. They always got the scare tactics. That's one thing. Okay, that's one thing I could say. The red party don't do too much. Like they don't have too many scared conspiracy theories. It's normally the liberals. If you think about it, remember, it was about vote for Hillary because the world is going to be over if Trump gets in there. Like it's always scare tactics. Don't vote for Hillary because she's the best candidate. Vote for her because the other side is going to end the world. The dude did 4 years and Biden came right in there. Like what happened to the world ending? So here, the new scared tactic is, hey man, they're coming after illegal immigrants, violent illegal immigrants. Who's next? Yeah, are you serious? What about marshals? What about U.S. marshals who go track down fugitives? Why y'all ain't make that argument then? Because they did a crime. Hey, look, they're tracking down fugitives. Look, you're next. See, it's the illegal criminal fugitives first, and then it's the American public. Like, stop. They're going to get the people who they need to go get, and that's it. And once they get them, it's over.
Government can and will justify anything they're allowed to get away with. And protesting is about making sure they can't establish legal precedent, which is how our entire legal system works. They literally detained a green card holder, Mahmoud Khalil. And
okay, listen. He said a green card holder. So a lot of these guys' green cards are expired. These guys, see, okay. Everybody that's being deported, all of them now are violent criminals. Some of these people, asylum seeker status has expired. Look at the Haitians. A lot of them, refugee applications been denied. They're in the country. And a lot of these guys on visas, H-1B or whatever student visa, that should expire and they're still in the country. So because you got a green card, that doesn't mean it wasn't suspended, expired, or some bullshit happened to get your ass up out of here. Because maybe he did a crime. Who knows? But I don't know the story. But I bet you is more than what he's saying.
Trying to deport him right now because he criticized genocide in Palestine. They're using a Cold War law saying he's adverse to America's interests. What happened to the First Amendment?
Yeah. It's the First Amendment. But listen, there's something called terroristic threats. And you could be jailed, fined, arrested for terroristic threats. So your First Amendment doesn't protect you for what you say. What you say, you're going to be, there's consequences. Yeah, you got the First Amendment. You have the right to say whatever you want to say, but there are consequences behind whatever you want to say. You dig? No.
Stay home. We're so cooked. I shouldn't have to do the whole they'll eventually get you speech, but it seems like basic human decency is in short supply in the 50-year-old high school dropout turned fake pimp turned rapper turned hotep grifter demographic.
Now you want people to shed blood, to exert crazy amounts of energy.
Hey, Isis G said the free ride is over, and yo, they are literally butthurt. Okay, it's over. Let me check out. Let me check out the.
To put themselves in danger to come together now because you're in the hot seat. Well, I don't want to do that. I don't want to put myself in danger. I don't want my son to put himself in danger.
I'm done with these content creators, bro. I was about to say something rude, but I respect most of.
Hey, yo, this guy is dry as hell. Hey, can I get some more likes? Everybody's coming in, and you haven't just like the video. Yeah, let's continue.
My elders, as long as they're not as asinine as Tariq.
Right now, the people are protesting in.
Yeah, let me read Vera Sanders. She said, FBA. I'm sorry, I don't. Vera, I think it sounds like a woman name. I don't know if I apologize if you're not. But what was said was by Vera Sanders says FBAs don't mind scare tactics because we've been through hell and high water and we're still here. So now what? Scare us with what? They're afraid of us. FBA went exactly. Like, yo, that doesn't work with us. I thought Michi X bought that FBA trademark or the name or something. Jeffrey, I don't know. But, you know, people are free to do what they want. Do what you want. But nobody's the leader. You can trademark whatever you want to trademark if it's allowed. It doesn't mean you're the leader of a lineage. That's illegal. It's actually illegal. You cannot be the leader of a lineage.
California, and I keep seeing on Twitter, Black people don't go, and it's like, all right, yeah, you know, y'all keep trying on Twitter. I know what the protest looks like. It don't look like what y'all are trying to do on Twitter, but you know, get your likes, get your clout up.
I'm not even gonna cuss this time. Tabitha, I hear your concerns. I hear you when you say I don't know you, but judging from the tone here, you weren't gonna do anything anyway. Y'all make money from these people watching your work, just like I do. Who are you trying to influence and why? To me, it's about where your line in the sand is. And I'm talking to all FBAs now. If you think this chalk outline around only your community is an effective strategy, I'm going to remind you what chalk outlines are typically used for. The people protesting for Americans from Latin countries right now are also protesting the lack of due process.
Okay, stop lying. Okay, again, that's what do you say in the chat? That's a demo rat shill talking point, the lack of due process. Like, what are you talking about, man? Like, what are you talking about? Like, they'll say anything to keep these illegals in the country. Remember, let me pull up. Give me a second. Let me pull up Jasmine. Okay, remember she said this right here? This due process bullshit. Hold on. Remember Jasmine Crockett said this. Who remembers this?
So I had to go around the country and educate people about what immigrants do for this country, or the fact that we are a country of immigrants.
Right.
The fact is, ain't none of y'all trying to go and farm right now.
Okay, you hear this? Now, how do we go from immigrants to farming? So she's implying, without directly saying it, she's implying that the immigrants, whether documented or undocumented, she's implying that when they come over here, they just work on farms. Okay, watch this.
Okay, so I'm lying. Raise your hands. You're not. We done picking cotton.
Okay, so now she said cotton. So she said immigrants, she said farms, she said cotton. So she wants us to believe that immigrants are in the fields picking cotton. And we shouldn't have a problem with them coming to the country unless we want to replace them on the farms picking cotton. That's what she said. Okay, I mean, but this is again a Democrat shill, so they got to lie to kick it. First of all of the ICE raids that you guys seen, okay, which one of those ICE raids were on a farm? I'll wait. Which one of those ICE raids were on a farm? I'll tell you where they were at. They were at car washes. I played them. They was at construction sites and they was at meat factories. Okay, none of those ICE raids I ever seen was on a farm. So much for the whole talking point that all of these immigrants are on farms doing the work we wouldn't do. And how do you know we won't do the farm work? We got black farmers right now. A whole bunch of them had to sue the government, right? So we're already on the farms working. So yes, we will work on farms. We just want to know how much it pays. We'll work anywhere. We want to know how much. So when you ask us, before you tell us we're not going to work on a farm, you tell us how much first. What's the hourly wage or what's the salary? Shit, we just might be on the farm and we're there anyway, like I said. But yes, if it's $4 an hour, yes, we're not going out there. If it's anywhere, but somebody can say, hey, I'm Bias Ron, well, you want to be the CEO of Amazon? Sure. Yeah, but we're only paying $7 an hour. I'll pass. See, we'll pass on any profession, any career, if it ain't paying a livable wage or something that's due that position. No, I'm not being a CEO of no company selling seven. I'm not working for no company. CEO, Krispy Kreme's, nothing. Waffle House was $7 an hour. So we want to know how much we want to know how much it pays first. Because if you're telling us, yeah, you're paying $35 an hour on a farm, yeah, we're gonna run out there. If you're telling a farm pays $65,000 to $80,000 a year, yes, we're gonna run out there. But if you're telling us it pays $9,000 for the year, no, we're not going out there. So we want to know how much are they paying first before we say yay or nay. Let's get back to your boy.
Let's settle this conflict right now in the game. I hope that makes sense. Now let me show you exactly how you would pronounce this phrase. For the word run, instead of saying run, you would say run. Run. Like R-U-H, run. Now me would be run me. Instead of saying me, like M-E, M-I, me.
Hey, you want to say this ain't devices right here? So okay, so why old boy, the tether whisperer, why ain't he show this right here? This ain't divisive. You're teaching, like, first of all, like, this is a big stereotype. That's not how I talk. Run me my feed. Like, we don't use a D for fade. We don't use an N for run. And my like what's that girl? Singer. Like, we just my. Now I will say run me the fade. Or run, I don't know this phrase, run me my fade. I'm sure somebody says it like that, but that's not all of us. But he's teaching tethers how to speak like all of us. So you got a tether coming to you, yo, run me my fade. Like, what? What? Barely can't even speak English talking about run me my fade. Like, man, if you don't get your damn Michael Jackson, Penny Loafers up out of here, man. And then that's when we gonna say the African booty scratcher next. Because you starting shit talking about Remy my fade. All right, African booty scratch. You better get out of here, man. Those damn high waters.
So let's try it again with run.
RB.
Me. Run. Me. My. Now my, instead of saying my like my with my, it would be my as in M-A.
All right.
My.
Look.
With the
it gets worse.
The block. Now
by the way, he charges classes. Okay. He charges classes to teach tethers how to speak like FBAs. He actually charges. This is his YouTube channel. He charges. You got to pay like a consultation fee. He got to first see if you can, some folks can't even speak English at all. So he want to know if your English is good enough to take his course. So he got to charge you a consultation fee to see if your English is good enough. And then if it's to his satisfaction, probably everybody's to his satisfaction, you then start your course. You pay whatever monthly fee, and you have a course on how to speak like an FBA. Listen to this.
Meaning of this phrase is, it refers to hanging out in a specific area or a specific spot in the neighborhood. Like, hey, bro, we on the block.
You hear this? Yeah, but this ain't being divisive, though, right? He's not being divisive. This is offensive. This is offensive. Anybody that's FBA Adolf Friedman, this is offensive to all of us. Like, yo, what are you doing?
Meaning that we are at this specific location. Hey, pull up to the block. Meaning that come to this specific location.
Yeah. Look at the wave cat. Yeah, this dude is so outdated, and so is this guy over here. Like, these guys are outdated, man. This guy got the wave cat. I bet you his shirt tucked in his jeans. I guarantee you his shirt tucked in his jeans. That little hoodie. I guarantee if he stood up, that hoodie is tucked in his jeans. But he's trying to tell you how to speak like us.
You see what I'm saying? On the block. Now, the way you would pronounce this phrase would be on a block. On a block.
Yeah. So basically, we change our voice when we talk to each other. We be like just talking regular. Like, yeah, man, it's hot today, man. I don't know what we're gonna do. Somebody's call you. Hello, Ron? Oh, what up? You just on the block. No, man. That's not how we talk. Some people talk like that because that's how they talk. But we don't purposely try to talk like that.
On the block, but you barely hear the TH in the word the. So instead of saying on the block, on the block. So it becomes on block. On a block. We on a block. We on the block.
Yeah, who in the chat talks like that? Sit down. Who in the chat says we on the block? Like, yo, this is very disrespectful and it's divisive. But oh boy, over here would just say the divisive or the division is one way. It's like, no, we are divisive. You're actually right. We are divisive, but that's because everybody else is. And don't forget, division is part of math. You add, you subtract, you multiply, you divide. Everybody, the Tutsis divided themselves from the Hutus. Okay? The Igbos divided themselves from the Fulanis. And the Burkina Faso divided themselves from the Malis. So everybody has divided themselves and claimed an area on this earth and an identity. But when we go to do it, it's wrong. Again, like they purposely are trying to sabotage us, leave us unprotected, vulnerable, so they could take advantage of us. That's how it's over. And that's why they're mad at Tariq. But notice they never bring up Yvette and Tone Talk because they also are divisive. But they don't bring them up because they're not as vocal, they're not as loud. Like, they do their stuff kind of like on the low, privately, so to speak. But Tariq is very loud and he's funny, he's entertaining, he's articulate, he's witty, and he debates on the fly, and he's very multi-talented. This is why he got to go. You dig? And let's make him the leader so we can take out your leader. But that failed and flopped because we don't have a leader. So if you take them out, you just took out one person out of 43 million. Okay, the show must go on.
Affects Tabitha, her son, and you. If you don't have an alternative to fighting for all people's rights,
right? You can't learn what's on
we
DNA.
don't need to listen to your complaints about who we choose.
So remind you, Josh coming in. Most likely you got a wrench already, just like the video. You can be chattable and like the video. It takes 2 seconds. All right. Thank you very much. And if you want to be more charitable, the Cash App is at the top.
Choose to advocate for. What's the end result of this?
Hey, Kwame, did you call in? Yo, I gotta ask Kwame this question, dude. Did you call in Tariq show or Twitter or whatever and get cooked? Was that I think that was you. I think you called in Tariq's Twitter or something and got cooked. Let me know. Was that you?
FBA centric strategy. What's your end game? More Tabithas with their auntie glasses talking trash into a cell phone, trying to rewind the tape on the
And I got another question for Kwame in the chat. Did you take this course right here? Are you saying Oni Block? Kwame, are you out there in Florida talking about Oni Block? Are you out there in Brooklyn talking about Oni Block? I know you're not doing that. Look at this shit.
AIDS. You see? Now this is exactly how you would pronounce it.
Hey Kwame, do you got a wave cap on, my boy? With the wave cap covering over you. Y'all remember that style? We had the wave cap covering our eyebrows. You ever done that? Hey Kwame, are you out there with a hoodie tucked in your your Wranglers with a wave cap that is over covering your eyebrows? Are you stuck on that style? Like these dudes be so outdated with their cosplaying.
She throwing shades. She?
Yeah. Kwame, he cooked you, dude. Yeah, you don't realize you got cooked? All right, so how about this? How about you call in later, right? Because remember, it is Sunday. I'm gonna have my boy on here. Let me see if he's around now. He can have a talk with you. And we could go over your Tariq Nasheed video where you called in. Get out of it, wait for that. And let me play this video of this hater right here, and let me see if he's available.
Movement, as long as it's not our rights getting deleted. If that sounds fine to you, I'm here to tell you it won't work. The GOP will use these precedents to push even further into more marginalized groups. We are next. I'm going to address our extreme polarization more later, but I want y'all to think about that while we cover even more.
Wait. We're next at what?
Of polarization more. The GOP will use these precedents to push even further into more marginalized groups. We are next.
Yeah, this dude said we are next, like we're the WNBA. Hey, bro, we're not next. We were first. Hey, chat. Yeah, y'all like that? Y'all like that? Y'all like that phrase? We are not next because we were first. Yeah, listen, borrow that from now on. We are not next. We were first. So what you see going on with these undocumented, violent illegals, they're next. We were first. There's no next for us. It's everybody else. It's everybody for themselves. Like we were first, and now everybody else is for themselves. You can't get us again. We were first. Peace. Baticus Prime. Yeah. World's best braider. Yo, let's use that. Yo, we're next. No, we were first. You're next. They got us first. Y'all forgot what Jim Crow was? Y'all forgot Jim Crow was just that? Rounding us up. They got us first. That Jim Crow, well, actually, shit, we could take it back further than that with the slave plantations, but they got us, slave plantations. They got us first. It started with the slave plantation. And then it ended up morphing to Jim Crow. And then mass incarceration. via war on drugs. Like, yo, what are you talking about? But again, these folks don't know FBA history, and they damn sure don't know it better than me. What is the peonage system? The peonage system is something called first. What is convict leasing? That's first. What is hired out? That's first. What is redlining? That's first. What is being deprived from the New Deal, the New Deal bill? That's first. Housing discrimination. That's called being first. What else? Predatory lending. That's called being first. We're not next. You're next. We were first.
I'm going to address our extreme polarization more later, but I want y'all to think about that.
What about this, family? What about some things I never talked about? What about restrictive covenants? What about, because when they struck down FHA, no. I'm sorry. When they struck down zoning laws, they replaced it with restrictive covenants. Kwame has never heard of restrictive covenants. That's why we know a tether, because you don't know our history. And that's how I cooked you over here. You even know shit about Garvey. I had to educate you on that scamming ass dude Garvey. Marcus Garvey, it was the biggest scammer, black scammer. He was the biggest black scammer in American history. There's been no black scammer that was more impactful than Marcus Garvey.
While we cover even more of Tariq's world tour, he said this to an Indian caller who called him racist after that caller said America was his homeland.
You built some shit that failed, sir. Your homeland has cows and shit on the streets, sir.
That's a fact.
The caller calls him out for generalizing and brings up Diddy as an example. Since Diddy obviously doesn't represent all FBAs, I could give you 100 tries and you would never guess what Tariq says after that.
Since you're telling me all these people are representatives of the Indian community, Diddy is a representative of you. He's a rich black dude from America.
Okay. I'll take success over people making bushmeat and goop scoops. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That, I don't know what kind of insult that is.
You're straight up racist, dog.
How? He's not running a sex code. He had a freaky ass Filipino chick that liked to get peed on. So yeah, the trial is bogus.
The sexual text messages she was forced to read out loud in court made up one day of testimony out of several that also included violence and coercion from Diddy.
And the fact that you're sitting up here agreeing with the feds shows that you are a colonized cancer to our culture.
Notice how he conveniently ignored that this man kicked the shit out of her on tape in favor of calling him rich. This is another case of Tariq taking things he couldn't possibly know for sure and running with it to make a woman look bad. If you think that's the worst he's ever gotten, I'll wrap it up with this tweet to the co-founder of ADOS, Yvette Carnell, from Christmas Day of 2019. He called her a hoe, insulted her sexual identity by saying she has penis envy, said she wears a dirty dildo, and called her a hoe again, just in case you didn't see it. On Christmas, imagine your daddy is calling some woman a hoe on Twitter when you open in your presents.
He's also handing out Bedwench Awards. You can find that here on YouTube. He does it on Twitter.
Hey, yo, so we're just nitpicking. Like, yes, it's funny. He's an entertainer. I say, and some of us believe he's also a comedian who just never did a stand-up comedy show before. But you could look at the Bucci Bear skits. Like, the dude is funny as hell. He's a comedian. Yes. He hands out awards. And guess what? It's Liddy. His Coon Train Awards, that was Liddy. So everything with the puppets, Crispy, everything he did with the Umar thing, everything with the sniffing heart, everything he did was Liddy. It hit. It was funny as hell. We all gravitated towards it. It was funny. With the Roland Martin, beady beady beat, that was funny. So when he's being funny, when he's clearly being funny, I mean, he's not being an activist, he's not being serious. When he's on his troll game, when he's being funny, when he's flaming somebody, they try to clip that and bring it to a serious argument or a serious discussion like we having right now. Like, stop. But this is what they got to do, and this is why they want to make him the leader. Because if he's the leader, guess what? He can't be joking like that. He got to be serious, like Jesse Jackson. Guess what? He can't make jokes. He can't troll. He can't, when people attack him, he can't flame them. He can't cook them because he's the leader. He has to present himself, in a certain way because he's representing. No, he ain't the leader. And guess what? He's going to continue to cook y'all and roast y'all. He's going to continue to make funny parody skits on y'all fools. And that's what you get because we're all having fun laughing at you.
Calling black women bed wench, a term from the slave plantation.
Oh my! Look, what are you? I know you're representing black women, but yes, a bed wench is a real thing. Okay, yes, and guess what? When he was saying, but she is so outdated. He was saying bed wenching when the term tether wasn't even thought of. Okay, because Tariq Nasheed, he found out that a lot of the bed wenching was coming from black women of the continent of Africa, not even the diaspora. It was Africa. He started to notice that a lot of those flags of women that was into that gutter sex were women with African flags.
The institution of slavery relied on the forced reproduction.
You hear this? He's cooking on people, having fun. She tried to bring it to, well, slavery, the slave master. He said, stop.
In order to first.
She was born in America and spent several vibrant immigrant community here in Atlanta.
What are you talking about now?
In my life. Year together. I just
read and throw that at black women in the.
All right, now he about to tell himself. Yeah, Lord Baelish, everybody that's ADOS, FBA, American Freedmen, or even a supporter get a wrench. And yes, we will time you out. We will, for 5 minutes, 30 seconds, we'll time your goofy ass out. If you want some rah-rah, we will time you out for 24 hours if we need to. Yeah, if you ain't on code. So old boy explained what on code meant. So if you ain't FBA, right, then old boy already explained what on code is. So yes, everybody got a wrench because we're family. If you ain't on code, one of those wrench folks are going to light you up.
21st century.
My girlfriend and I just celebrated our first anniversary. As we enter our second year together.
Wait, I keep missing it. I keep reading the chat. My fault.
Breed and throw that at black women in the 21st century.
No. You hear that? Throw that black women. No, ma'am. See, that's what we got. We killed that term, black women. Okay, because that's generic, right? That's anybody, but it's really us, but it's anybody. So no more of the generic black man, black woman. FBA, okay, FBA, ma'am, FBA. So if you say black women, that means absolutely nothing. That means nothing. That could be anybody from the diaspora or the continent. That means nothing. We got to be specific.
Girlfriend and I just celebrated our first anniversary. As we enter our second year together, I still can't believe how fortunate I am that she's in my life.
So this dude married, what? I don't know, a non-FBA. Okay.
She was born in America and spent several of her early years in Ethiopia, a country with a proud culture and a very vibrant immigrant community here in Atlanta and beyond.
Oh my God. I'm thinking this dude married a woman from the diaspora. This coon married an Ethiopian. Now, this smell like, now he claims she was born over here. Okay. Now let me tell you how Ethiopians and Eritreans and Sudanese people get over here. So I ain't gonna say most, I'm gonna say a lot of them do not come over here the same way Vivek gets over here, or the average Nigerian, which is like H-1B visa or some type of student visa. Listen, I can chat GPT, Google it. If you're Eritrean, Ethiopian, Sudanese, there's a great chance you came over here as a asylum seeker or refugee, aka BROKE. okay, and not that well educated. And this is why you have those gangs in Minnesota with those Ethiopians, Eritreans. All right, you don't have gangs amongst like the higher class, the brain gangs of India or Nigeria. You don't have gangs of them because they're highly educated, highly skilled, and they have a bag. It's the broke ones that's why you got the illegal immigrant gangs, right? The Venezuela gangs in New York. Think about that, family. Think about it. Look at the immigrants that come over here and start gangs. That's a big red flag that they came over here as asylum seekers or refugees, right? They're fleeing war, conflict, or cartel, and they're bringing that dirty experience that they experience in that country over here. All right. When you see these guys drunk, when you see these guys like doing the stupidest shit, most likely they're either illegal or asylum seekers or refugees. That's just the easiest way to pinpoint who is who because America's a brain gain country. They want the best of other people countries. They don't want a burden on society. That's why Trump is deporting them. Okay, that's why you got the VVEX and all these visa people over here. They want the best over here. They don't want the worst. They don't want the worst of somebody's society. But guess what? Those societies don't want their worst either. So they're all but happy to get rid of their degenerates. And then they come over here and they bring their degeneracy over here. And part of that degeneracy is to anchor on to what FBA's got going
on. Amharic, or Amharinia, was her first language, and she spent most of her life here at this point. The knowledge that Tariq has poisoned the culture to the point where she's felt unwelcome at times.
Yo, what the? Yo, I almost cursed. What is this? Now, this dude, like, he acts like he's married 10 years. This dude said they're going on 2 years. To me, it sounds like she married for citizenship. Okay. But look at this guy. Yo, why is he showing that? Like, he act like they're just in love after a year and a half with a foreigner. No, my boy, make it about at least 7 years and I might believe you. But a year and a half, dude, you're still in divorce range. When she got what she wanted. I think I heard, I don't know for a fact, but I think they got to stay married for about 3 years. I don't know. You guys let me know if that works like that to get citizenship. So, bro, you got another year and a half to go. Look, but this guy act like they're just so, oh my God, this fucking cool.
Pisses me off. This is deeply personal. And if I have to walk through every angle of what makes this dude a loser to drive the point home, it is what it is. Baby, I know you're watching this. I love you. And I'll clarify.
Yeah, this dude, he threw up a half heart. This dude is the biggest, baby, I know. So you see, so I told you, I knew where this is coming from. But well, I hate to burst your bubble, but the Trump administration has made illegal marriages even harder to do and with a bigger penalty. As a matter of fact, they're going back reviewing cases that was approved of a thorough, valid marriage. They're going back to review a lot of marriages. And yes, people be serving federal time. Okay, they got the vetting system now. They got on these marriages with foreigners way more way more strict than prior. So anybody who's caught up in that, better hope you're following our pools, because they are given fed time. So oh boy had a narrative, right? And he had an agenda. His wife, he said, or his girlfriend, whatever the hell she is, why is it that the most vocalized people that are at so-called FBA that's against our causes, our concerns, and our thoughts, actions, activisms, why it seems like damn near all of their motivations because they have a foreign immigrant significant other. When you check into their background, either they themselves are an immigrant, or they are an immigrant, or they have an immigrant significant other. I mean, ain't that so crazy? You're looking at your significant other like, nah, I gotta protect her. So I'm gonna disrespect because you're supposed to be FBA. So you're gonna disrespect your entire lineage over your girlfriend, over your boyfriend, your entire lineage over your wife or husband. Like, that's some selfish shit. You want to talk about being divisive? God damn, you can't be more divisive than that. So anyway, Teddy Ruxpin decided to spin the block. He realized he's getting more attention than ever on his channel. These are Pan-Africans who don't do no Pan-African work at all. All of their content is FBA. And ain't that a shame for their viewers, their viewership? They got Pan-African channels. When people subscribe to their channel, they want to hear about Pan-Africanism. Nope. They hold them to FBA hate. So family, we got them unfocused. They don't even talk about Pan-Africanism anymore. So anyway, Teddy Ruxpin decided to spin the block. He got some bullshit, corny video with some African tether on there. I watched it this morning. Easy work. I'm gonna do a review. He's done again. Got to dig him up and done him again. You feel me? Yeah. So we got everybody ditching their normal content, their normal talking points to talk about us, the lineage. We should feel so special. But yeah, the dude Cam James, I had hollered at him to come. Let's have this conversation. Of course, he declined. You dig? Of course. Like I said, they love to talk about us. They hate to talk with us. And when you catch a bunch of goofies who will actually call in, it's always disingenuous. They overtalk you. You heard the proper perspective earlier. Just a big fool. And then you heard the dude, the 5%er guy, that wouldn't admit that the slave trade was largely on behalf of Africans. All right, family. Till later. Peace, peace, peace.